Chapter 245. Space magic treasures were a type of magic treasure. Strictly speaking, Su Qin's Nine Yao Bao, demon-suppressing seal, and other divine weapons were magic treasures, but they were offensive magic treasures, not space magic treasures. To refine a space magic treasure, in addition to needing space crystals, the refiner also needed to have a certain understanding of space. Otherwise, no matter how many space crystals there were, it would not be possible to refine a space magic treasure, because it was impossible to open up the space inside the space crystal. Even at the peak of the last vitality tide, space magic treasures were hard to come by. At least, Su Qin did not find any in the cave of True Lord Donghai. However, according to the information left by True Lord Donghai, he originally had a space magic treasure, but that space magic treasure was damaged in the war with the cave world. Especially when a certain demon god of the cave world opened his eyes and swept his gaze towards the human world, not to mention the space magic treasure, even those powerhouses were seriously injured. And this war god temple should belong to the pinnacle of space magic treasures. Just the area that Su Qin walked through was dozens of miles in size. If all the places in the war god temple were counted, it would be close to 100 miles. It was simply like a small world. Even the space magic treasure owned by True Lord Donghai was only the size of a cave. Usually, it could only store important treasures. How could it compare to the vastness of the war god temple? Although space magic treasures are incredible, and even creatures can survive in them, it is not a real world after all. No matter how abundant the vitality spiritual opportunity is, it is impossible to comprehend the real great Tao of heaven and earth inside. Su Qin thought in his heart. In martial arts cultivation, those below the myth realm may not care about the great Tao of heaven and earth, but if they step into the myth realm, they need to truly comprehend the great Tao of heaven and earth. Comprehending the great Tao of heaven and earth was mysterious. Even an earth immortal like True Lord Donghai could not explain it in detail, but it really existed. If a myth realm martial artist wants to break through, they must comprehend the great Tao of heaven and earth. Simply put, if a myth realm martial artist is trapped in the war god temple, no matter how talented they are, it is impossible to cross the bottleneck because there is no condition for a breakthrough. In a way, the environment in a space magic treasure was countless times more terrifying than the silence of the vitality tide. The origin chi tide was silent, but the origin chi spiritual opportunity had decreased, but it did not disappear. As for the great Tao of heaven and earth, it was still there. The war god temple's demonic dragon was far weaker than it was at its peak. Aside from the fact that its blood chi had declined, the war god temple had restricted the demonic dragon's ability to advance further. If space magic treasures exist, then those great sects overseas that inherited the legacy from the peak of the last vitality tide must also have space magic treasures that were passed down. Perhaps there is a trump card from the peak of the last vitality tide. Su Qin's thoughts fluctuated. Originally, he had learned from the Lao Dao cultivator of the Dao One sect that there were many powerful sects overseas, and even 7th heavenly layer legendary martial artists were extremely rare. Only the old ancestors who were in deep slumber could reach this level. However, from the looks of it now, the fact that these great sects were able to survive until now meant that they must have grasped all sorts of trump cards. However, to refine the war god temple within a month. Su Qin frowned slightly. After the war god temple appeared, it would only last for a month. After a month, the war god temple would once again return to the depths of the void. In other words, Su Qin had to completely refine and absorb the war god hall within a month. Otherwise, if Su Qin still hadn't refined and absorbed it after a month, then he would probably have to wait until the next time the war god hall emerged into the world. According to the previous times when the war god temple appeared, the next time would be at least 1,000 years later. With Su Qin's growth rate, he would probably become an immortal in 1,000 years. Why would he still need a mere space magic treasure? According to the information left behind by the war god temple's master, there are 2 ways to refine the war god temple. The first is to refine it inch by inch with divine sense, and the second is to use a domain to control the War God Temple's weapon spirit. Su Qin nodded slightly. The so-called weapon spirit is not a living creature, but the spirituality of a magic treasure. It's just an instinct. For example, Su Qin's 9 Yao Bao, demon suppressing seal, and even the demon god's blade all have weapon spirits. However, these divine weapons and devil blades were obtained by Su Qin from signing in, so the weapon spirits were directly controlled by Su Qin. But if others wanted to control these divine weapons and devil blades, not to mention other things, just the demon god's blade alone was enough to make most of the mythical warriors go crazy. Of course, the War God Temple's weapon spirit is not as evil as the demon god's blade. Coupled with the erosion of time, the War God Temple's weapon spirit has become very weak. But even so, it's not easy for Su Qin to find the weapon spirit, especially when the time is limited to a month. Not to mention a mythical warrior, even an Earth Immortal would find it difficult to do so. There are at least 100 miles of area in the War God Temple. If I refine it inch by inch with divine sense, I might not be able to complete it even after decades. Su Qin's face turned gloomy. Refining with divine sense is not just a matter of enveloping the area. It also requires one to go deep into the War God Temple, which is too time-consuming. Although the War God Temple's master, Ho Yuan, left that mark, although he said that he would give the War God Temple to me, he probably didn't want to. A strange look appeared on Su Qin's face. If the War God Temple's master was really willing to give the War God Temple to Su Qin, he would definitely obediently give the War God Temple's weapon spirit to him, instead of letting Su Qin find the weapon spirit himself. If it's other mythical warriors, it's absolutely impossible to find the weapon spirit within a month, but I'm different. Su Qin thought as a smile flashed across his face. He has the Eye of Truth and the Celestial Seer technique, which allows him to see through all the qi in the world. The important thing is that if he is willing to spend time, there's nothing in the world that can be hidden from him. As for the War God Temple's weapon spirit, as long as it exists in the War God Temple, it can't escape Su Qin's lock. Let's begin. Su Qin didn't waste any time. Even if he's full of confidence, he won't underestimate it. 1. An inexplicable fluctuation spread out in all directions with Su Qin as the center. At the same time, Su Qin opened the Eye of Truth and used the Celestial Seer technique, constantly looking at every place in the War God Temple. In the following time, Su Qin spent all his time looking for the War God Temple's weapon spirit in addition to signing in every day. Although the vitality in the War God Temple is far more abundant than in Immortal Abode Island, the most important thing now is to refine the War God Temple. As long as the War God Temple is refined, everything will belong to Su Qin, let alone a mere vitality. Time passed slowly. 7 days passed in a blink of an eye. At a certain moment, Su Qin suddenly opened his eyes and laughed. Ha ha ha, I finally caught you. Su Qin stretched out his right hand and made a grabbing motion in the air. Suddenly, a trace of invisible aura appeared in Su Qin's palm. This is the War God Temple's weapon spirit? Su Qin looked carefully. The War God Temple's weapon spirit is invisible and intangible, but Su Qin can clearly feel that the other party has faintly merged with the entire War God Temple. If it wasn't for the fact that the entire War God Temple is declining and even the weapon spirit is dispirited, Su Qin wouldn't have been able to catch it so easily. After all, the War God Temple's weapon spirit in its heyday can easily mobilize the power of the entire War God Temple, which is equivalent to crushing down from hundreds of miles away. It's enough to suppress most legends, and even Earth Immortals have to retreat thousands of miles away. Next, it's time to refine it. Su Qin's expression turned solemn. As long as the weapon spirit is refined, the entire War God Temple will be his. And refining the weapon spirit isn't difficult. According to Su Qin's estimation, it will take at most 10 days. Thinking of this, Su Qin's divine sense turned into chains one after another, locking the invisible aura in his palm, and then slowly refining it. Outside the War God Temple, Xian Ku and Li Wan are waiting for Su Qin to come out. The Venerable One has been in there for almost a month, why hasn't he come out yet? Xianku looked at the majestic war god temple with a trace of worry on his face. After the war god temple appears, it will only last for a month. After a month, it will disappear again. If Su Qin hasn't come out before then, he will probably disappear along with the war god temple. And according to the rule of the war god temple appearing once every 1,000 years, the next time the war god temple appears again will be more than 1,000 years later. Such a long time is almost equivalent to announcing Su Qin's death. Don't worry, third uncle will definitely come out, Li Wan comforted from the side. In the past month, Li Wan has lived a very fulfilling life, and he doesn't worry about Su Qin's comfort at all. That's right, the Venerable One's strength is unparalleled. He can even kill that demon dragon. A mere war god temple naturally can't do anything to the Venerable One. Xianku thought for a while, and his expression softened a little. Suddenly, just as Xianku was about to say a few words, the war god temple, which was originally standing there quietly, suddenly shone brightly. Countless rays of light started from the war god temple and spread in all directions, covering the entire Kunlun mountain in a few breaths. The war god temple is hazy, like the eternal blue sky, shrouding above all living beings. This? Xianku saw this scene and was dumbfounded. Even Li Wan, who has always been carefree, blinked his big eyes and was stunned on the spot. Xianku and Li Wan weren't the only ones who were shocked. The many martial artists who were still on Kunlun Mountain were also shocked when they saw this scene. Although Su Qin let dozens of great grandmasters leave the peak of Kunlun Mountain, he did not say that they can't stay in Kunlun Mountain. The peak of Kunlun Mountain is the peak of Kunlun Mountain, and Kunlun Mountain is Kunlun Mountain. What is this? War God Temple, did something happen to the War God Temple? Is the War God Temple going to close? Counting the time, it's almost been a month. That's not right. According to the ancient records, the War God Temple has appeared several times in the past until it closed and disappeared. There were no anomalies. How could this scene appear now? Countless martial artists were discussing, full of puzzlement. Especially some peak Grade 1 great grandmasters. Although they have not entered the War God Temple, they have already investigated the information of the previous generations who entered the War God Temple. Such a scene has never happened before. Could it be? Several peak Grade 1 great grandmasters looked at each other, and the same thought flashed in their minds. Could it be that the change in the War God Temple was caused by the Venerable of the Shaolin Temple? And at this moment, on the peak of Kunlun Mountain, Xianku and Li Wan stared at the entrance of the War God Temple. Compared to others who can only faintly see the outline of the War God Temple, they can see every change in the War God Temple from the top of the mountain. That is? Xianku's pupils suddenly shrank. Under his shocked gaze, a slender and tall figure, like an immortal god, walked out from the depths of the War God Temple. Chapter 246. Venerable. It's the Venerable. The Venerable came out. Xianku was shocked, and his face was full of excitement. He was just worried that Su Qin would be trapped in the War God Temple, but Su Qin came out. How could he not be relieved? Third uncle. Li Wan's eyes were wide open. For some reason, Su Qin gave her a very strange feeling at this time, as if the entire majestic War God Temple was trampled under his feet. He finally came out. Su Qin also smiled. There was an accident in refining the War God Temple's artifact spirit, and it was delayed for a few days, which caused Su Qin's refining speed to slow down. But he still managed to finish refining it within a month. And for nearly a month, Su Qin didn't stay idle in addition to refining it. He naturally signed in on time every day. In addition to the elemental spirit pill he got on the first day, Su Qin signed in more than 50 elemental spirit pills. The elemental spirit pills he received every time he signed in ranged from 1 to nearly 10. As for the elemental spirit pill, Su Qin also signed in and received some other pills, such as the Imperial Spirit Pill, the Spirit Transforming Pill, and so on. However, these pills are basically useless for Su Qin in his current realm, and they are far from being as urgent as the Elemental Spirit Pill. Right. Today's sign-in opportunity hasn't been used yet. Su Qin suddenly thought of something and stopped in front of the entrance of the War God Temple, and said in his heart, "System, sign in. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Received the War God Catalog." A cold, mechanical voice sounded in Su Qin's ears. "War God Catalog?" Su Qin's face changed slightly. If he remembered correctly, the 49 relief sculptures left by the War God Temple's master, Ho Yuan, on the stone wall deep in the War God Temple are an inheritance called the War God Catalog. In fact, the name War God Temple was given by the master of the War God Temple based on the War God Catalog. It meant to be the palace where the War God Catalog was stored. Su Qin didn't expect that he would be able to obtain this inheritance, that even the master of the War God Temple couldn't comprehend for hundreds of years. It must be known that the divine arts obtained by signing in by the system, even if it is obscure and difficult to understand, Su Qin will naturally master it. For example, the Buddhist scripture, the past Amitabha Sutra, for thousands of years, no one has been able to cultivate it. However, after Su Qin signed in and obtained it, he mastered it in a short time. The War God Temple master had paid an incalculable price but was still unable to fully comprehend the War God Catalog. He had no choice but to have countless geniuses of the later generations attempt to comprehend it together. But the results were still minuscule. At the very least, Su Qin had never heard of a martial artist who had entered the War God Temple obtaining the War God Catalog. Originally, Su Qin had already given up on the Battle God Catalog. After all, not to mention the fact that the War God Catalog was already damaged, even if it wasn't damaged and was placed in front of Su Qin in perfect condition, Su Qin probably wouldn't be able to understand it. But now, the system had given him the War God Catalog. Even if the War God Catalog was really a heavenly book, Su Qin would still be able to comprehend it. Buzz! Just as Su Qin was thinking, a huge wave of enlightenment surged in his mind. Not good! Su Qin's expression changed. He immediately sealed most of the insights in his mind. With the vastness of these insights, if Su Qin really started to absorb them at this moment, he would probably have to go into seclusion directly. Hence, Su Qin only roughly glanced at the many insights regarding the War God Catalog. He planned to carefully comprehend them after returning to Chang'an City. The War God Catalog isn't a physical technique, nor is it a true essence technique, nor is it a spiritual will technique. It's a divine art that cultivates domains. Su Qin had a thoughtful look on his face. Although he had only slightly come into contact with the vast insights of the War God Catalog, he roughly understood what kind of divine art the War God Catalog was. According to the information that Su Qin had just learned, cultivating the War God Catalog would allow one to condense the War God domain. And the War God domain was far more terrifying than ordinary domains. The domain here referred to a true phenomenal success domain, not the miniature domain condensed by a mythical realm martial artist. This Battle God Catalog is truly incredible, Lin Fan muttered to himself. Su Qin was amazed as he thought quickly in his heart. Even he was far from comprehending the power of domains. It was said that powerhouses at the level of Earth immortals had mastered phenomenal success domains. With a thought, their domain could cover an area of 100 miles, just like a real immortal god. It could be said that even for Earth immortals, domains were a very powerful means. That's not right. It's just a domain now, why would the master of the War God Temple attach so much importance to it? Su Qin frowned slightly. According to his guess, the master of the War God Temple had probably surpassed Earth immortals and reached the level of a supreme powerhouse. For such a powerhouse, domains were important, but it was definitely not everything. There was no need to pass down this divine art with a huge spatial Dharma treasure. No hurry. Take it slow. Wait until I return to Chang'an City, then I'll carefully comprehend the War God Catalog. Su Qin calmed himself down, and a satisfied look appeared on his face. Su Qin's harvest on this trip to Kunlun Mountain was bountiful. Not only did he obtain an immortal fruit like the peach of immortality that could extend one's life by 1,000 years, but he also obtained more than 50 elemental spirit pills and other pills. With so many elemental spirit pills, once Su Qin entered the ninth heaven, he could directly condense his essence spirit and push the power of his essence spirit to an extremely high level. At that time, as long as Su Qin ascended to the extreme and stepped into the Earth Immortal realm, he would definitely be able to become a powerhouse among the Earth Immortals in a short time. Other than that, Su Qin also obtained the War God Catalog, a divine art that even the master of the War God Temple could not obtain. Su Qin pondered as he walked out of the War God Temple. Venerable One, Third Uncle. Xian Ku and Li Wan immediately greeted him. Third Uncle, the War God Temple is going to disappear. Li Wan looked at the War God Temple. At this moment, the War God Temple was slowly becoming illusory, as if it would escape into the deep void at any time. It's only temporary. Su Qin shook his head and said casually. Although Su Qin had refined the artifact spirit and successfully made the War God Temple recognize him as its master, the War God Temple was too big. Even if Su Qin was the master of the War God Temple, it was very difficult for him to put away the War God Temple with his current strength. But soon, when I become an Earth Immortal, I'll be able to completely take out the War God Temple. Su Qin was not reluctant at all. According to his estimation, he would be able to become an Earth Immortal in 50 years at the latest. At that time, he would have enough time to take the War God Temple away. In any case, the War God Temple was here and would not run away. The Dao connotation inside would not be lost, so Su Qin was not in a hurry. After all, before Su Qin became an Earth Immortal, he did not lack cultivation resources and did not need to sign in at the War God Temple at all. Of course, the Great Sun painting of the 12 Divine Beasts painting was an exception. It's time to go back. Su Qin thought silently when he saw the War God Temple disappear completely. Although his trip to Kunlun Mountain this time was fruitful, he had spent more than a month. It was time to leave. Just as Su Qin was about to return to Chang'an City. In the overseas martial arts world, in the depths of the Snow God Palace, many elders led by the Snow God Palace stood respectfully before a vast altar. The 108th Palace Lord of the Snow God Palace beseeches the old patriarch to awaken and protect the Snow God Palace from the great calamity. The Snow God Palace Lord had a solemn expression as she shouted loudly. Her voice resounded throughout the entire altar, echoing non-stop. After a long time, an old voice slowly sounded. It's already the 108th generation. This old voice seemed to be filled with emotion as it spread to the ears of the people in the Snow God Palace. The Snow God Palace Lord stood respectfully on the spot, not daring to reply. Inside this altar was the place where the ancestors of the Snow God Palace slept. At this moment, the old voice continued. Speak. What happened that requires you to wake us up? Although they were struggling at death's door by sleeping, indirectly achieving the goal of continuing the Shouyuan, every time they woke up, the amount of time they could sleep would shrink. For the Snow God Palace Lord to come here and wake them up, something big must have happened that affected the entire Snow God Palace. Reporting to the old patriarch, the current goddess of the Snow God Palace and an elder have both died. The Snow God Palace Lord composed herself and said, What else? The old voice said nonchalantly. For the Snow God Palace, even the death of the Snow God Palace Lord was not a big deal, let alone the death of the goddess and an elder. The purpose of these ancestors' slumber was to ensure the prosperity of the Snow God Palace. As for other matters, it was not a big deal. The great battlefield has appeared. The Snow God Palace Lord said word by word. When these words came out, the old voice in the altar fell silent. After a while she spoke again, but her tone was clearly more solemn. You mean to say that the current goddess of the Snow God Palace and an elder have both died in the great battlefield? The great battlefield was the core of the recovery of the vitality tide. If the Snow God Palace wanted to continue its legacy for thousands of generations, it had to occupy a region in the great battlefield. Only then could it enjoy the great opportunities brought about by the recovery of the vitality tide. Of course, the Snow God Palace could choose not to fight. However, the consequences of not fighting might not be obvious in the short term, but in the long run, the other great sects would obtain great opportunities from the great battlefield. If the Snow God Palace remained indifferent and allowed the gap between them to widen, the Snow God Palace would inevitably decline after hundreds or thousands of years. That's right. The Snow God Palace Lord's expression was solemn. Now, there is at least a seventh heaven legend in the great battlefield. The fallen goddess and an elder of the Snow God Palace may have something to do with that seventh heaven legend. The Snow God Palace Lord paused for a while and then continued. The great battlefield is very important. The Snow God Palace must move to the great battlefield. Only then can we obtain enough benefits when the vitality tide truly recovers and moves towards its peak. And if the Snow God Palace wants to move to the great battlefield, the first thing we have to deal with is that seventh heaven legend. The Snow God Palace Lord's meaning was very clear. She hoped that the sleeping ancestors would take action and help the Snow God Palace secure a territory in the great battlefield. This was an important node that concerned whether the Snow God Palace could continue to be passed down. Only the powerful ancestors would be able to do it. I understand. I will personally make a trip to the great battlefield. After a long while, the old voice sounded again. Chapter 247. In front of the sacrificial altar in the depths of the Snow God Palace. When the Snow God Palace Master and the others heard that the old ancestor had agreed to her request, they finally felt at ease. The other elders of the Snow God Palace were also delighted. According to the ancient records, the land of great strife was the core of the recovery of the vital chi tide. If the Snow God Palace could occupy a certain area in the land of great strife, their foundation would definitely increase greatly in the future. Who knew, they might even be able to give birth to a few land immortals. When that time came, the status of the elders of the Snow God Palace would also rise. They would obtain more cultivation resources on the martial path, and there would be hope for them to break through. Just as the Snow God Palace Master and the other elders were feeling excited, they saw a figure slowly walking out from the sacrificial altar. This figure had a hunched back, and his footsteps were slow. He gave off an extremely old feeling. Under the gazes of the Snow God Palace Master and the others, this figure slowly walked to the front of everyone. Greetings, old ancestor. The Snow God Palace Master and the other elders bowed in unison as they greeted him loudly. So, it's old ancestor Xuexin. The Snow God Palace Master carefully raised her head to take a look, and her heart trembled. Old ancestor Xuexin was an eighth heaven legend of the Snow God Palace 900 years ago. His might had shaken the entire overseas martial path world. Before old ancestor Xuexin fell into a deep slumber, he had been overseeing the Snow God Palace and overlooked the overseas region. Even the Dao One sect, which had produced several land immortals and was ranked in the top 5 among the many strong sects, was nothing in his eyes. If old ancestor Xuexin hadn't built a great reputation for the Snow God Palace, the current Snow God Palace definitely wouldn't be as outstanding as it was now. Rise, all of you. I fell into a deep slumber a little later, so I can still make a few moves. The other old ancestors are in a much worse state, especially first ancestor. A hint of worry appeared on Xuexin's face as he spoke. Compared to other patriarchs who had been in slumber for at least 1,000 years, Patriarch Xuexin had only been in slumber for 900 years. He was indeed considered young. In addition, Patriarch Xuexin was very powerful. He was at the peak of the 8th firmament, and was already beginning to touch the threshold of the 9th firmament. First ancestor. The Snow God Palace Master's expression changed slightly. First ancestor was the oldest ancestor sleeping in the sacrificial altar of the Snow God Palace. It was said that he had been sleeping for over 2,000 years and was the true pillar of the Snow God Palace. According to the ancient records passed down from the Snow God Palace, first ancestor was already at the peak of the 9th heaven over 2,000 years ago. He was even preparing to ascend to the extreme and break through to the realm of earth immortals. However, it was a pity that first ancestor failed to break through to the realm of earth immortals. With no other choice, he could only seal himself and enter a deep slumber. The self-sealing secret technique outside the sea also had its limits. Over 2,000 years was enough to wipe out 2 generations of Earth immortals. First ancestor of the Snow God Palace wasn't the devil dragon of the War God Hall. He had a trace of the bloodline of a divine beast. Coupled with the environment of the War God Hall, he barely managed to survive for tens of thousands of years. The Shoyuan of the demon race was already far superior to the human race, let alone the devil dragon, who had a trace of connection with the legendary divine beast. To first ancestor, no matter how much he sealed his chi, blood, and consciousness, he would still die of old age in the end. It was just that he would die later than a normal death. This was also the problem that all the slumbering patriarchs of the high sex had to face. The self-sealing secret technique couldn't allow one to sleep forever. After a long time, their chi, blood, and consciousness would still decay. "Is first ancestor all right?" the Snow God Palace Master asked with concern. If first ancestor couldn't hold on, it would definitely be a huge loss to the Snow God Palace. Even if she, the Palace Master of the Snow God Palace, fell, it would still be a far greater loss. "Don't worry. He can still hold on for a few more decades." Old Ancestor Shueshin shook his head and said. Almost at the same time, Black Source Sect, Wanjian School, and the other high sects woke up their old ancestors. Old Ancestor Shueshin of the Snow God Palace was still considered Loki. When he woke up, he didn't cause much of a commotion. However, when the old ancestor of Wanjian School walked out of his slumber, he immediately summoned 10,000 swords and condensed a divine sword that reached the heavens and the earth above Wanjian School. The sword aura swept across 100 miles. As for the old ancestor of the Kyuregenkyo, he was even more terrifying. The moment he woke up, with the Kyuregenkyo as the center, everything turned into a pitch-black world. The aura of a pinnacle myth was released without restraint as though he was venting something. Instantly, the entire overseas martial arts world was in a panic. Generally speaking, the sleeping old ancestors of the high sects were the ultimate foundation. They would never come out unless it was a last resort. But now, these old ancestors were waking up one after another. Obviously, something earth-shattering had happened. At present, there are a total of 6 old ancestors of the high sects that have woken up. Among them, the old ancestors of the Snow God Palace, Kyuregenkyo, and Wanjian School were the first to wake up. The other 3 woke up half a day later. Some overseas myths felt their scalps go numb. How many high sects were there overseas? Now that 6 of them had jumped out at once, it was simply inconceivable. What the hell happened? Why did the old ancestors of these high sects wake up? Some myths were puzzled. I heard that the current goddess of the Snow God Palace and the elder have fallen. Wanjian School also lost an elder and a disciple. As for the Kyuregenkyo, even the vice sect master Mingyu died. Could it be because of this that these old ancestors have woken up? Another myth put forward his opinion. Impossible! Immediately, a myth stood up and retorted. How much do these old ancestors cherish their lives? Not to mention the fall of a few elders and disciples, even if the sect master died, as long as there is no danger to the inheritance of the sect, they will not come out. When the other myths heard this, they immediately nodded in agreement. Indeed. If the deaths of just a few elders were enough to wake up those sleeping old ancestors, then those old ancestors of the great sects would have died long ago. What was the point of sleeping? Could it be because of the matter of the land of war? Is the prophecy of the Tianji sect true? The land of war has already appeared? The myth who had just spoken had a slight change in his expression. At the beginning, the matter of the goddess of the Snow God Palace and several other disciples of the high sects looking for the land of war was not a secret. Other myths had already known about it, but it was later covered up by the fall of the elders. When these words came out, the complexions of many legends changed. If it was really because of the land of war, the behavior of the Snow God Palace, and the other high sects to wake up their old ancestors at all costs could be explained. According to the records left behind from the last, Origin Shi-Tide era, the land of great battle was the core of the entire world. Every Origin Shi-Tide recovery era, the land of great battle was different, but without exception, all the land of great battle, under the future, origin chi tide recovery, would burst forth with the brightest light. Once any of the high sects takes the initiative in the land of war, it will certainly have a far-reaching impact and will have a pivotal position in the future. It seems that the land of war has really appeared. Why don't we also go to the land of war to take a look? Some of the legends were tempted. They were very self-aware and knew that they couldn't compare with a great sect like the Snow God's Temple, but these legends didn't want to occupy a vast area in the land of great struggle. They just planned to occupy a small mountain first. There was no conflict with those high sections. Humph! Don't think too highly of yourself. That land of war is obviously not a good place. If the Snow God Palace and the other high sects did not suffer a big loss, how could they wake up their old ancestors? There were still some myths who were very clear-headed and were not tempted by the land of war. If the land of war was really so easy to occupy, why would the high sects like the Snow God Palace and the Wanjian School wake up their old ancestors? One had to know that every time these ancestors woke up, their slumber time would be shortened by a bit. However, after all, the myths who were aware of this were in the minority. More myths quietly inquired about the land of war, and then went out to sea. After all, for the vast majority of myths, most of the overseas martial arts cultivation resources have been occupied by the high sects, and could not support the progress of rogue myths like them. However, the emergence of the land of great battle gave these legends hope. Especially now that the major sects have yet to occupy the land of great battle, it meant that they had a greater chance of obtaining the great opportunities in the land of great battle. Just as the overseas martial arts world was in turmoil, Su Qin had already left Kunlun Mountain and returned to Chang'an City. As for Xian Ku, he was sent back to the Shaolin Temple by Su Qin. Of course, before this, Su Qin personally guided Xian Ku for a while. The last time Su Qin guided Xian Ku, he was still at the 3rd heavenly layer, and now, he was already at the 8th heavenly layer. Compared to before, Su Qin's guidance this time was more profound and simple, and every word made Xian Ku feel a lot more. After a few hours, even if Su Qin did not say anything, Xian Ku wanted to rush back to the Shaolin Temple as soon as possible. Not bad, Arhat has hope. Su Qin finally glanced at Xian Ku and evaluated in his heart. Xian Ku has the Buddha's heart. Although it is easy to cultivate in the early stage and step into the Grade 1 Great Grandmaster realm is as simple as eating and drinking, but when he really makes the ultimate leap and enters the realm of Venerable Arhat, the so-called Buddha's heart has become a shackle. The Shaolin Temple has been open for thousands of years, and a total of 7 or 8 people with Buddha's heart have been born, but none of them have been able to step into the realm of Arhat. Originally, in Su Qin's view, it would be extremely difficult for Xian Ku to take that step. Although it is not hopeless, it is still very slim. But now, with the recovery of the vitality tide, coupled with the guidance of Su Qin, the 8th heavenly layer, Xian Ku's possibility of reaching the realm of Arhat has greatly increased. Of course, even if everything goes well, it will take decades for Xian Ku to reach the realm of Arhat. By that time, Su Qin would have entered the realm of Great Arhat, and would be able to compete with the Earth Immortals. The realm of Great Arhat is the realm after the realm of Arhat, which is equivalent to the Earth Immortals. Although the names are different, the essence of power mastery is the same. Moreover, once Su Qin becomes Great Arhat, with the various trump cards he has, ordinary Earth Immortals will definitely not be his opponent. Especially after Su Qin breaks through, he will open the second inheritance of the Buddha's palm. With all these added together, it will definitely be able to raise Su Qin's combat power to an incredible level. While Su Qin was thinking, he had already returned to the Imperial Palace with Li Wan. Shortly after Su Qin arrived at the Eastern Palace, the Emperor of Tang and Empress Su Yuyun rushed over nervously. It has been more than a month since what happened on Kunlun Mountain, and naturally, it has already spread to the Imperial Palace. Although the outside world rumored that the one who attacked on Kunlun Mountain was the Venerable of Shaolin Temple, Su Yuyun and others have long known that the so-called Shaolin Temple's Venerable was just an identity of Su Qin. The world fiercely debated whether the legend of Chang'an City, or the venerable of Shaolin Temple was stronger or weaker, and even fought over it. But in the eyes of Su Yuyun and others, it was extremely funny. Whether it was the venerable of Shaolin Temple or the legend of Chang'an City, they were both Su Qin. What's the difference between the strong and the weak? Third brother, I heard that a demon dragon appeared in the War God Temple. The Emperor of Tang couldn't help but ask. Even though he had long known that Su Qin was unfathomable, and that even the high and mighty martial arts legends could only be killed by Su Qin with a single slash. But the demon dragon was not an ordinary martial arts legend, and yet it was still killed by Su Qin, which was simply shocking. Don't worry, whether it's the demon dragon or the War God Temple, they have been resolved, Su Qin said with a gentle smile. Now that the demon dragon's body was gone, and as for the War God Temple, Su Qin had refined it. Once Su Qin reached the extreme sublimation and stepped into that step, he could take the entire War God Temple, and naturally, the Emperor of Tang's worries would not occur. Thank you, third brother, for your help. The Emperor of Tang breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly thanked him. It's okay. Su Qin waved his hand. Even without the Emperor of Tang's request, he would have gone to Kunlun Mountain. Besides, Su Qin's trip to Kunlun Mountain this time also gave him countless benefits. Not to mention other things, the more than 50 elemental spirit pills he obtained from signing in at the War God Temple was enough for Su Qin to complete all the accumulation of the ninth heaven in the shortest time and directly break through to a higher realm. Just this point alone was enough for Su Qin to make a trip, not to mention that compared to other gains, the elemental spirit pills were nothing at all. Even the War God Temple fell into Su Qin's hands, and according to the time the War God Temple had existed, the accumulated Dao accumulation was equivalent to an endless gold mine. And unlike the relieved expressions of the Emperor of Tang and the others, the loud Dao of the Dao One sect was completely shocked. He didn't know that Su Qin had already refined the War God Temple, but just killing the demon dragon of the War God Temple was enough to set off a storm in the loud Dao's heart. The demon dragon's strength was terrifying to the extreme. In the previous era of vitality recovery, several Earth Immortals joined forces and wanted to enter the War God Temple, but in the end, they were driven out in disgrace. It was precisely because of the demon dragon. But now, the demon dragon that could block the joint forces of several Earth Immortals was actually killed by Su Qin. This was a kill, not a defeat. The difficulty of the two was not on the same level at all. Senior, how could you have such terrifying strength? The Lao Dao swallowed his saliva, full of horror. Although he faintly realized that perhaps after tens of thousands of years, the demon dragon's vitality and strength had declined and its strength had greatly decreased. But no matter how great the loss was, it was still a demon dragon. Su Qin was able to kill the demon dragon so cleanly, even if he was not an Earth Immortal, he was probably not far from it. Okay. All of you can leave. I'm going into seclusion for a while. Su Qin chatted for a while more, then waved his hand and announced that he was going into seclusion. Then, he went to the majestic hall under Chang'an City. Now, let's count our gains. A smile appeared on Su Qin's face. This trip to Kunlun Mountain had taken him a whole month. Of course, the harvest was also very pleasing, at least far more than the previous trip to Immortal Abode Island. Let's take a look at the Immortal Peach first. Su Qin's heart moved, and a fist-sized, red spirit fruit appeared in front of Su Qin. The moment this spirit fruit appeared, a terrifying vitality began to spread, filling every inch of the air. Chapter 248. This is the Peach of Immortality? Su Qin carefully looked at the spirit fruit in front of him that was filled with rich vitality. This was the first time Su Qin took out this Peach of Immortality from the system space since he signed in at the peak of Kunlun Mountain. Even in the War God Temple, Su Qin's mind would at most enter the system space to observe. After all, the War God Temple was left behind by Ho Yuan, and there might be some backup plans. Before he completely refined it, Su Qin wouldn't expose too many of his secrets in the War God Temple. Especially a peerless fruit like the Peach of Immortality that could extend one's life by 1,000 years. One had to know that the most precious thing for a real martial arts powerhouse was never the divine arts, Dharma treasures, or spirit artifacts. It was Shoyuan. Only by continuing to live could one be qualified to consider divine arts and Dharma treasures. Otherwise, Shoyuan's life would be over. The vitality that this peach of immortality exudes is too terrifying. But without this vitality, how can it extend one's life by 1,000 years? Su Qin sat cross-legged and looked at the peach of immortality in front of him quietly, thinking in his heart. Eating this peach of immortality will not only extend one's life by 1,000 years, but also heal all injuries in an instant with the help of the endless vitality in the peach of immortality. Both the physical body and divine sense will be restored to their original state. Su Qin was amazed. Even with Su Qin's eyesight, he was also very emotional. The physical injuries were easy to heal, but the divine sense injuries couldn't be seen or touched. One could only rely on themselves. The peach of immortality could heal all injuries to one's divine sense. This alone was better than most divine pills in the world. However, compared to the effect of the peach of immortality that could extend one's life by 1,000 years, this effect was insignificant. I, Shuyuan, have enough energy, so I don't need to eat the peach of immortality for the time being. I will consider eating it when I reach the peak and take that step. Su Qin thought in his heart. There was no turning back once one crossed a large realm. It would be fine if one succeeded, but if one failed, one would die on the spot. If one was lucky, one would suffer heavy injuries. Their vitality would deteriorate, their divine sense would collapse, and their strength would plummet. The Lao Dao warrior from the Dao One sect had once said that over the past thousands of years, many ninth firmament peak mythical creatures had been born overseas. These peak mythical creatures had condensed domains and essence souls, reaching perfection. But in the end, he failed when he stepped into the earth immortal realm. Since then, there was no news of him. Su Qin had the fleshly rebirth god art, so he wasn't afraid of injuries to his physical body. However, if his spiritual will was damaged, he would have a headache. However, having the peach of immortality was equivalent to giving Su Qin a way out. Even if Su Qin failed to take that step, he would still have the opportunity to try again in a short period of time. Consuming the peach of immortality now is equivalent to wasting the healing effect of the peach of immortality. It's not worth it. Su Qin shook his head and kept the flat peach into the system space. Unfortunately, there is only one peach of immortality. If there were more, I would be able to share them with little sister and the others. Su Qin sighed softly. Although the peach of immortality was precious, Su Qin knew that strength was the foundation. As long as he could continue to break through, he wouldn't have to worry about the lack of life-prolonging treasures in the future. Whether it was Su Yuyun, the family Su, or even the Empire of Tang, they all relied on Su Qin's strength to suppress everything. It was precisely because Su Qin was strong enough that the world was at peace today. In addition to the peach of immortality, there are also a few elixirs such as the Essence Soul Pill. Several elixirs appeared in front of Su Qin again, and he kept glancing at them. The Essence Soul Pill can condense the Essence Soul. It is a divine elixir that can accumulate energy after crossing the ninth firmament. But what's the use of the Soul Formation Pill and the Soul Controlling Pill? Su Qin glanced at the other two elixirs. Forget it. It's still too early to think about this. I should prepare to enter the ninth firmament as soon as possible. Su Qin put away the elixirs and immersed his mind into the War God Catalog again. Strictly speaking, the War God Catalog was Su Qin's biggest gain this time. Even the War God Temple, which was a spatial Dharma treasure, was only a place to store the War God Catalog. As for the Essence Soul Pill, it was only useful for the ninth firmament martial artists. Once they crossed this level, it wouldn't be very useful. But the War God Catalog was a divine art that even the War God Temple Master, Ho Yuan, yearned for. Although Su Qin didn't know what level Ho Yuan was at, it was obvious that he was far stronger than a peak earth immortal like perfected Lord Donghai. It was very likely that he had reached the omnipotent realm. The War God Catalog is a domain art. By cultivating the War God Catalog, one can transform their own domain into the War God domain. Su Qin kept comprehending the War God Catalog. After being instilled by the system, all the intricacies of the War God catalog flowed in Su Qin's heart. If the War God Temple Master knew about this, he would definitely vomit blood in anger. The War God catalog that he had paid a huge price for but couldn't get was as simple as eating and drinking to Su Qin. The War God catalog is divided into 49 reliefs and progresses step by step. If you cultivate all 49 reliefs, you will be able to form the War God's paradise. Su Qin glanced at the Battle God catalog as shock appeared on his face. He finally knew why the War God Temple Master, an omnipotent expert, was still obsessed with the War God catalog and even used a spatial Dharma treasure to carry the War God catalog and pass it down. It turned out that cultivating the War God catalog would form the War God Grotto Heaven. This was simply unbelievable. What was a Grotto Heaven? Compared to a domain, a Grotto Heaven was a small world of its own. It was filled with essence chi, spirit vigor, and even had its own laws. It's a pity that the War God Grotto Heaven is too far away from me. I can't even cultivate the War God domain, let alone the War God Grotto Heaven. Su Qin shook his head. According to the War God catalog, the first step of cultivating the War God catalog was to have a phenomenal domain. A phenomenal domain could only be obtained when one became an earth immortal. As for Su Qin's domain, it was only a miniature domain. It was still a long way from a phenomenal domain that could cover 100 miles. No hurry. I'll take it slow. In any case, I'll be able to break through in at most 20 years. I'll cultivate then. Although Su Qin was a little disappointed, he didn't have much regret. Instead, the War God catalog was right there. Once Su Qin's cultivation level was high enough, it would be a matter of time. Next, I'll cultivate to the 9th heaven. Su Qin's expression turned serious. He took out hundreds of divine pills and spirit liquids from the system storage and started cultivating. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, several months had passed. In these few months, Su Qin didn't cultivate in seclusion all the time. Occasionally, he would return to the palace and guide the cultivation of his family Su. Apart from that, Su Qin would also leave the palace and stroll around Chang'an City to experience the bustling world of mortals. Martial cultivation wasn't just about true essence and the physical body, it was also about the transformation of one's mental state. The closer Su Qin was to the breakthrough, the more he understood. Just as Su Qin was cultivating in silence. Overseas martial world, Daoyi sect. The sect master of the Daoyi sect picked up the gourd at his waist and took a swig of wine. He looked into the distance and muttered to himself. Calculating the time, the patriarchs of the Snow God Palace and the Kirigenkyo should have arrived at the battlefield by now, right? Sect master, I don't understand why our Daoyi sect didn't awaken the patriarchs. A young Taoist beside him couldn't help but ask. In the past few months, with the awakening of the patriarchs of the Snow God Palace, the Kirigenkyo, and the Wanjian school, these three great sects had almost dominated the overseas martial world. Especially the Kirigenkyo awakened Qiyuan Laozu. It was said that he came from 1,800 years ago, and was once invincible in that era. If it weren't for the flaws in the Kirigenkyo's cultivation method, he would have taken that step and become a land immortal long ago. Awaken? Why would our Daoyi sect awaken the patriarchs? The sect master was baffled. He took another swig of wine from the gourd. Whether it's the Kirigenkyo, the Snow God Palace, or the Wanjian school, it's all because of the deaths of their disciples and elders. But our Daoyi sect. At this point, a strange expression appeared on the sect master's face. Ever since the deaths of the Snow God Palace, the Kirigenkyo, and the other great sect's elders, he would often check on the life flames of the disciple Yen Hai and the elder who had gone to the battlefield. The sect master was almost ready to extinguish the two's life flames at any time. However, what surprised the sect master was that the two's life flames were still burning well. In fact, the sect master had used a secret art several times to trace the life flame's owner's current state through the life flames. In the end, the sect master's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His disciple Yen Hai and the Daoyi sect's elder were in better condition than ever before. Their strength had improved again. It was unbelievable. The other great sect's elders and disciples had died without even their divine consciousnesses escaping. However, not only were the 2 disciples and elders of his Taoist sect alive, they seemed to be doing well. If news of this spread out and the Kuragenkyo and the Snow God Palace learned of it, their patriarchs would probably head to their Taoist sect instead of the battlefield. It's just that, the battlefield. The young Taoist hesitated for a moment, and said cautiously, "You mean, what if the Snow God Palace and the Kuragenkyo get the upper hand in the battlefield?" the sect master asked. "That's right." The young Taoist nodded immediately. The land of the great battle was the core of the recovery of the vitality tide. It was a key part of the future world. If the Snow God Palace and other major sects were to occupy it, it would be a disaster for the Taoist sect. Don't worry. Now that the vitality tide has just begun to recover, it's still far from its heyday. The real opportunities in the battlefield have yet to appear. Let the Snow God Palace and the others explore the way, the sect master said indifferently. The emergence of the battlefield was not overnight. It was gradually revealed with the recovery of the vitality tide. Also, when the sect master said this, a smile appeared on his face. It's not just our Taoist sect. There are a few other old fellows who are also watching the show. A few other old fellows. The young Taoist's heart tightened and he did not dare to continue asking. At this moment, outside Chang'an City, several silhouettes appeared silently. My Snow God Palace's goddess Bing Ling fell here? The Snow God Palace's patriarch Xuexin looked at Chang'an City with cold eyes. A few years ago, the Snow God Palace's goddess Bing Ling led the Kuragenkyo Wanjian school and other disciples to Chang'an City. They wanted to suppress the empire of Tang and conquer the battlefield. In the end, they were all killed one by the legend of Chang'an City. The news had long spread throughout the world. A little investigation was enough to find out about this. Therefore, the Snow God Palace's patriarch Xuexin and the others came directly to Chang'an City to join forces to suppress the legend of Chang'an City. Humph! Can't we just kill our way in? A man with ordinary facial features said coldly. He was like a divine sword that could shock the heavens. Kill our way in? At this moment, a young man with a cold aura like a ghost spoke. He looked to be about 18 years old, but his aura was as dark and unfathomable as an endless abyss. It was Qiyuan Laozu of the Kuragenkyo. Wouldn't it be a pity to kill so many living beings? Why don't you let me slaughter them all and devour their essence and blood to cultivate the devil art? Qiyuan Laozu's tone was calm, but there was extreme cruelty in it. Hearing this, the Xuexin patriarch frowned slightly but did not dare to say anything. This time, the Snow God Palace, the Kuragenkyo, and the Wanjian school's patriarchs had joined forces. The most powerful one was Qiyuan Laozu. Even someone as proud as Patriarch Shui Xian felt fear from the bottom of her heart when she faced Patriarch Qiyuan. Not only because Qiyuan Laozu was the most powerful, but also because Qiyuan Laozu had awakened because Shou Yuan had reached the end of his life. If he continued to sleep, he would die of old age. Don't worry. Before we find the legend of Chang'an City, I won't go on a killing spree. Qiyuan Laozu glanced at the Xuexin patriarch and the Wanjian school's patriarch and said with a smile, Let's go in. Qiyuan Laozu took a step forward slowly and walked toward Chang'an City. I'd like to see what kind of powerful being can be born in this place. The Xuexin patriarch and the Wanjian school's patriarch looked at each other and followed him into Chang'an City. Chang'an City was bustling with people coming and going. Qiyuan Laozu and the other two slowly walked on the street. There's no aura of a peak legend here? The Xuexin patriarch's divine sense constantly shrouded in all directions as he frowned slightly. That should be the palace. There are a few legends auras, but they are still far from the peak legends. Qiyuan Laozu narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction of the palace. With their strength, even if they were 10 times stronger, they wouldn't be able to kill Mingyu. That's right. The Wanjian school's patriarch's face darkened. What should we do now? The 3 patriarchs of the various sects had joined forces to come here for the peak legend of the land of great battle. Now that they couldn't find the peak legend, wouldn't they have come in vain? What should we do? Continue to search. I don't believe it. Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground and let this place bleed for thousands of miles, we must find him. Qi Yuan Laozu's expression was cold as he said word by word. The faces of the Xuexin patriarch and the Wanjian school's patriarch darkened. They had already felt Qi Yuan Laozu's monstrous murderous intent. Qi Yuan Laozu could really slaughter all the millions of creatures here and then dig 3 feet into the ground of Chang'an City. Just as the Xuexin patriarch and the Wanjian school's patriarch were about to go to the palace to suppress those legends, and then enslave the emperor of the Empire of Tang to ask about the peak legend. A leisurely voice sounded. What are you looking for? They saw a man with deep eyes looking at them quietly a few meters away. The 3 patriarchs, including Qi Yuan Laozu, all changed their expressions and looked at Su Qin in disbelief. You are? Chapter 249. In Chang'an City. On the street. People came and went, and it was very lively. But Patriarch Xuexin of the Snow God Palace and the Patriarch of the Wanjian School were shocked and looked at Su Qin in shock. They were at least legends of the 7th heaven, especially Patriarch Xuexin, who was at the peak of the 8th heaven. His divine thoughts could easily cover a radius of dozens of miles, but neither the Patriarch of the Wanjian School nor the Patriarch of the Xuexin noticed Su Qin's presence before he spoke. Su Qin appeared there out of thin air like a ghost. What did this mean? It meant that if Su Qin wanted to, he could definitely transform into the world's most terrifying assassin. Before he made a move, even a legend of the 8th heaven like Xuexin would not be able to detect him. Are you the sleeping patriarchs of the overseas sects? Su Qin looked at the 3 patriarchs of the Xuexin with great interest. The eye of truth was constantly observing their qi, and even the circulation of their vital essence was clear to him. In Su Qin's eyes, whether it was Patriarch Xuexin, the Patriarch of the Wanjian School, or Qi Yuan Laozu, who had been silent all this time, they were all legends of the peak, but their qi and blood had begun to decline and were no longer at their peak. It was almost the same as what the Lao Dao cultivator of the Daoyi sect had said. Their qi and blood had declined and they had fallen into a deep sleep with a self-sealing secret technique. Are you the legend who is in charge of Chang'an City? Patriarch Xuexin of the Snow God Palace looked solemnly at Su Qin and said word by word. How could they not have guessed that the pinnacle legend that they were looking for was right in front of them? However, Patriarch Xuexin originally thought that Su Qin was just a legend of the 7th heaven, but now it seemed that his strength was far beyond that. Could a 7th heaven legend hide from the perception of ancestor Xuexin and approach him silently? Su Qin smiled and did not reply to Patriarch Xuexin's question. Instead, he looked at Patriarch Xuexin and the other 2 thoughtfully. Su Qin had been on the path of martial arts for decades, and all the enemies he had encountered were far weaker than him in terms of realm. It was the first time that Patriarch Xuexin and the other 2 human experts were at the same realm as Su Qin. Of course, Qingqiu Qingling on Immortal Abode Island and the demonic dragon in the War God Temple were not humans, so they were not included. Hee, fellow Taoist, you're really something. At this moment, Qi Yuan Laozu suddenly sneered. Let's not talk about anything else. Just this aura concealment technique alone is enough to be unparalleled in the world. Qi Yuan Laozu's eyes flashed with wisdom. In his opinion, Su Qin must have hidden here with an aura concealment technique since he had appeared here silently. At first glance, it seemed unbelievable, but in reality, it was not worth mentioning. The most important thing about aura concealment techniques was to conceal one's aura. If Su Qin had remained silent and retreated secretly, Qi Yuan Laozu would have been troubled. However, now that Su Qin had taken the initiative to speak, it was tantamount to giving up on his area of expertise and digging his own grave. Aura concealment technique? Wanjian School's patriarch sighed in relief. It was inconceivable that an aura concealment technique could hide from their perception. However, no matter how inconceivable it was only an aura concealment technique. It did not increase one's combat strength by much. At this moment, countless thoughts flashed through the mind of Wanjian School's patriarch. He was more and more certain that Qi Yuan Laozu's judgment was correct. If Su Qin was not using an aura concealment technique, why would he suddenly speak and expose himself? The more the patriarch of Wanjian's school thought about it, the more confident he became. He looked at Su Qin with a hint of embarrassment. He was the patriarch of Wanjian's school, 1,000 years ago. How could he be frightened by a junior like Su Qin? If word got out, he would definitely be laughed at by his peers. Aura concealment technique? Su Qin laughed. He was close to a breakthrough. Both his qi and divine will were hidden deep inside his body. He looked no different from an ordinary person. That was why Qi Yuan Laozu believed that he had used an aura concealment technique. However, in a way, Qi Yuan Laozu was right. I don't care what aura concealment technique you have used. You have killed a disciple of my sect. Surrender now and I might spare your life. Xuexin's patriarch took a step forward and shouted. Do it! 3 terrifying auras, like dragons, kept entangling and pouncing on Su Qin. Whether it was the 10,000 Sword Sect's patriarch, Patriarch Xuexian, or Patriarch Qi Yuan, they were all pinnacle myths. Though their qi and blood were deteriorating, they could still suppress an ordinary 7th or 8th heavens myth when they worked together, even if they didn't use their full strength. Buzz! The air began to distort as if it could not withstand the pressure. However, no matter how the 3 patriarchs joined forces, it was as if they were nothing in the eyes of the passing Chang'an citizens. This was a real fight between experts. For a pinnacle legend like Ancestor Qi Yuan, unless he truly went all out in a life-and-death battle, every strand of his power would be extremely restrained. Only when he truly collided with his opponent would it suddenly erupt. Before that, it would not cause any impact at all. Su Qin was still calm in the face of this scene. He was unmoved. Under the gaze of Xuexin's patriarch and the other 2, all their attacks dissipated silently as if they had fallen into the sea when they were within 100 feet of Su Qin. This is? The patriarch of Xuexin and Wanjian's school were shocked and could not hide their astonishment. The 3 of them joined forces. Even if they did not use their full strength, ordinary peak legends could not resist. If Su Qin had used all kinds of means and paid a certain price to block their joint attack, Xuexin's patriarch could somewhat understand. However, Su Qin just stood there and did nothing, and everything was over. This was unbelievable. Domain! You condensed it? Qi Yuan Laozu stared at Su Qin with certainty. Domain? The patriarch of Xuexin and the patriarch of Wanjian's school looked at each other. In fact, even if Qi Yuan Laozu did not say it out loud, they had guessed it. Other than a domain, what else could be capable of quietly dissolving the joint attack of their 3 patriarchs? You have good eyesight. Su Qin nodded slightly and said lightly. Unfortunately, it's too late. Go to hell. Su Qin's mind moved, and the power of his domain began to spread rapidly, covering Qi Yuan Laozu and the other 2. Once Qi Yuan Laozu and the other 2 fell into Su Qin's domain, it was equivalent to their lives being in Su Qin's hands. Oh no! The patriarch of Xuexin's expression changed drastically. If they really allowed Su Qin's domain to cover them, she and the patriarch of Wanjian's school would definitely die. As for running? In front of a peak legend who had condensed the domain, the most foolish thing to do was to run. Running away was the stupidest thing to do. No matter how fast one ran, could they be faster than the domain? Unless they gave up their physical body and escaped thousands of miles away using their divine consciousness. However, the price of this method was too high, especially for the patriarch of Xuexin, whose qi and blood had already begun to decline, and Shouyuan's qi and blood were running out. To him, it would only increase his lifespan by a few months. Qi Yuan! The patriarch of Xuexin looked at Qi Yuan Laozu, who was next to him. Sigh! Qi Yuan Laozu sighed softly. A pitch-black domain power also descended, barely blocking Su Qin's domain. The 2 were in a stalemate. Eh? Su Qin looked at Qi Yuan Laozu in surprise. He did not expect the other party to have condensed the domain as well. Although the Eye of Truth was said to be able to see through all qi, the power of the domain was hidden in the sea of consciousness. Unless it was actively used, even Su Qin might not be able to see it. However, your qi and blood are already declining. How long can you live if you use your domain? Su Qin glanced at Qian Laozu, who had a serious expression, and smiled disdainfully. For a martial artist like Su Qin who had abundant qi and blood in Shouyuan, using his domain was just a matter of thought. However, for Qian Laozu, every time he maintained his domain, his qi and blood would decline again. It was tantamount to hastening his death. Fine. It just so happens that I didn't have enough fun killing the demonic dragon last time. I'll use you guys to practice. Su Qin rubbed his wrist and thought to himself. In Su Qin's eyes, the domain was just a method. At most, it was a method that was more convenient, but it was far from Su Qin's true strength. The reason why Su Qin used his domain just now was that he was too lazy to make a move and wanted to suppress with his domain. But now, it seemed that this idea was obviously impossible. Su Qin still had to use a few moves. At the same time, outside Chang'an City, several legends from overseas were gathered here, looking at the incomparably majestic Chang'an City from afar. TSK, Qian Laozu of the Kuragenkyo, ancestor Xuexin of the Snow God Palace, and the ancestor of Wanjian's schools should have already entered Chang'an City, right? A gray-haired man smiled. After Qian Laozu of the Kuragenkyo and the others woke up, they did not immediately go to the land of war. Instead, they adjusted for more than 10 years before leaving. After all, they had slept for so many years and suddenly woke up, they definitely needed time to adapt. Therefore, the legends who came to the land of war to take advantage of the situation, arrived at the land of war before Qian Laozu and the others. Calculating the time, they should have arrived. The other legends nodded slightly, looking at Chang'an City with anticipation. They naturally did not dare to compete with a peak legend like Qian Laozu for Chang'an City, but they watched from afar, waiting for Qian Laozu and the peak legend of Chang'an City to fight. There was no problem. I don't know if the legend of Chang'an City can block Qian Laozu and the others. A plump woman who looked to be in her 30s sighed. Block? The gray-haired man sneered. Qian Laozu roamed the sea more than 1,000 years ago, and more than one peak legend fell in his hands. If it weren't for the flaws in the Kuragenkyo cultivation method, I'm afraid he would have already stepped into the Earth Immortal realm. But even so, Qian Laozu also condensed the domain. Who can stop such a peerless figure? The gray-haired man shook his head slightly and continued. With Qian Laozu's character, once he suppresses the peak legend of Chang'an City, he will definitely slaughter all the creatures in Chang'an City to cultivate the devil art, so that's how it is. The rest of the legends seem to have understood something. In my opinion, at this moment, Qian Laozu might. The gray-haired man was about to speak when he saw a dark domain rising from the depths of Chang'an City, madly spreading in all directions. Is that Qian Laozu's domain? The gray-haired man was slightly taken aback, and then smiled. It seems that the battle is over. Qian Laozu intends to directly use his domain to sacrifice hundreds of creatures. Suddenly, at this moment, Kacha. A saber gleam that resembled a spatial rift flashed past, slicing Patriarch Qiyuan's pitch-black domain into two. Whoosh! Qian Laozu's domain shattered. This? The gray-haired man's expression froze, and he looked at all this with a stunned expression. Chapter 250. Qian Laozu of the Kuragenkyo not only stepped into the mythical realm of the ninth heaven, but also condensed the domain and dominated an era overseas. More than 1,000 years ago, even the top 5 behemoths like the Daoist sect were not willing to provoke Qian Laozu, who was in the limelight. If it weren't for the flaws in the Kuragenkyo cultivation method that prevented the transformation of the divine sense into the primordial spirit, Qian Laozu would have probably become an earth immortal. Of course, if it weren't for the Kuragenkyo cultivation method that was close to the devil path and had almost no bottlenecks, Qian Laozu wouldn't have reached such a realm. But in any case, Qian Laozu's strength was definitely at the peak below the earth immortal. The power of the domain, coupled with the strange cultivation method of the Kuragenkyo, was enough for him to dominate the mythical realm of the ninth heaven. But now, in the eyes of the gray-haired man and other overseas mythical warriors, Qiuan Laozu, who was like a god, had his domain shattered by a blade aura, and his aura was declining. What the hell happened? The gray-haired man's pupils suddenly shrank, and his whole body froze on the spot. The other mythical warriors were even more frightened. Under the blade aura that cut off the dark domain, they almost fell to the ground in fright. Rumble. Just when everyone was in a daze. In Chang'an City, several auras completely erupted. Under the incredulous gaze of the gray-haired man and the others, 4 escape lights soared into the sky and stopped 1,000 meters above Chang'an City. That's Qiuan Laozu? The gray-haired man looked up and used all his eyesight to see 4 figures standing 1,000 meters above the sky, and one of them was Qiuan Laozu. At this moment, Qiuan Laozu was extremely embarrassed. His hair was disheveled, and although he was still standing in the air, his aura had obviously begun to decline. Opposite Qiuan Laozu, there was also a young man with a long aura. Although the gray-haired man had never seen this person before, he guessed that this young man was the mythical warrior of Chang'an City, the mysterious powerhouse who shattered Qiuan Laozu's domain. To be able to suppress Qiuan Laozu, I'm afraid he has also condensed the domain. The gray-haired man stood there and looked up at Su Qin's figure in a daze. Nowadays, in the overseas martial arts world, there were not many peak legends who had stepped into the 7th heaven, let alone the domain realm. Other than the patriarchs who were in deep sleep in the various major sects, there were only a handful of peak legends who were truly vigorous and full of shouyuan. Not bad. You can actually withstand my blade and not die? Su Qin held the demon god's blade and looked at Qiuan Laozu with interest. Although Qingqiu Qingling and the demonic dragon from the war god temple could also block the demonic god's blade, they relied on their powerful bodies as monsters. This was especially true for the demonic dragon, whose body was several hundred meters long. Although the demonic god's blade, which was several meters long, was able to inflict heavy damage on the demonic dragon's body, it was unable to truly harm the demonic dragon. But Qiuan Laozu was different. Qiuan Laozu was a human, and his blood qi was declining. He had relied on a self-sealing secret art to survive until today. The fact that he was able to block the demon god's blade made Su Qin look at him in a new light. Your Excellency. Qiyuan's expression was unsettled. The blade that Su Qin slashed out just now had directly shattered his domain, and the blade was spread out and followed the invisible power of the domain into his body. If not for the fact that Qiuan Laozu's illusory demon body had reached the phenomenal level and could switch between illusion and reality at will, he would have been killed by that slash. And the instant that Qiuan Laozu and Su Qin exchanged blows, especially when they rose up and stood 1,000 meters in the air, naturally alarmed countless beings in Chang'an City. What's that? Father, Mother, there's someone in the sky. There's someone in the sky? Have you become stupid from practicing martial arts? Many people in Chang'an City looked up at the sky. Most of them were ordinary people, and naturally, they couldn't see clearly what was 1,000 meters in the air. But they could vaguely see 4 black dots standing there, and no matter how the wind howled, they still stood firm. Did the third brother make a move? In the palace, the Emperor of Tang hurried to the top of the city wall and looked up at the sky. He could vaguely see 4 black dots. Who is fighting the third brother? The Emperor of Tang couldn't help but ask. Your Majesty, that is Qiuan Laozu of the Kirijinkyo and the 2 grand patriarchs of the Wanjian school of the Snow God Palace. The Lao Dao scholar of the Daoist sect's face changed drastically, and he couldn't believe it. When Su Qin killed the vice sect masters and elders of the Snow God Palace of the Kirijinkyo on Yingzhou Island, the Lao Dao scholar had already predicted that these great sects wouldn't let the matter rest. In particular, the Lao Dao scholar had been in Chang'an City for some time. After realizing the benefits of this place for cultivation, he was even more certain that the Kirijinkyo and the other great sects would continue to send people here. But what the Lao Dao scholar didn't expect was that the Snow God Palace of the Wanjian school would awaken their own grand patriarchs. In particular, the Kirijinkyo had even invited Qiuan Laozu, a peerless demon who had run rampant overseas 1,000 years ago. The Lao Dao scholar's face turned pale, and he trembled all over. If it was only one of the grand patriarchs of the Snow God Palace or the Wanjian school, he still had confidence in Su Qin. After all, Su Qin had also condensed a domain. Wouldn't it be easy for him to deal with a peak legend who hadn't condensed a domain? But the appearance of Qiuan Laozu gave the Lao Dao scholar a headache. Su Qin's domain was not fake, but Qiuan Laozu had also condensed a domain. According to Qiuan Laozu's reputation from 1,000 years ago, if Su Qin encountered him, it would be difficult for him to deal with him. Moreover, the other two grand patriarchs were beside him. The Lao Dao scholar had already begun to think of a way to secretly take the Emperor of Tang and a few families Su out of Chang'an City to avoid trouble. As for the millions of people in Chang'an City, the Lao Dao scholar could only apologize. With his strength, protecting the Emperor of Tang and family Su was already his limit. How could he save millions of people? Are these people very powerful? The Emperor of Tang saw the Lao Dao scholar's pale face and asked in a low voice. More than powerful. The Lao Dao scholar sighed softly. Not to mention Qiuan Laozu, a peerless demon who had dominated overseas, just Xuexin of the Snow God Palace alone was powerful enough to overlook all living beings. Without Su Qin's protection, the Empire of Tang wouldn't be able to withstand a few blows from these grand patriarchs. Wan Qing and Yan Hai's faces also turned pale. They didn't know the grand patriarchs of the major sects as much as the Lao Dao scholar, but they also knew how terrifying these grand patriarchs were. How could the major sects from overseas monopolize most of the overseas martial arts cultivation resources? Wasn't it because of the deterrence of these grand patriarchs? Your Majesty, hurry up and gather all the important people. We have to leave Chang'an City as soon as possible. The Lao Dao scholar immediately said solemnly. Leave Chang'an City? The Emperor of Tang's face changed. The Lao Dao scholar had said a lot, but he didn't hear it clearly. But this sentence made the Emperor of Tang realize the seriousness of the matter. However, at this moment, rumble. 1,000 meters in the air, Qiuan Laozu finally made his move. He raised his skinny right hand and a terrifying black aura filled the air, pressing down on Su Qin. In an instant, the void seemed to freeze, and only Qiuan Laozu's finger was left. It's over. It's done. Seeing this, the Lao Dao scholar's hands and feet turned cold. The fight between two pinnacle myths who had condensed their domains was a rare event that happened once in hundreds or thousands of years, even overseas. For these overlords, when they fought with all their might, the collision of their domains was enough to turn an area of dozens of miles into a dead zone. Before Su Qin and Qiuan Laozu fought, the Lao Dao scholar was confident that he could take the Emperor of Tang and family Su out of Chang'an City to avoid trouble. But now, as the battle became more and more intense, the Lao Dao scholar couldn't even protect himself, let alone take them away. At this moment, under the gazes of countless creatures, Su Qin's face showed a trace of contempt. If your qi and blood were vigorous and your strength was at its peak, I would have taken you seriously. But now, Su Qin shook his head. In Su Qin's eyes, whether it was Qiuan Laozu, the ancestral patriarch of Xuexin, or the ancestral patriarch of Wanjian school, they were just pitiful creatures who relied on their secret arts to survive. Their qi and blood were declining and their strength had plummeted. Bastard! Qiuan Laozu was enraged. How could he not notice the contempt in Su Qin's words? In Qiuan Laozu's eyes, Su Qin must have used all his strength to cut open his domain. At this moment, he had been preparing for a killing move for a long time. It was good enough that he wasn't severely injured. How could he laugh at his declining qi and blood? Go to hell! Qiuan Laozu's eyes widened as an evil black light suddenly appeared on his body. Endless black mist gushed out from Qiuan Laozu's sleeves and gathered like a giant black cloud. From afar, this black cloud was as big as the sky and covered half of the sky. Rumble. The black cloud grew larger and larger and began to move slowly, shrouding Su Qin. These black clouds were filled with endless death qi. Over the years, old ancestor Qi Yuan had slaughtered countless creatures and absorbed all of their death qi to form them. If an ordinary legend came into contact with a trace of this death qi, they would develop a demonic barrier and suffer qi deviation. Even if they were ninth heavenly layer legends, they could only retreat 1,000 miles in front of the death qi that filled the sky and did not dare to confront it directly. Coupled with Qi Yuan Laozu's all-out finger, it could be said that even if Su Qin was also a peak legend who had condensed a domain, he was in danger. The next moment, the endless black cloud of qi of death quickly swept over and drowned Su Qin in an instant. Looking from below, it was as if the black cloud had swallowed up Su Qin's entire body. Qi Yuan Laozu 1. Outside Chang'an City, the gray-haired man's heart calmed down, and a smile appeared on his face. This black cloud is Qi Yuan Laozu's killing move. Back then, more than one peak legend was defeated by this move. Even if the peak legend in Chang'an City can break the domain with one strike, once he falls into this black cloud of qi of death, I'm afraid that he will be restrained and will have difficulty moving. If he is not careful, he will most likely die in the hands of Qi Yuan Laozu. The gray-haired man seemed to know Qi Yuan Laozu very well and spoke with assurance. I see. The rest of the legends nodded and looked at old ancestor Qi Yuan in awe as he waved his hand to disperse the endless black clouds. At this time, Qi Yuan Laozu's aura was very strong, as if he had returned to the heyday of Shuyuan 1,000 years ago. Above the imperial city, the Emperor of Tang and the others' expressions changed. Although he did not know what the black cloud was, it was obviously not a good thing for Su Qin to fall into it. At this time, behind Qi Yuan Laozu, Patriarch Xuexing of the Snow God Palace and the Patriarch of Wanjian School clapped and laughed. Qi Yuan Laozu is indeed Qi Yuan Laozu. This legend in Chang'an City has condensed the domain. Even overseas, he is an unparalleled powerhouse. But in the end, he was defeated by Qi Yuan Laozu. Of course. 1,000 years ago, old ancestor Qi Yuan's fame was like thunder to the ears. How could a mere legend from a remote corner resist him? The Patriarch of Wanjian School was full of smiles. However, before he could finish speaking, he saw that the originally airtight black clouds suddenly began to boil. Whoosh! In the middle of the endless black cloud, a gap of several meters suddenly split open. Su Qin slowly walked out with his hands behind his back. Around Su Qin, wisps of crimson-red flames floated. The black mist formed by the endless death aura was quickly ignited like thin paper under the burning of these crimson-red flames. In an instant, it spread throughout the entire black mist. What is this? The Patriarch of Wanjian School and Patriarch Xuexing were stunned and couldn't believe it. This move is condensed from my life and death qi. How can it be ignited by flames? Qi Yuan Laozu was also shocked. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that such a ridiculous thing could happen. If only flames could deal with his killing move, Qi Yuan Laozu would have died 1,000 years ago. How could he have made such a great name for himself? At this moment, as Su Qin walked out, all the black clouds were ignited by the red flames. They followed some kind of connection in the void and rushed to Qi Yuan Laozu like a long dragon. Oh no! Qi Yuan Laozu was terrified. Even the black clouds made of pure death qi couldn't withstand the red flames, let alone his body of flesh and blood. Run! Qi Yuan Laozu wanted to retreat, but the flames spread too fast. These flames seemed to have intelligence and firmly locked onto Qi Yuan Laozu. Whoosh! A spark fell on Qi Yuan Laozu's body, and suddenly the red flames burned fiercely. Qi Yuan Laozu's flesh, true essence, and even divine thought were ignited and soon spread to his bones and organs. In the end, amidst Patriarch Qi Yuan's miserable howls, the crimson flames rapidly spread and burned him into nothingness. Before Qi Yuan Laozu died, he tried to use some means to block the flames. He even decisively abandoned his body and tried to escape with his divine thought. But his struggle was like a thin paper and couldn't withstand the burning of the flames. Qi Yuan Laozu had fallen. Everyone who saw this scene was blank, and their eyes were dull as if they had seen a ghost. Qi Yuan Laozu is dead? Outside Chang'an City, the gray-haired man stood on the spot and murmured to himself. The several legends next to him were silent. They looked at each other and could already predict what kind of shock this matter would cause when it spread to the outer seas. Chapter 251. Qiuan Laozu. Ever since the Kuragenkyo was founded, he was at least one of the top 5 Kuragenkyo in terms of strength. Perhaps only the founder of the Kuragenkyo and a few others could overpower Qiuan Laozu. But such a terrifying expert who could dominate the martial arts world overseas had died. Even his divine will couldn't escape, and his body and soul were destroyed. If the gray-haired man and the others who were watching the battle outside Chang'an City were only shocked, then the Patriarch of Shueishin and the Patriarch of Wanjian School were completely terrified. This is impossible! How could Qiuan Laozu die? How could he die? The Patriarch of Wanjian School was in a daze and his voice trembled. At this moment, there was only one thought in the mind of the Patriarch of Wanjian School. Qiuan Laozu was dead. What should they do? Even Qiuan Laozu couldn't stop Su Qin. How could the two of them face Su Qin? Whether it was the Patriarch of Wanjian School or the Patriarch of Shueishin, they never thought that Su Qin would let them go. Qiuan! The Patriarch of Shueishin's face was ashen. Su Qin looked at the spot where Qiuan Laozu was burned into nothingness. His expression was still calm. Qiuan Laozu was indeed powerful. But he made an extremely stupid decision. He used the Yin Qi of death to deal with Su Qin. The black cloud of death that Qiuan Laozu summoned was indeed strange enough. It could completely suppress an ordinary peak mythical level expert, but it was nothing in the eyes of Su Qin. Su Qin had signed in for decades and had mastered more than thousands of methods. Many of them were used to restrain the Yin Qi of death. Especially after Su Qin had mastered the picture of the Great Sun, he had been tainted with a wisp of the aura of the Supreme Divine Beast, the three-legged golden crow, which caused the power of the Nine-Yang Divine Art to increase by several levels. The Nine Suns Divine Fire condensed from the Nine Suns Divine Art was originally the most masculine and masculine. Coupled with the aura of the three-legged golden crow, even though it was still far inferior to the legendary Great Sun True Fire, burning some of the death aura and Yin Qi was as simple as drinking water and eating food. If Qiuan Laozu hadn't used the aura of death to deal with Su Qin, he wouldn't have died so tragically in such a short time. He would still have been able to struggle for a while, but he had taken the initiative to use the aura of death to envelop Su Qin. Then, he was locked down by the aura of the Nine Suns Divine Technique that was tainted with the aura of the three-legged golden crow. In the end, he was burned into nothingness. Although the Nine-Yang Divine Fire was powerful, it had to be able to burn the opponent first. Qiuan Laozu's action was to take the initiative to approach the Nine-Yang Divine Fire. Under such circumstances, the outcome was already decided. Run! Just as Su Qin was thinking, the Patriarch of Shueishin and the Patriarch of Wanjian School suddenly turned into a beam of light. They burned their qi, blood, and divine thoughts and fled toward the sea at an extremely terrifying speed. Now that Qiuan Laozu had completely fallen, no matter how stupid the two of them were, they wouldn't think that they were a match for Su Qin. Therefore, the Patriarch of Shueishin and the Patriarch of Wanjian School fled hundreds of miles away almost at the same time. In order to survive, the Patriarch of Shueishin and the Patriarch of Wanjian School fled in opposite directions. They wanted to waste more of Su Qin's time so that they could escape. Whether it was the Patriarch of Shueishin or the Patriarch of Wanjian School, they knew very well that with Su Qin's strength that could kill Qiuan Laozu, once he was ready to chase after them, they would have no chance of escaping. However, the two of them fled separately. Even if Su Qin chased after them, he could only choose one direction. This was tantamount to buying a lot of time for the other person. You can't escape. Su Qin grasped the void with his right hand and pulled out the demon god's blade again. He slashed twice in the direction of the Patriarch of Wanjian School and Shueishin. Buzz! The terrifying blade light seemed to turn into a spatial gap and disappeared in an instant. At this moment, with the surge of Su Qin's strength, the power of the demon god's blade also increased by countless times, far surpassing the power of the blade light that Su Qin slashed out in the cave world. No! The Patriarch of Xuexin couldn't help but look back and see the blade light that followed closely behind. In an instant, the Patriarch of Xuexin was scared out of his wits. He remembered that Su Qin had cut off Qi Yuan Laozu's domain with this blade light. Even the domain couldn't block this blade, let alone him. Rise! The Patriarch of Xuexin's thoughts fluctuated. Finally, his divine sense began to vibrate. He abandoned his physical body and disappeared at an even more terrifying speed. The Patriarch of Xuexin's qi and blood were already declining. Shouyuan was about to die. Now that he had abandoned his physical body, even if he survived, he could only last for a few months. However, the Patriarch of Xuexin still did so, because she wanted to send the news of Su Qin's strength back to the Snow God Palace. Unfortunately, even though the Patriarch of Xuexin had abandoned his physical body, he still couldn't escape the blade light of the demon god's blade. On the shore of the East Sea, the Patriarch of Xuexin's divine sense was destroyed. The blade light cut through the sea and stirred up monstrous waves. The same happened to the Patriarch of Wanjian's school. He was directly cut in half by the blade light of the demon god's blade. All the power of his divine sense dissipated under the terrifying aura of the abyss. The Patriarch of Xuexin had fallen. The Patriarch of Wanjian's school had fallen. Together with the fallen Qi Yuan Laozu, the three patriarchs who came to the continent this time had all fallen. Outside Chang'an City, the gray-haired man was shivering. Although Su Qin hadn't glanced at them from the beginning to the end, the gray-haired man still felt a bone-chilling coldness. 3 pinnacle mythical creatures have fallen, including a pinnacle mythical creature like Patriarch Qi Yuan who had condensed a domain. This is huge news. The gray-haired man felt his teeth trembling. When the rest of the mythics heard this, they suddenly felt sorrow in their hearts. Whether it was Qi Yuan Laozu, the Patriarch of Xuexin, or the Patriarch of Wanjian's school, they were all peak mythics overseas. Now that they had all fallen here, for them, it was no different from a bolt from the blue. The land of great battle is too dangerous, the gray-haired man whispered to himself, his face pale. Even in the overseas martial arts world where there were many mythical warriors, the fall of a peak mythical warrior was a major event that happened once in 100 years. It must involve 2 major sects completely falling out with each other, let alone 3 peak mythical warriors falling out together. It can be said that, except for the era when many major sects were fighting together, or when there was the birth of an Earth Immortal, it was impossible for such a thing to happen in any other era. What kind of existence was a peak mythic? It was enough to become the foundation of a major sect, suppressing it for hundreds of years. Even if Shouyuan reached the end of his life, he could still use a self-sealing secret technique to live forever. Therefore, it was almost impossible for 3 peak mythics to fall in a short period of time overseas. But now, they had just arrived at the land of great battle when they saw this scene. Under such circumstances, if the land of great battle was not dangerous, then where was it not? Today, 3 peak mythics had fallen. Tomorrow, a major sect with thousands of years of inheritance might be destroyed. Thinking of this, the gray-haired man and the other mythics suddenly had the idea of going back obediently. Back overseas, with their strength, as long as they did not provoke the major sects, at least they would not be in danger of falling. But here, even Qi Yuan Laozu was dead, who could guarantee that they would be alive? At the same time, on the city wall of the imperial city, the Lao Dao master of Dao One school was dumbfounded. That's it! The Lao Dao master was in disbelief. He originally thought that Qi Yuan Laozu and Su Qin would fight, and the collision of the 2 domains would inevitably result in blood. But now? Before the Lao Dao master could react, Qi Yuan Laozu was dead? Then, Ancestor Xuexin and the ancestor of Wanjian's school also fell. How was this possible? The Emperor of Tang looked at the Lao Dao master strangely. What the Lao Dao master said just now really scared him, but now, the Emperor of Tang did not know what to say. Wan Qing and Yan Hai's expressions were similar to the Lao Dao master's. The Emperor of Tang had never been overseas, so he might not know the deterrence of the ancestors of the various sects, but they were mythics from overseas, so how could they not know this? Master! Master is too strong! Yanhai swallowed and couldn't help but say. Yes. Wan Qing nodded. They quickly accepted the fact in front of them. The ancestors of the various sects were as powerful as gods, but Su Qin was even stronger. Thinking of this, Wan Qing and Yanhai relaxed a lot. Only the old Taoist priest kept muttering to himself. This is impossible. Qian Laozu. Kirigenkyo. In the end, the Lao Dao master sighed. Kirigenkyo has really suffered a great loss this time. For a great sect like Kirigenkyo, even if the sect master fell, it would only be a period of depression, and it would not hurt their foundation. But for someone like Qian Laozu to fall, it was a great loss. Even their own foundation was gone, so how could it not be a great loss? At this time, after Su Qin killed ancestor Xuexin and the ancestor of Wanjian's school, he looked in several other directions. There are still 3 peak mythics. Su Qin pondered for a while and ignored it. The 3 peak mythics that Su Qin felt were very strange. They were not from the Snow God Palace, Wanjian's school, or Kirigenkyo. Facing these mythics who had no enmity with Su Qin, as long as they did not provoke him, Su Qin was too lazy to suppress them. It's time to go back. Su Qin's thoughts moved, and under everyone's shocked gaze, he returned to the imperial palace. Third brother. The emperor of Tang immediately came up. The Lao Dao master of Dao One sect, Yanhai, Wan Qing, and the others also came up. Okay. I will be in seclusion for the next few years. If there is nothing else, don't disturb me. Su Qin casually said a few words and then announced. Now that his aura was almost complete, it was time to step into the 9th heaven. Once Su Qin stepped into the 9th heaven, with a large number of essence spirit pills, he could transform his divine will into essence spirit in a short time. Once the essence spirit was formed, Su Qin's combat strength would skyrocket again. At that time, with other trump cards, he would be close to an earth immortal. Seclusion? The Lao Dao master of Dao One sect was dumbfounded. The strength that Su Qin had just shown was already shocking. Even in the entire overseas martial arts world, there were not many who could compete with Su Qin. Under such circumstances, Su Qin was going to seclusion again? Generally speaking, seclusion meant that a breakthrough was imminent. In the eyes of the Lao Dao master, with Su Qin's current strength, if there was any breakthrough, could it be that he would step into the Earth Immortal? Chapter 252. An Earth Immortal. The Lao Dao disciple of the Daoist sect was in a daze. Even overseas where martial arts flourished, an Earth Immortal was a legend. Many of the great sects that had been passed down for thousands of years were left behind by an Earth Immortal. Even the Kirigenkyo had never been an Earth Immortal. There was indeed a flaw in the Kirigenkyo's cultivation method. It could not transform one's divine sense into a primordial spirit. Even the most talented disciple would be stuck at the 9th heaven. But on the other hand, it also showed the difficulty of becoming an Earth Immortal. To become an Earth Immortal, not only did one need to step into the 9th heaven mythical realm, but one also needed to form a miniature domain and transform one's divine sense into a primordial spirit. Moreover, even if one completed all these, whether or not one could successfully enter the Earth Immortal realm was another matter. In the history of many great sects, there was no lack of talented disciples who failed to become Earth Immortals. And the consequence of failure was the decline of one's qi and blood, the collapse of one's divine sense, and finally, one had to seal oneself and fall into a deep sleep. The Lao Dao disciple of the Daoist sect thought quickly and became more and more shocked. If it were anyone else, the Lao Dao disciple would think that even if they were fully prepared, they might not be able to successfully become an Earth Immortal. But Su Qin, ever since he met Su Qin, the Lao Dao disciple had been shocked countless times. If even Su Qin could not step into the Earth Immortal realm, then there was probably no martial artist in the world who could reach the Earth Immortal realm. Su Qin ignored the Lao Dao disciple's shock. He continued to give a few more orders, then turned around and left. He came to the majestic underground hall of Chang'an City. That Qian Laozu does have some tricks up his sleeve, Su Qin sat cross-legged, and a sense of urgency suddenly rose in his heart. Although it was easy for him to kill Qiyuan Laozu, in fact, it was completely because he countered Qiyuan Laozu's methods. The black clouds gathered by the endless aura of death could certainly suppress most of the pinnacle myths in the world, but Su Qin was obviously not one of them. Not only was he not there, but Su Qin's picture of the Great Sun also completely restrained these evil means. Otherwise, if Qiyuan Laozu had used other killer moves, Su Qin would not have been able to finish him off so easily. He would have needed to raise his hand a few more times. I'm still too weak. The overseas martial arts world is prosperous and has been passed down from the previous Vitality Tide recovery era. They must have many trump cards. Su Qin's heart sank. If he was an Earth immortal, Qiyuan Laozu would not even be able to get within 100 miles of Chang'an City. He would be crushed into powder by the realm of great accomplishment. Why would Su Qin have to do it himself? Many of my techniques can only be unleashed when I reach the land god realm. Su Qin's thoughts fluctuated, and his desire for a breakthrough grew. For example, the minimum requirement for the war god catalog was to reach the realm of great accomplishment. Only Earth immortals could have a realm of great accomplishment. As for those below Earth immortals, even Su Qin could only condense a miniature realm, which could only cover a radius of 100 feet. It was still a long way from reaching the realm of great accomplishment, which could cover 100 miles. Another example was the Buddha's palm, which was known as the strongest divine skill passed down by Buddha. Su Qin had only inherited the first move. The unique and righteous. As for the other 8 moves, he could only obtain them one by one when Su Qin took that step. There was also the picture of the Great Sun and the picture of the 12 divine beasts. Su Qin's picture of the Great Sun was only at the entry level, but even so, it had brought a lot of help to Su Qin. The flames that had to burn Qiyuan Laozu were tainted with a wisp of the aura of the 3-legged golden crow. Otherwise, if it was just the 9 suns' divine fire, how could it threaten a peak god? However, although the picture of the Great Sun was powerful, with Su Qin's current wealth, not to mention mastering it, even if it was just a small accomplishment, it was not something he could achieve in a short time. Prepared to break through to the 9th heaven. As long as I enter the 9th heaven, I can use the immortal spirit elixir to transform my divine will into a primordial spirit. Then I can break through to a higher realm in the shortest time possible. Su Qin made up his mind and slowly closed his eyes. The vigorous and endless true essence in his body began to circulate and boil. At the same time, a large number of divine elixirs suddenly appeared in front of Su Qin. All of them could promote the cultivation of a peak myth. Even in the overseas martial arts world, they were extremely rare, and a large number of them were even lost. But at this moment, these divine elixirs were placed in front of Su Qin like candy beans, allowing Su Qin to consume them freely. Just as Su Qin went into seclusion again, and was preparing to enter the 9th heaven. In a bamboo forest hundreds of miles away from Chang'an City, 3 figures stood there quietly. If a myth martial artist were here, he would definitely find that the aura of these 3 figures was terrifying, as if they were heaven and earth. They were 3 peak myths. However, at this moment, the 3 peak myths, who were supposed to be in control of everything, were sweating profusely. Qiyuan Laozu is dead? A peak myth on the left had a terrible look on his face. These 3 peak myths were also the patriarchs of the overseas major sections. Since the awakening of the 3 patriarchs of Kuragenkyo, Snow God Palace, and Wanjian School, they had shaken the entire overseas region. In addition, the news of the land of great battle had spread. As the patriarchs of their respective sects, they naturally wanted to fight for a territory for their sects in the land of great battle. Therefore, they had also awakened and joined forces to prepare for the upcoming great world. Originally, the 3 peak myths had only come to watch and had no intention of competing with Qiyuan Laozu and the others. After all, Qiyuan Laozu was a peak myth for more than 1,000 years. He had condensed a domain, and his strength was far beyond theirs. Even if the 3 peak myths wanted to compete, they could not win. However, What the three peak myths did not expect was that in the face of Qiyuan Laozu and the other two patriarchs, the myth of Chang'an City was not afraid and did not retreat. Instead, he fought against the three and killed Qiyuan Laozu and the other two patriarchs. What kind of terrifying power was this? Especially when Su Qin walked out of the black clouds that were completely condensed from endless death aura. The wisps of flames that he summoned seemed to be able to burn together. Even if they were hundreds of miles away, they still felt fear. Too strong, too terrifying. The second peak myth had an emotional expression. If it were not for the fact that Su Qin's aura was still at the myth realm, they would have thought that Su Qin had stepped into that step and become an earth immortal. Fortunately, we did not go with Qiyuan Laozu and the others. The third peak myth's tone was full of joy. They were also peak myths. Even if they were not as strong as Qiyuan Laozu, they were not much weaker than the Patriarch of Xuexin and the Patriarch of Wanjian School. However, with the strength that Su Qin had shown, even if the three of them were to join forces, it would only be a matter of 3 more slashes. The land of great strife has only appeared in the past 10 years. How could such a terrifying expert be born? The first peak myth voiced the doubts in his heart. It should be known that only when the vitality tide began to recover would the land of great strife be born. Before the recovery of the vitality tide, the so-called land of great strife was just a barren continent. Not to mention peak myths, even myths were extremely rare. It was far from being comparable to the overseas martial arts world. However, in such a gutter-like place, a true dragon like Su Qin had appeared. Then what should we do now? The second peak myth asked cautiously. They had deliberately joined forces. In addition to watching Qiyuan Laozu make his move, they also had the idea of seizing a piece of territory. But now, even if they were given 10 guts, they would not dare to fight for the territory of the Empire of Tang. Qiyuan Laozu, the 2 patriarchs of the Snow God Palace and Wanjian School were examples. The territory of the Empire of Tang is guarded by the one in Chang'an City. Of course, we don't have to seek our own deaths. The third peak myth thought for a while and continued. But on this continent, the Empire of Tang only controls the most prosperous territory in the center. As for the border areas, they are not owned by the Empire of Tang. If we occupy these remote areas, the Empire of Tang will not have any objections, and the one in Chang'an City will naturally not attack us. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of the other 2 peak myths suddenly lit up. Although the remote areas on the edge of this continent were far less fertile than the center, they were still part of the land of great strife. If they could occupy them, it would also be beneficial for their sections. It was better than doing nothing. A few days later, everything that happened in Chang'an City was completely spread overseas. Suddenly, the entire overseas martial arts world was boiling. Qiyuan Laozu is dead? Since 900 years ago, many of the major sects completely shed all pretense of cordiality and awakened their patriarchs. How long has it been since a peak myth has fallen? The peak myths of this land of great strife are too terrifying. Qiyuan Laozu has condensed the domain, and his life-saving ability is much stronger than ordinary peak myths, but he still died. Countless overseas myths were constantly talking, venting the shock in their hearts. What kind of existence was a pinnacle myth? Ancestor Qiyuan was even above ordinary pinnacle myths. Such a terrifying powerhouse had actually fallen in the land of the great battle. He had fallen in the hands of a powerhouse that they had never stopped fighting. How could they not be shocked? Sigh. The Kuragenkyo has really fallen this time. The death of Mingyu is bearable, but now even Qiyuan Laozu is dead, tisk tsk. A myth looked in the direction of the Kuragenkyo and said meaningfully, Kuragenkyo. There was dead silence. From the Kuragenkyo sect leader to the Kuragenkyo disciples, their faces were filled with grief and a trace of panic. If a Kuragenkyo disciple had fallen in the land of great strife, it would only make the Kuragenkyo people united against a common enemy, and the Kuragenkyo deputy sect leader Mingyu had fallen in the land of great strife. It would only make the Kuragenkyo extremely angry. But now, even the Kuragenkyo's Qiyuan Laozu had fallen in the land of great strife. Everyone in the Kirigenkyo, including the Kirigenkyo sect leader, only felt panic from the bottom of their hearts. That's right. It was panic. It wasn't anger, hatred, or sorrow. It was fear. Because the death of Chiyuan Laozu had completely exceeded the Kirigenkyo's bottom line, and no one in the Kirigenkyo had even thought of revenge. Chapter 253. Overseas. Kirigenkyo. The Kirigenkyo sect leader sat high above, his expression uncertain. In fact, as early as a few days ago, the Kirigenkyo had confirmed that Chiyuan Laozu had fallen, because Chiyuan Laozu's life fire in the depths of the Kirigenkyo had been extinguished. The extinguishment of the life fire meant that the owner of the life fire was completely dead, and his body and soul were destroyed. What should we do now? The Kirigenkyo sect leader was silent for a while, then looked at the elders and said, "The fall of Chiyuan Laozu was an unprecedented blow to the Kirigenkyo. This blow not only meant that the Kirigenkyo had lost a powerful ancestor, but it also shattered the invincibility of their ancestors in the hearts of countless Kirigenkyo disciples. It was similar to the destruction of faith. Sect leader, I don't think we can continue to provoke the peak legend of the land of great battle." At this time, a Kirigenkyo elder said tentatively, "Can't continue to provoke?" The Kirigenkyo sect leader's expression did not change, but he sighed in his heart. With the Kirigenkyo's heritage, there were naturally ancestors more powerful than Chiyuan Laozu, but these ancestors were all in decline, and Shoyuan was exhausted, so they could not attack more than a few times. In order to avenge Chiyuan Laozu, it was not worth sacrificing the Kirigenkyo's true heritage. Besides, no one knew whether the Kirigenkyo could kill the peak legend of the land of great battle even if they used all their resources and paid all the price. If they could not kill him, after the ancestors attacked, Shiyuan's vitality would be completely exhausted, and they would all die, and the Kirigenkyo would have to bear the terrible revenge of Suchin. At that time, it would be the Kirigenkyo's true end. In a flash, various thoughts flashed through the Kirigenkyo sect leader's mind, and finally he got up and said, "In that case, don't mention this matter again." "Yes." The Kirigenkyo sect leader made the final decision. The rest of the elders and countless Kirigenkyo disciples breathed a sigh of relief. They looked at each other, and could see the joy on each other's faces. Meanwhile, inside Raytheon. Raytheon's headmaster was a majestic man with faint thunder patterns on his face. He looked up at the sky, then looked in the direction of the land of great struggle, shook his head, and said, "I didn't expect that even Chiyuan Laozu would fall. The land of great strife is indeed the land of great strife. Even though it hasn't even been 10 years since its recovery, it's already so dangerous." The Thunder God sect master's voice boomed like a thunderclap, causing the entire hall to vibrate. "Headmaster, what should we do now?" a Raytheon elder asked with a frown. Raytheon was known as the Master of Thunder, the nemesis of all evil things in the world. Even when the Kirigenkyo was at its peak, they did not provoke Raytheon. But with Chiyuan Laozu's cultivation, even if the ancestors of Raytheon woke up, it would be impossible to destroy his body and soul so easily. According to the news sent back, the peak legend is only suppressing the Empire of Tang. As for the outside of the Empire of Tang, he will not intervene. The land of great strife has just recovered and will continue to expand in the future. We can find a place at the edge of the land of great strife and slowly move Raytheon there," Raytheon's headmaster said indifferently. With the strength Suchin had shown, even someone as strong as Raytheon was not willing to provoke him without knowing the depth of his strength. Otherwise, if one of their ancestors fell like the Kirigenkyo's snow god palace, it would be a huge loss. But not wanting to provoke him did not mean giving up on the land of great strife. Raytheon's headmaster's current plan was to temporarily occupy a position in the land of great strife, even if it was just a remote area at the edge. As for other matters, they would talk about it later. Anyway, for a great sect like them, as the recovery of the vitality intensified, their strength would only get stronger and stronger. In the end, they might recover a trace of glory like the previous vitality recovery era. "Yes," many Raytheon disciples bowed and said, "Medicine God Sect." A white-haired old man sitting cross-legged in front of a huge pill furnace slowly opened his eyes. Below him were many alchemists and elders of the Medicine God Sect. Among the many great sects overseas, the Medicine God Sect was a very special existence. The other greater sects would more or less have some enemies, but the Medicine God Sect was different. Even the Black Origin Sect, a sect that wantonly slaughtered people, would be extremely courteous to the Medicine God Sect. This was because the Medicine God Sect controlled 60% of the divine pills and elixirs overseas. If that was all, it was not a big deal. After all, alchemists who only knew how to refine pills were nothing to those great sects that stood at the peak. At worst, they could just capture them and raise them in captivity. However, the Medicine God Sect was not only good at alchemy, but it was also quite powerful. It was rumored that the Medicine God, who founded the Medicine God Sect, was an earth immortal. The Medicine God Sect that he left behind was strong enough to crush anything. The appearance of the land of great strife is very likely to give birth to the legendary 1,000-year-old elixirs. If our Medicine God Sect obtains it, there is hope to refine a furnace of divine elixirs. The white-haired old man looked at the many alchemists of the Medicine God Sect and said slowly, "Our Medicine God Sect disdains to fight for other places because someone will deliver it to us. But for the land of great strife, our Medicine God Sect will fight for it." After the white-haired old man finished speaking, the other alchemists got up one after another and prepared to head to the land of great strife. As the news of the land of great strife spread, especially the fall of Qiuan Laozu and the other two old ancestors, it was tantamount to confirming the authenticity of the land of great strife. Apart from the land of great strife, which was rumored to bear the weight of the world, where else could make three-peak legends fall? Therefore, the entire overseas martial arts world was completely shaken. In the beginning, only the Snow God Palace, the Kuragenkyo, and a few other great sects were shaken. But now, almost all the great sects overseas were alarmed. The land of great strife was the core of the recovery of the vitality tide. It bore the weight of the real world in the future. For any force or individual, it would have an unprecedented impact. Therefore, almost all the great sects began to secretly move towards the land of great strife. Due to Su Qin's deterrence, these great sects were unwilling to clash with the Empire of Tang. They chose an area outside the Empire of Tang as a temporary base for their sections. The Empire of Tang. Just as Su Qin was in seclusion, the world returned to peace again. Su Qin killing Qiuan Laozu and the other two old ancestors of the great sects overseas only shocked a few people. But for the vast majority of the martial artists in the Empire of Tang, it had no impact. Whether it was Qiuan Laozu or the great sects overseas, for ordinary martial artists, they were too far away. And with the passage of time, several years had passed in the blink of an eye. The people on the border of the Empire of Tang gradually discovered that there seemed to be some kind of change taking place outside the border. The Empire of Tang may have unified the world, but in fact, outside the Empire of Tang, there were still many territories that had not been ruled by the Empire of Tang. It was not that the Empire of Tang did not want to conquer these territories, but the environment of these territories was harsh and not suitable for the survival of ordinary people. For example, in the far west, yellow sand filled the sky. Not to mention ordinary people, even martial artists would not dare to stay there for long. There was also the far north ice field, where a drop of water would turn into ice. The environment was even worse than the far west. But now, in the eyes of ordinary people, there was a strange phenomenon. Some martial artists were in a mountain valley in the far east, smelling the fragrance of pills. It was full of vitality, as if it were a paradise on earth. There were also martial artists in the far north that discovered a giant ice crystal palace, as if it were a jade palace in the heavens. There were even people in the far west, in the forbidden area of life where yellow sand filled the sky, who heard the chanting of Buddha, as if Buddha had descended to the world. And at this moment, in the palace of the Emperor of Tang, the Emperor of Tang was looking at the memorials placed on the dragon table with a worried face. Naturally, He was the first to learn about the various strange phenomena outside the border of the Empire of Tang, and he confirmed from the Lao Dao of the Taoist sect that the reason for these strange phenomena was probably the means of the powerful sects overseas. However, even though he knew this, the Emperor of Tang could do nothing. After all, at present, these powerful sects and the Empire of Tang minded their own business. They only acted outside the Empire of Tang and seemed to be living in harmony. But the Emperor of Tang knew that the reason why these powerful sects were so obedient now was that they had not figured out the upper limit of Su Qin's strength. In addition, many powerful sects kept each other in check, so no one dared to take the first move, which led to the current situation. Once the balance was broken, the consequences would be unimaginable. Your Majesty, the ice field in the far north should be occupied by the Snow God Palace and Raytheon. As for the valley in the far east, I'm afraid that the Medicine God sect has taken action. In the far south, not far from the Emperor of Tang, the Lao Dao of the Taoist sect spoke quickly and told the Emperor of Tang all the powerful sects that he could recognize. As for the far west, the chanting of Buddha can be faintly heard. At this point, the Lao Dao paused for a moment and said solemnly, I'm afraid it's the overseas Buddhist sect, the 10,000 Buddha Palace, that has come. 10,000 Buddha Palace? The Emperor of Tang was slightly stunned. He knew that Su Qin had stayed in the Shaolin Temple for a few years and had become the venerable of the Shaolin Temple, so he was curious about this overseas Buddhist sect. That's right. There are many powerful sects overseas, but only the 10,000 Buddha Palace is a Buddhist sect. The Lao Dao master's tone revealed a hint of inexplicable meaning. Seeing this, the Emperor of Tang couldn't help but ask, Is this 10,000 Buddha Palace very powerful? Very powerful. The Lao Dao master nodded solemnly. At least the Kurijinkyo Snow God Palace isn't willing to fight with the 10,000 Buddha Palace. The 10,000 Buddha Palace is known as the origin of Buddhism. It has been passed down since the last vitality tide. Legend has it that in the depths of the 10,000 Buddha Palace, there is a Saraira left behind by a true Buddhist powerhouse. The Lao Dao master exclaimed with a look of amazement. A true Buddhist powerhouse. The Emperor of Tang was silent for a long time before he sighed. I hope the 10,000 Buddha Palace won't take the initiative to cause trouble. Probably not. Those old monks in the 10,000 Buddha Palace are only interested in Buddhism. As for the power of the dynasty, they don't care. The Lao Dao master comforted. I hope so. The Emperor of Tang nodded. Just as the world was undergoing great changes, and many of the overseas Buddhist sects were arriving outside the Empire of Tang. Under Chang'an City. In the black, majestic hall. Su Qin's breakthrough had also reached a critical juncture. Chapter 254. Gulp. Dozens of divine pills were stuffed into Su Qin's mouth like candy. The divine pills entered his throat and immediately turned into a terrifying spiritual vigor that surged into Su Qin's limbs and bones, constantly nourishing his body. The amount of divine pills and spiritual liquids that Su Qin swallowed in a day of cultivation could be said to be a massive amount. It was enough to reach the consumption of an ordinary peak legend for several months. Several years had passed since the seclusion. The amount of divine pills consumed during such a long time was enough to make the overseas medicine god sect stunned. Only Su Qin, who had signed in for decades and accumulated countless divine pills and spiritual liquids, was qualified to squander them like this. But even so, after these years of seclusion, Su Qin's accumulated divine pills and spiritual liquids were decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Almost 1/10 of them had been consumed. After several years of hard work, everything is perfect. Today is the day to step into the 9th heaven. Su Qin suddenly opened his eyes. With a thought, 9 divine pills appeared in front of him again. These 9 divine pills appeared in the outside world as soon as they left the system space and began to faintly appear. When Su Qin saw these 9 divine pills, a hint of pain appeared on his face. These 9 divine pills were the ones he would use when he was preparing to take that step. But in order to ensure that this breakthrough was foolproof, he could only bear the pain and take them out. After all, if the divine pills were used up, he could continue to sign in. But if the breakthrough failed, the impact on Su Qin would definitely be far greater than the loss of divine pills. Thinking of this, Su Qin immediately swallowed a divine pill. Voila! Su Qin only felt a cold flame burning in his body. The true essence that was originally condensed to the extreme began to transform again under the burning of the flame. Rumble! The next moment, Su Qin began to break through the bottleneck of the ninth heaven. An endless amount of spiritual ether gathered, and a huge amount of divine consciousness gushed forth, all of them rushing towards the shackles of the nine heavens. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, another few months passed. In these few months, Su Qin had already swallowed the remaining 8 divine pills. The terrifying medicinal power continued to accumulate in his body. It was today. Su Qin only felt a sudden roar in his ears, and then the true essence in his body continued to condense and shrink, as if it had reached some kind of limit. When Su Qin saw the true Yuan through his inner vision, he realized that he had already transformed his true Yuan to the extreme. Next, unless he advanced to a higher realm, his true Yuan would not continue to transform. Is this the 9 heavens? Su Qin breathed a sigh of relief. After entering the 9th heavenly layer, Su Qin naturally had a feeling that he couldn't go any further. At this moment, Su Qin had already stepped into the 9th heaven, almost reaching the end of the Arhat realm. Even in the overseas martial arts world, there were very few legends who had reached the realm of Su Qin, and most of them had been sleeping with their own secret techniques. Next, I just need to transform my divine will into a primordial spirit, and then I'll be able to become an earth immortal. Su Qin looked excited. The cultivation of the 9th heaven was not like the previous 8th heaven and 7th heaven, which were divided into the early, late, and complete stages. No matter what kind of martial artist, once they stepped into the 9th heaven, it was equivalent to standing at the peak. At least in terms of true essence, they had reached the limit, and there was no further progress. For any 9th heavenly layer martial artist, there were only 2 things they needed to do. One was to condense the micro-domain. The second was to transform the primordial spirit. If one wanted to break through to the real earth immortal realm, these 2 conditions were indispensable. However, generally, martial artists who had reached the 9th heaven were already 400 or 500 years old, or even close to 500 years old. There were only a few years before the end of Shouyuan's life. To complete the condensation of the micro-domain, or the transformation of the divine will, was tantamount to a fool's dream. Perhaps there was a method of longevity overseas, but according to the Lao Dao of the Daoyi sect, the method of longevity overseas could only extend one's life by a few decades at most, and it could not be repeated. A few decades may be half a lifetime for ordinary people, but in the eyes of a 9th heaven legend who aspires to become an earth immortal, it was nothing. I have the elemental spirit pill. There is no problem in transforming the primordial spirit. A smile appeared on Su Qin's face. For most 9th heaven legends, if they wanted to transform the primordial spirit, even if there were enough resources in the outside world, and everything went smoothly without any bottlenecks, it would still take decades to slowly grind. In addition to condensing the micro-domain, in simple terms, if a martial artist wanted to break through to the earth immortal realm, after entering the 9th heaven legend realm, they would need at least 100 years of Shouyuan to have a glimmer of hope. But this was just a glimmer of hope. But Su Qin had the elemental spirit pill, which was enough to shorten a few decades to a few years or even a year. This was because Su Qin wanted to experience the process of transforming the primordial spirit step by step. Otherwise, with more than 50 elemental spirit pills as a foundation, it was estimated that a few months would be enough. I wonder, to what extent can more than 50 elemental spirit pills improve my primordial spirit? Su Qin's face was filled with anticipation. Although it was said that as long as the primordial spirit was transformed, the minimum prerequisite for breaking through to the earth immortal realm would be met. But if the process of breaking through to the earth immortal realm was smoother, and the greater benefits after entering the earth immortal realm, one would need to constantly increase the quantity of the primordial spirit in the 9th heaven. The bigger the primordial spirit, the more improvement one would get after breaking through. However, regarding this point, Even if Su Qin looked through the ancient books on Immortal Abode Island and learned everything from the Lao Dao of the Taoist sect, he only had a rough understanding of it. As for the specifics, he did not know much. After all, for any ninth heaven martial artist, after transforming the primordial spirit, the Shouyuan would be exhausted. Under such circumstances, they would want to break through to the earth immortal realm as soon as possible. How could they stop to improve the primordial spirit? Besides, except for the elemental spirit pill, which was a few pills that targeted the primordial spirit, other ninth heaven martial artists had no way to improve the strength of their primordial spirit. I have the peaches of immortality. Breaking through to the earth immortal realm is a sure thing. Even if I fail, I still have a chance to try again. When Su Qin faced the bottleneck of the earth immortal realm, his expression was normal. He was not like other ninth heaven martial artists who were facing a great enemy, as if they were experiencing a life and death crisis. After all, Su Qin was different from other legends. He still had more than 900 years of Shouyuan. If he took the peaches of immortality, he could live for another 1,900 years. With such a long time, even a pig could step into the earth immortal realm, let alone Su Qin. But now is not the time to rush. I have just entered the ninth heaven. I should stabilize my realm first, and then prepare to take the elemental spirit pill. Su Qin was an extremely cautious person. Even if he had full confidence, he would strive to do his best and not leave himself a trace of failure. At this point, Su Qin closed his eyes again and began to stabilize his aura. Deep in the western desert, yellow sand filled the sky here, and there were often terrifying sandstorms. If ordinary martial artists dared to go deep into this place, it would not take long for them to be torn to pieces by the sandstorms. And at this moment, in a place where endless yellow sand raged, a temple slowly stood there. This temple was not big. It was obvious that it had just been built and was rarely seen. However, under the blowing of the endless yellow sand, it remained majestic and unmoving. All of the yellow sandstorms naturally dissipated within a few hundred meters of the temple. And in front of the four sides there was a stone tablet. On the stone tablet, 3 words were engraved: 10,000 Buddha's Hall. Ninth Ancestor. This time, you woke up from your deep sleep and came to this place of great battle. You spent several months building this temple with your own hands, establishing the foundation of our 10,000 Buddha's Hall here. An old monk said slowly. Finally, there was a trace of doubt in his tone. But Ninth Ancestor, why do you plan to enter the Empire of Tang? The old monk looked at a figure in front of him. This figure was also a monk, but he was extremely young, as if he was a 15-year-old youth with red lips and white teeth. But from beginning to end, the old monk did not treat the young monk as a real youth. The old monk knew that although the young monk in front of him looked young, he was in fact a peak-level venerable, the 9th ancestor of the 10,000 Buddha's Hall. 9th Ancestor. The peak-level legend in the Empire of Tang has unfathomable strength. Even a demon like Qiuan Laozi fell in his hands. If you rashly enter and arouse his vigilance, it will be a disaster and not a blessing. The old monk could not help but say. Although he was very confident in the 9th ancestor's strength, as one of the foundations of the 10,000 Buddha's Hall, he was not weaker than Qiuan Laozi. But now, in this place of great battle, there was not only the peak-level legend in the Empire of Tang. The other great sects overseas had more or less sent their own ancestors to set up their dojos in this place of great battle, and slowly moved their overseas foundations here to prepare for the future. At this time, if the 9th ancestor and the peak-level legend in the Empire of Tang fought, regardless of who won or lost, wouldn't it give the other great sect's ancestors a chance? If the 9th ancestor and the peak-level legend in the Empire of Tang were both injured, or if the 9th ancestor won, he would also be seriously injured. At this time, if another expert of the same level came, it would be difficult to say whether he would live or die. This was also the reason why many of the great sects only stopped at the edge of the place of great battle, and did not immediately attack the Empire of Tang. Of course, it was because Su Qin killed Qiuan Laozi, and his strength was valued by all the great sections. But the more important reason was that the great sects were wary of each other. I went to the Empire of Tang this time, not to become an enemy of the peak-level legend, but because I felt the aura of Buddha on this continent. A trace of fanaticism appeared on the face of the young monk named Ninth Ancestor. The 10,000 Buddhas Hall came from the previous era of vitality recovery, and was known as the source of Buddhism. But in fact, even the many hall masters and the 9 ancestors of the 10,000 Buddhas Hall had never really felt the existence of Buddha. But now, the 9th ancestor could faintly feel a trace of Buddha's aura in the place of great battle, which was simply incredible. If it were not for the fact that this aura was extremely vague, and even the 9th ancestor could not be sure, it was just a vague feeling, then the 10,000 Buddhas Hall would have all 9 ancestors at this moment. Buddha? The old monk's pupils shrank, and his expression was aghast. Chapter 255. Deep in the western desert. In front of the 10,000 Buddhas Hall. The old monk was shocked. He never thought that the 9th ancestor would find the aura of a real Buddha on this continent. Although the 10,000 Buddhas Hall had been passed down since the last vitality tide, and there was a Buddhist relic in the depths of the 10,000 Buddhas Hall, the old monk knew that the so-called Buddhist relic was just a Buddhist expert who had surpassed the realm of great arhat. There was an essential difference between them and a real Buddha. I'm not sure. The 9th ancestor looked like a teenager. He shook his head and said in a low voice, "That's why I want to enter the Empire of Tang to find the real Buddha." The 9th ancestor looked in the direction of the Empire of Tang and said lightly, "This place is the foundation of the 10,000 Buddhas Hall, and it can't be without a peak arhat expert, so I've contacted the 6th ancestor and the 7th ancestor. They will arrive in at most a few days after I leave." The 9th ancestor said softly. The 9th ancestor said softly. The 6th ancestor and the 7th ancestor? The old monk was shocked. The 10,000 Buddhas Hall was different from the other powerful sects overseas. As long as the other powerful sects entered the 7th heaven and became a peak legend, they could use a self-sealing secret technique to fall into a deep sleep. After tens of thousands of years, even the weakest great sects had accumulated more than 10 patriarchs. Some of the stronger great sects even had more than 20 patriarchs. But the 10,000 Buddhas Hall was different. In the 10,000 Buddhas temple, there was no need for an ordinary peak arhat to use a self-sealing secret technique. This was because after a Buddhist powerhouse reached the end of their lifespan, they could pass away and condense their cultivation into a sarira to protect the 10,000 Buddhas temple. Only a peak arhat who had condensed a domain would consider self-sealing and going into a deep sleep. Therefore, although there weren't many ancestors in the 10,000 Buddhas Hall in the past thousands of years, there were only 9, according to the order of their slumber. But whether it was the most mysterious first ancestor or the youngest 9th ancestor, they were at least peak arhat who had condensed a domain. Among them, the first ancestor, the second ancestor, and the third ancestor were the most powerful. Although they weren't great arhat, they were faintly approaching that level, with their domain and primordial spirit formed. The first ancestor, the most mysterious ancestor, was probably already half a step into the realm. Arhat. Fourth ancestor, fifth ancestor to 9th ancestor, was weaker, but no matter how weak they were still peak arhat who had condensed a domain, and had extremely terrifying strength. Although Patriarch Chi Yuan of the Black Origin sect was strong, there was still a gap between him and the 9 ancestors of the 10,000 Buddha Hall. Even if they were all able to condense a domain, there would still be differences in strength due to the difference in cultivation methods and secret techniques. If the 9th ancestor really contacted the 6th ancestor and 7th ancestor of the 10,000 Buddhas Hall, then with these 2 peak arhats and the 9th ancestor, the 10,000 Buddhas Hall could be said to be impregnable on this continent. All right. I'll leave this place to you. Ancestor 9 glanced at the old monk, then took a step forward and disappeared. Farewell, 9th ancestor. When the old monk saw this scene, he immediately bowed deeply in the direction of Tang Guifang. At the same time, underground cave world. Su Qin walked out of the city lord hall and stood on the city wall of Cathode City. Mohim stood beside him respectfully. As for the other demon kings of Cathode City, they were the same. After signing in these years, Su Qin could feel that the branch of the ancient demon tree in Cathode City was almost unable to continue signing in. In the past few years, Su Qin had obtained a lot of fire elemental demonic elixirs from signing in Cathode City. He even obtained a few drops of the fire elemental demon god's blood that was faintly exuding heat. What a pity! If I want to cultivate the great sun painting to small success, these fire elemental demonic elixirs are not enough. Su Qin's expression remained unchanged, but he sighed in his heart. Although after cultivating the great sun painting, Su Qin could transform into the strongest fire elemental divine beast, the three-legged golden crow, roaming the world and burning everything. But now the problem Su Qin is facing is that not to mention cultivating the great sun painting, even reaching the small success stage of the great sun painting is extremely difficult. In fact, if Su Qin can devour those drops of fire elemental demon god's blood, he may have an unexpected gain. Not to mention cultivating the great sun painting, but reaching the small success stage shouldn't be a problem. But now Su Qin can't even touch those drops of fire elemental demon god's blood, let alone devour them. Whether it's the demon god's blood obtained from signing in Demon Cloud City or Cathode City, it's as if it's not in this space. Su Qin can only see it with the naked eye. As for touching it, or enveloping it with his domain, or scanning it with his divine sense, he can't do it at all. It's time to prepare for the next sign in location. Su Qin's thoughts fluctuated. He looked at the volcano under the Cathode City and thought quickly. In the past few years, Su Qin hasn't been idle. He asked Mohim to inquire about the Amohua region. However, in the entire Amohua region, there are some places like Cathode City, where fire elemental demon chi is abundant, and there must be a lot of Dao accumulation. However, all of them are occupied by demon race powerhouses. These demon race powerhouses are at least peak demon kings, especially in a place called Fire God Valley, where there is suspected to be an existence beyond the demon king living in seclusion. Just as Su Qin was slowly thinking and preparing to head towards the several targets he had planned, his eyes suddenly fell on the underground volcano under the Cathode City. When was this volcano formed? Su Qin narrowed his eyes and asked. Master. Mohim blinked. She didn't expect Su Qin to be interested in the volcano under Cathode City. Master, no one knows when this volcano was formed, but it's at least older than Cathode City. Huh! Thoughts flashed through Su Qin's mind one after another. He suddenly found that he had ignored a very important thing. The underground volcano under the Cathode City might also contain Dao connotation. Since Su Qin entered Cathode City, the place where he signed in has always been under the branches of the ancient demon tree deep in the city Lord's Hall. Su Qin subconsciously felt that the Dao accumulation on the branches of the ancient demon tree was the Dao accumulation of the entire underground volcano and Cathode City. But in fact, the existence of this underground volcano has completely surpassed that of Cathode City. The two may not be what Su Qin thought. I'm going out. The more Su Qin thought about it, the brighter his eyes became. He took a step forward and disappeared from Cathode City. This devil concubine and the other devil lords exchanged glances, their faces filled with confusion. Since Su Qin came to Cathode City a few years ago, he spent most of his time in seclusion in the city Lord's Hall. Not to mention leaving Cathode City, even the number of times he left the city Lord's Hall could be counted on one hand. Just when Mohim and the other demon kings were puzzled, Su Qin had already arrived at the depths of the underground volcano. The terrifying heat filled every inch of the air. Even an ordinary demon king would not be able to withstand it if they stayed here for a long time. Sooner or later, they would be infected by the fire poison. But Su Qin was different. His body was powerful, and he had the divine ability to regenerate flesh and blood. Coupled with the protection of his domain, he could walk here almost as if he was taking a stroll. There are a few fire-type spirit herbs growing here? Su Qin glanced around a few times and found that in some corners of the volcano wall, under the boulders, and in the depths of the boiling magma, there were faint inexplicable fluctuations. With a sweep of his divine sense, he immediately knew that they were the fire-type spirit herbs growing here. Even if I guess wrong, it's not a wasted trip. With a thought, Su Qin put away these fire-type spirit herbs, looking quite satisfied. These fire-type spirit herbs have been growing for countless years and contain a large amount of fire elemental energy. They are the best consumables for cultivating the Great Sun diagram. Okay. Next, I just need to wait until the next day to verify my guess. Su Qin's face turned solemn, and he waited here. The reason why Su Qin went deep into this place was naturally to see if he could sign in inside the volcano. If he could sign in, Su Qin wouldn't need to run around anymore. After all, the cave world was not the human world on the surface. In the human world on the surface, the strongest strength that Su Qin knew so far was only the major sects overseas, and they didn't even have a powerhouse at the Earth Immortal level. But in the cave world, the demon gods in the depths of the world were definitely the highest level of combat power that Su Qin had come into contact with. Even if these demon gods were excluded, there were still many demon kings in the cave world. Just the Mohua territory alone was enough to crush the human world on the surface. If Su Qin continued to run around in the cave world, wouldn't he be in trouble if he provoked an old monster of the demon race in seclusion? Even if Su Qin was only an incarnation in the cave world, it still consumed nearly half of Su Qin's vitality and divine sense. If he lost them here, it would definitely be heartbreaking. Therefore, in the cave world, Su Qin tried his best to keep a low profile. Unless there was really no other way, he wouldn't go out and run around. Time passed slowly. A day passed in the blink of an eye. Deep in the underground volcano under Cathode City, Su Qin suddenly opened his eyes and looked around. It's almost time. The sign in opportunity has also been refreshed. Su Qin calmed down and said in his heart, System sign in. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Obtained Flame Demon Pill *100. A mechanical, cold voice sounded in Su Qin's ears. Flame Demon Pill? Su Qin couldn't help but widen his eyes. He had obtained the Flame Demon Pill before, and it was similar to the Red Flame Demon Pill, but Su Qin obtained a total of 100 Flame Demon Pills here. When Su Qin signed in Cathode City, although he occasionally obtained other treasures, in terms of fire element demonic pills alone, on average, he could get about 5 to 8 Flame Demon Pills per sign-in. But now, in just one sign-in, Su Qin obtained 100 Flame Demon Pills, which was more than 10 times more than what he got in Cathode City. It's just the first sign-in, and I already have such a harvest. If I continue, it will be even better. Su Qin's heart was burning with passion. As the first stone diagram of the 12 divine beast diagrams, the power of the Great Sun diagram is unimaginably terrifying. Once it is cultivated, one can truly transform into the strongest divine beast. The only drawback is that it consumes too many resources. But now, Su Qin has a feeling that perhaps the small success of the Great Sun diagram is no longer so far away. When I can no longer sign in Cathode City, I will use this place as a permanent sign-in location. Su Qin quickly made up his mind. The Empire of Tang. The world's essence Qi tide is still recovering, and the environment of heaven and earth has become easier to cultivate. Originally, the upper realm was enough to dominate a region, but after a few years, in a small county town, there may be a martial artist of the upper realm. And just as the Empire of Tang was thriving, a young monk entered the Empire of Tang from the western desert. This young monk was extremely low-key. He wandered around the mountains and rivers, as if he was looking for something. If it wasn't for a certain peak grade 1 great grandmaster of the evil path who provoked this young monk and was slapped to death by the other party, no one would know that there was such a powerhouse in the Tang Empire. Vajra Temple. As one of the 4 Buddhist sects, even if the Vajra Temple's inheritance is not as long as the Shaolin Temple, it is still thousands of years old. During this period, many venerable Arhat have come out. Especially 50 years ago, the Buddha of the Vajra Temple went to the Shaolin Temple and was defeated. Since then, the Vajra Temple has completely disappeared, almost in a state of seclusion. But with the gradual recovery of the world's essence Qi tide, several a holy monk have been born in the Vajra Temple. In particular, the abbot of the Vajra temple has completed the transformation of his body and reached peak grade 1. But on this day, all the disciples of the Vajra temple gathered outside the door, and the abbot and the temple protectors were facing a great enemy. And in front of them stood a young monk. The young monk's appearance is extremely young, but there is a sense of vicissitudes of life in his eyes. Just by standing there, the young monk made all the disciples of the Vajra temple, including the abbot, pale. In the eyes of the people of the Vajra temple, the young monk not far away was like an indomitable Buddha, looking down at them. Unfortunately, there is nothing here that I am looking for. The young monk's eyes were calm as he glanced at the people of the Vajra temple and said lightly, "The young monk is the 9th ancestor of the 10,000 Buddha Hall. After entering the empire of Tang, he has been searching for the aura of Buddha that he sensed. But unfortunately, he found nothing. As a last resort, the 9th ancestor came to the Vajra temple to try his luck." The disciples of the Vajra temple saw a trace of pity on the 9th ancestor's face and were angry, but there was nothing they could do. When the 9th ancestor first arrived at the Vajra temple, he casually released a wisp of aura and suppressed the entire Vajra temple. Even if the disciples wanted to attack the 9th ancestor and defend the dignity of the Vajra temple, it would be meaningless. Who is this monk? Is he also a Buddhist? Why have I never seen him before? Could he be the Venerable Arhat? But isn't the Venerable Arhat of the Shaolin Temple the only one who is still alive? The guardian kings of the Vajra temple thought quickly. At this time, the abbot of the Vajra temple reluctantly stood up. "Master, could you be the Venerable of the Shaolin Temple?" "The Shaolin Temple?" The 9th ancestor was slightly stunned and shook his head. "I'm not from the Shaolin Temple." "You mean, there is the Venerable Arhat of the Shaolin Temple?" The 9th ancestor seemed to have thought of something and a trace of interest appeared on his face. "Yes, the Venerable of the Shaolin Temple is extremely powerful and is on par with the legend of Chang'an City. They are known as the strongest in the world." The abbot of the Vajra temple saw the 9th ancestor deny and immediately said truthfully, "Oh? How is that possible?" The 9th ancestor frowned. "The legend of Chang'an City is an anomaly. Could it be that there is more than one such anomaly?" Although the 9th ancestor said so, he did not believe it at all. The legend of the pinnacle was rare. Even in the prosperous overseas martial arts world, there were only a few of them in an era. It was already incredible that there was a legend of the pinnacle who could kill Qiyuan Laozu in Chang'an City. However, according to the abbot of the Vajra temple, there was more than one legend of Chang'an City. How was that possible? It had only been more than 10 years since the recovery of the vitality tide. How could there be two legends of the pinnacle in such a short time? "I don't know who is stronger between the Venerable of the Shaolin Temple and the legend of Chang'an City." The abbot of the Vajra temple lowered his head and thought for a while. He did not dare to jump to a conclusion. When the 9th ancestor heard this, his expression gradually changed. In his view, it was obvious that the abbot of the Vajra temple was spreading a false rumor. In fact, the strength of the Venerable of the Shaolin Temple could not have reached that level. "But the Venerable of the Shaolin Temple once killed the demonic dragon guarding the War God Temple on the peak of Kunlun Mountain." The abbot of the Vajra temple looked at the 9th ancestor carefully. The 9th ancestor's expression was originally calm, but when he heard the words War God Temple, his expression changed slightly. Then, when he heard that the demonic dragon of the War God Temple was killed by the Venerable of the Shaolin Temple, his expression froze. Chapter 256. The 10,000 Buddhas Temple was one of the major sects overseas. It was passed down from the previous vitality tide and was known as the source of Buddhism. Naturally, it had records of the War God Temple. As an ancestor of the 10,000 Buddhas Temple, Ancestor 9 knew very well what the War God Temple represented. It was a place that even Earth immortals could not enter without permission. It was rumored that it was left behind by a supreme expert. However, with the end of the previous vitality tide, the War God Temple also disappeared without a trace. Ancestor 9 did not expect that the words War God Temple would appear on this continent. Ancestor 9's face was slightly solemn. His first thought was whether the war god temple mentioned by the abbot of the Vajra temple was the same as the one he knew. After all, although the words war god temple were uncommon, it was not the only one in the world. However, the demonic dragon mentioned by the abbot of the Vajra temple surprised Ancestor 9. If it was just the war god temple, it might be a coincidence. However, with the addition of the demonic dragon, it matched the records of the war god temple in the 10,000 Buddha's temple. "You're not lying to me?" Ancestor 9's expression was solemn as he stared at the abbot of the Vajra temple and said word by word. The demonic dragon in the war god temple was someone that several earth immortals could not do anything to in the last vitality tide. In the end, they were driven out with their heads and faces covered in dust. Even the Buddhist Grand Arhat would not be able to do anything to such a beast. How could it fall in the hands of an Arhat venerable? "A monk does not lie." The abbot of the Vajra temple put his palms together and said in a low voice, "Yes." Ancestor 9 seemed to have suddenly thought of something. "It has been more than 10,000 years since the last vitality tide. After such a long time, even if the war god temple still exists, the demonic dragon's chi and blood must have declined. Its strength should have fallen out of the myth realm." Ancestor 9 thought of this and nodded slightly. He suddenly figured it out. The demonic dragon was from the demon clan. Although Shuyuan was far superior to humans, it meant that the demonic dragon did not have the limit of Shuyuan. Otherwise, this world would have been ruled by the demon clan long ago. What business would there be for humans? Shuyuan's chi and blood had declined, and his strength had declined. It was not that hard to accept that he was killed by an Arhat venerable. However, even if the demonic dragon was about to die of old age, its innate magic was still there. That venerable Arhat of the Shaolin Temple was able to kill the demonic dragon, so he must have some tricks up his sleeve. Ancestor 9 pondered. He did not suspect that the abbot of the Titanium Temple would lie. Ancestor 9 had been using his domain to observe the abbot's reaction. If the other party was lying, he would not be able to hide it from him. Besides, according to the abbot of the Jin Gang Temple, this matter was not known to everyone, but at least it was not a secret. He just had to go out and confirm it. How could the abbot of the Jin Gang Temple dare to deceive him in this regard? Perhaps the Buddha I'm searching for is related to this? The ninth ancestor's thoughts raced. Finally, he raised his head and looked in a certain direction. "Looks like I have to make a trip to the Shaolin Temple." The ninth ancestor had taken the risk of fighting with the legend of Chang'an and entered the empire of Tang just so that he could feel the breath of Buddha. Now that he finally had a clue, how could he give it up? Thinking of this, Ancestor 9 took a step and disappeared on the spot, rushing toward the Shaolin Temple. The abbot of the Jingang Temple and the Dharmarajas of the temple looked at each other. In the end, one of the Dharmarajas could not help but ask, "Abbot, what is the strength of this person?" "What strength?" The abbot of the Jingang Temple glanced at the Dharmaraja of the temple. "What strength do you think he has to be able to suppress thousands of disciples of the Jingang Temple with just his breath?" As soon as he said this, the faces of the Dharmarajas of the temple turned pale. They had some guesses in their hearts just now, but they did not dare to confirm it. Now that they heard the abbot's reply, they were naturally shocked. "Abbot, if this person is a Buddhist venerable, why haven't we heard of him before?" The Dharmaraja of the temple who spoke first asked tentatively. "I don't know either." The abbot of the Jingang Temple shook his head slightly, a touch of worry appearing on his face. "But I'm afraid the Shaolin Temple is in trouble." The Imperial Palace. The Emperor of Tang frowned as he looked at the information presented on the dragon table. "A young monk? Killed a great Grand Master with one slap?" The Emperor of Tang muttered to himself. Generally speaking, whether it is a great Grand Master who has transformed once or a grade 1 great perfection who has transformed thrice, there is a gap in strength, but it is absolutely impossible to crush the other. And there is only one possibility for this seen in the information. The young monk's strength has surpassed grade 9 martial Dao and entered the level of Venerable Arhat. As for the specific level of Venerable Arhat, the Emperor of Tang does not know. After all, any Venerable Arhat can kill a great Grand Master with one slap. Your Majesty, that young monk may be from the 10,000 Buddha's temple. The Lao Dao of the Daoist sect said. 10,000 Buddha's temple? The Emperor of Tang put down the information and looked at the Lao Dao. The Lao Dao came from the overseas Daoist sect and has seen a lot. Therefore, whenever the Emperor of Tang has doubts, he will ask the Lao Dao to come out and solve his doubts. The Lao Dao was also happy to do so. After spending some time together, he can also see that the Emperor of Tang has a certain status in Suqin. How can the Lao Dao let go of such an opportunity to make friends with the Emperor of Tang? Therefore, for any doubts of the Emperor of Tang, the Lao Dao will answer without hesitation, even if it involves the secrets of the Daoist sect. Yes. The Lao Dao nodded. This young monk went to the Jingang Temple not long ago, then left the Jingang Temple and headed south. The Emperor of Tang continued to read the information. Now that the world is unified, the intelligence network established by the Empire of Tang has spread all over the country. In addition, the ninth ancestor of the 10,000 Buddha's temple did not hide and walked directly on the official road. He did not even use the art of flight, so naturally the Emperor of Tang knew his whereabouts. No. This person's target is the Shaolin Temple. The Emperor of Tang's pupils shrank, and his face changed dramatically. According to the information, the young monk should be interested in Buddhism. But now, all the way south, the only Buddhist in the south is the Shaolin Temple. I'm afraid it's too late. The Emperor of Tang's face was heavy. The information he received was all from a few days ago. Now, the young monk should have arrived at the Shaolin Temple. No. This matter needs to be known to the third brother. The Emperor of Tang immediately got up and walked quickly toward the East Palace. Not many people in the world knew about the relationship between Suqin and the Shaolin Temple, but the Emperor of Tang was obviously one of them. Therefore, when the Emperor of Tang realized that the Shaolin Temple might be in trouble, he planned to inform Suqin as soon as possible. At the same time, on the Shaoshi Mountain, the ninth ancestor's body was like an illusion as he walked unhurriedly inside the Shaolin Temple. As a peak arhat who has condensed a domain, it was easy for the ninth ancestor to hide from the people of the Shaolin Temple with his strength. There's a heaven and earth array there? The ninth ancestor looked toward the forbidden area of the back mountain with a surprised expression. Interesting. The ninth ancestor took a step and appeared in front of the back mountain. Then, he took another step and crossed 90% of the array in the blink of an eye and arrived at the Buddha mountain. Although this heaven and earth array is ingenious, its owner is at most a 4th or 5th layer arhat. It's not the Buddha I'm looking for. The ninth ancestor looked a little disappointed. He came to the Shaolin Temple with high hopes, but this was the result. How could he not be disappointed? Just as ninth ancestor was pondering, he subconsciously took another step and entered the back mountain's Buddha mountain, where Suqin was in seclusion. Buzz. All of a sudden, the ninth ancestor seemed to have triggered some kind of restriction. The heaven and earth array that enveloped the entire forbidden area of the back mountain suddenly began to roar. For a moment, clouds and mist swirled and condensed into mist dragons that circled around the ninth ancestor. A heaven and earth array set up by a 4th or 5th layer venerable can detect me? The ninth ancestor was stunned. And at this moment, the entire Shaolin Temple was in an uproar. The back mountain was where Suqin was in seclusion. Now, it was related to the cultivation speed of many disciples of the Shaolin Temple. It could be said to be the most important place in the Shaolin Temple. If such a change happened, it would naturally attract the attention of the Shaolin Temple. In an instant, Abbot Huiwen of the Shaolin Temple, the court heads, and many disciples quickly came to the forbidden area of the back mountain and looked at the ninth ancestor standing outside the Buddha mountain. Trespassers of the Shaolin Temple, die. The warrior monastery's court head had a fiery temper and attacked immediately. The forbidden area of the back mountain had a special meaning to the Shaolin Temple. Now that an outsider had suddenly appeared, the warrior monastery's court head would definitely want to take him down first. The ninth ancestor frowned and moved his mind. Suddenly, the warrior monastery's court head, who was rushing toward him, only felt the air solidify and his body was imprisoned in place, unable to move. This? The warrior monastery's court head's pupils shrank. In the past 30 years, with the help of the essence gathering Holy Land formation in the back mountain and the recovery of the vitality tide, he entered the Grade 1 Great Grand Master realm early. Moreover, he was still at the peak Grade 1 and could complete the transformation at any time and become a peak Grade 1. But now, the young monk in front of him, with just a glance, fixed him in place. It was simply shocking. Grade 1 Great Perfection? No, it's Venerable Arhat? The warrior monastery's court head's thoughts turned quickly. Although his body was imprisoned, his thoughts were constantly colliding and he was aware of the strength of the young monk. Not far away, Abbot Huiwen and the court heads saw this scene and their expressions changed slightly. They did not continue to attack the ninth ancestor. At this moment, the ninth ancestor was too lazy to pay attention to the people of the Shaolin Temple. He turned to look at the Buddha mountain and whispered to himself, "I don't believe that a trivial heaven and earth formation can stop me." As soon as the ninth ancestor's voice fell, he took another step forward, wanting to enter the Buddha mountain, the place where Su Qin's retreat was. Rumble! In an instant, the entire back mountain's heaven and earth formation was completely alarmed. The world's essence chi accumulated over decades suddenly began to rise, trying to block the ninth ancestor's entry. At the moment when the heaven and earth formation in the back mountain of the Shaolin Temple was shaken. Under Chang'an City, above the black majestic hall, Su Qin, who was originally in retreat, quietly opened his eyes. Who is it? Su Qin looked up in the direction of the Shaolin Temple. Chapter 257. A myth realm expert has triggered the formation at the back of the mountain? Su Qin's eyes were deep. He instantly opened the real eye and activated the heavenly observation technique. In an instant, all things in the world, including thousands of chi activities, were displayed in front of him. Although Su Qin had left the Shaolin Temple for 30 years, the heaven-earth formation that enveloped the forbidden area at the back of the mountain was still in operation. This heaven-earth formation was personally set up by him. No matter how far away he was, he could still sense some information. The chi activity of a peak myth realm expert? Su Qin frowned slightly. Through the real eye, he saw a chi activity soaring into the sky from the Shaolin Temple tens of thousands of miles away, almost overlooking the area within a radius of hundreds of miles. For Su Qin, the auras of ordinary creatures were too much. As long as it was a living creature, they would all fall into the eyes of truth. As for the auras of legends, they were much less. At present, he could only faintly perceive the auras of legends at the edge of the continent. Occasionally, the auras of legends would flash and disappear. As for the peak myth realm expert, it was even more unique. The chi activity of the peak myth realm expert at the Shaolin Temple was as dazzling as the sun in Su Qin's eyes. Why would a peak myth realm expert go to the Shaolin Temple? Su Qin frowned slightly. The real eye could only observe the chi activities, but it could not see everything. Just as Su Qin was about to go to the Shaolin Temple, he suddenly felt something. He looked up at the palace, took a step, and disappeared from the lofty hall. Eastern Palace. Su Qin's figure quietly appeared outside the right spring square. The Emperor of Tang was walking back and forth anxiously. Third brother. Something bad happened. When the Emperor of Tang saw Su Qin, he immediately walked up and said bluntly, "The people of the 10,000 Buddhas Hall have gone to the Shaolin Temple." The 10,000 Buddhas Hall? The Shaolin Temple? Su Qin narrowed his eyes. He had been wondering which pinnacle myth had gone to the Shaolin Temple, but the Emperor of Tang had told him that it was the 10,000 Buddhas Hall. "I understand," Su Qin said indifferently. In fact, even if the Emperor of Tang did not say it, Su Qin could guess that it should be some patriarch of a major sect overseas. After all, there was not a single mythical warrior on this continent, let alone a peak mythical warrior. Only in the overseas martial arts world, which had been passed down from the previous Vitality Tide recovery era, would there be a peak legend. "Senior! Do you need my help?" The Lao Dao cultivator from the Taoist school said cautiously. The Lao Dao warriors did not know about the relationship between Su Qin and the Shaolin Temple, but since the Emperor of Tang was so anxious and immediately informed Su Qin, the Lao Dao warriors naturally wanted to volunteer and work for Su Qin. There's no need. Su Qin shook his head slightly. The one who went to the Shaolin Temple is a peak mythical warrior. You are no match for him. The Lao Dao warrior was an elder of the Daoyi school, but his strength was only in the fourth heaven. He had no problem dealing with ordinary problems, but if he encountered a peak mythical warrior. Peak mythical warrior! The Lao Dao warrior was stunned. In a flash, the Lao Dao warrior's face turned pale, and he could not help but say, "Could it be that the 9 ancestors of the 10,000 Buddhas Hall have awakened? 9 ancestors?" The Emperor of Tang was slightly stunned. The Lao Dao warrior suppressed the shock in his heart, and quickly told him about the 9 ancestors of the 10,000 Buddhas Hall. The Emperor of Tang's expression also changed when he heard this. If it was just an ordinary venerable arhat, the Emperor of Tang naturally believed that Su Qin could easily suppress him. But the 9 ancestors of the 10,000 Buddhas Hall, even the weakest one was stronger than Qiyuan Laozu. "Senior, if it really is the 9 ancestors of the 10,000 Buddhas Hall, I'm afraid the Shaolin Temple is in danger." The Lao Dao warrior's expression was grave. Chang'an City was not as far away from the Shaolin Temple as Kunlun Mountain, but it was still close to 10,000 miles away. Even if Su Qin was a peak mythical warrior, it would take him half an hour to cross such a distance. And with the 9 ancestors of the 10,000 Buddhas Hall, if they really wanted to kill, half an hour would be enough to crush the Shaolin Temple hundreds of times. By then, even if Su Qin arrived, it would be too late. "Don't worry." Su Qin shook his head slightly, and did not say anything. The reason why he did not immediately rush to the Shaolin Temple was that he was using the Eye of Truth to repeatedly observe whether there were other peak mythical warriors lying in ambush near the Shaolin Temple. According to the Lao Dao warrior, there were 9 peak Arhat realm ancestors in the 10,000 Buddhas Hall in hibernation. What if these 9 ancestors worked together to set up a trap to lure Su Qin? Although Su Qin believed that after entering the 9th heaven, unless there was a real earth immortal, there should be no fear. But the 10,000 Buddhas Hall was an overseas Buddhist land that had been passed down since the recovery of the previous vitality tide. It was unfathomable, so Su Qin was naturally extremely cautious. A moment later, Su Qin seemed to have confirmed something. He glanced at the Emperor of Tang and the Lao Dao warrior, and said softly, "I'm going out for a while. I'll be back in half a day or a few days." As soon as his voice fell, Su Qin's figure disappeared in front of the Emperor of Tang and the Lao Dao warrior. "Third brother, did the third brother go to the Shaolin Temple?" The Emperor of Tang could not help but ask. "I'm afraid so." The Lao Dao warrior looked solemn and said in a deep voice, "Although Su Qin could kill the Kuragenkyo's Qiyuan Laozu, the 9 ancestors of the 10,000 Buddhas Hall were not comparable to Qiyuan Laozu. I hope the 10,000 Buddhas Hall won't completely fall out with him." The Lao Dao warrior sighed in his heart and thought silently. Shaolin Temple. In front of the back mountain forbidden area. Endless clouds and mist shook and gathered into countless clouds and mist dragons, revolving around the 9 ancestors and covering them with a terrifying pressure. Under this pressure, ordinary mythical warriors would not be able to escape unscathed, let alone continue to break in. But the 9th ancestor is obviously not an ordinary mythical warrior. He is the 9th ancestor of the 10,000 Buddhas Hall, a peak Arhat who has condensed a domain and swept through the overseas martial arts world for an era. With the strength of the 9th ancestor, how could the great array in front of him be difficult? "Break!" The 9th ancestor looked calm and took a step forward. Suddenly, as the 9th ancestor took a step forward, the entire back mountain forbidden area suddenly roared, and the 5 Buddha mountains faintly made tearing sounds, as if they could not bear some kind of monstrous pressure. "Not good!" Abbot Huiwen's expression changed greatly. The heaven and earth great array that originally suppressed everything was as fragile as a thin paper in front of the 9th ancestor. No matter how slow Abbot Huiwen is, he can see that the heaven and earth great array is about to break. Abbot, what should we do now? Xian Ku next to him looked anxious. Shortly after returning from Kunlun Mountain, Xian Ku entered the peak Grade 1 Great Grandmaster realm. However, at this moment, in the face of the ninth ancestor who easily broke the heaven and earth grade array, the so-called peak grade Great Grandmaster realm is simply a joke. In Xian Ku's eyes, the ninth ancestor's every move is in harmony with heaven and earth, terrifying beyond compare. However, even though he knows that he is far from being the ninth ancestor's opponent, Xian Ku has no intention of taking a step back. The Back Mountain Forbidden Area is not only the Shaolin Temple, but also the place where Su Qin once went into seclusion. How can it let an outsider casually break in? Just when Xian Ku was ready to risk everything to stop the ninth ancestor from continuing to break the array, suddenly, a wooden sword slowly glowed under his neck, blooming with wisps of aura. The wooden sword floated in the air and broke free from Xian Ku's hand, faintly emitting a shocking sword intent. This is? Xian Ku blinked and did not react for a long time. In his eyes, this wooden sword will only be activated when he is in danger of life and death, right? Why did it appear now? It's the Venerable! Xian Ku suddenly thought of something. When he parted with Su Qin at Kunlun Mountain, Su Qin had asked for the wooden sword back and returned it a moment later. At this time, the wooden sword's strange behavior could only be a trick left behind by Su Qin. Apart from Xian Ku, Abbot Huiwen and the other court heads were also excited and full of anticipation. Buzz! As the wooden sword floated in the air, a terrifying sword intent surged and brewed. The ninth ancestor, who was about to break the heaven and earth array, suddenly stopped. The ninth ancestor slowly turned his head and looked at the wooden sword floating in the air. A trace of surprise flashed across his face. This sword intent? Could it be the Wanjian school? The ninth ancestor frowned slightly. Among the many exalted sects overseas, only the Wanjian school was famous for its sword Dao. At this moment, when the ninth ancestor saw such a sharp sword intent, his first thought was that someone from the Wanjian school had intervened. No. It's not the Wanjian school. The sword Dao of the Wanjian school is far from as sharp as this sword intent. The ninth ancestor's expression changed slightly. This was the first time his expression had changed since he came to the Shaolin Temple. Could it be that the Venerable of the Shaolin Temple is really the Peak Arhat? The ninth ancestor was in disbelief. With the ninth ancestor's eyesight, he could naturally see that the existence who left behind this wooden sword should be an expert of the same level as him. In other words, the strength of the Venerable of the Shaolin Temple has indeed reached the Peak Arhat realm. But how is this possible? Although the land of great battle is the core of the recovery of the tide of vitality, it is only after the tide of vitality has truly begun to recover to a certain extent that it can reveal all kinds of extraordinary aspects. But now, it has been less than 20 years since the recovery of the tide of vitality, and there are already 2 peak mythical level experts. It is simply incredible. Just as the ninth ancestor was thinking, the wooden sword had brewed enough sword intent, and the tip of the sword was pointed upward and slowly slashed down. At the same time, at the position of the sword hilt, an illusory right hand faintly appeared. This illusory right hand continued to spread and condensed into a hazy, illusory slender figure. The slender figure held the wooden sword in his hand as if he was holding a peerless divine sword, and slashed down at the ninth ancestor from afar. Humph! Seeing this scene, the ninth ancestor coldly snorted, and the domain around him slowly spread out, filling the area within 100 feet. Swish! The sword light slashed and cut into the domain. The originally sharp sword light began to slow down after entering the ninth ancestor's domain, and finally barely cut through more than half of the domain before it finally slowly dissipated. Crack! And at this moment, the suspended wooden sword seemed to have completely lost its power, crumbling inch by inch, and dissipating into the air. The whole place was dead silent. All the Shaolin Temple disciples turned pale. Everyone, including Abbot Huiwen, looked desperate. Even the wooden sword left behind by the Venerable had been shattered. Who in the world could stop the ninth ancestor? If you were here in person, I would be a little wary, But it's just a wooden sword. The ninth ancestor shook his head slightly, and looked at the hazy figure that spread out from the wooden sword. That wooden sword was a great weapon to deal with other legends. Even a sixth heavenly layer legend might be killed by the wooden sword. But it was impossible to use this wooden sword to deal with the ninth ancestor. Is that so? The hazy figure let out a voice that only existed on the spiritual level, and it echoed in the ninth ancestor's ears before quickly dissipating. The ninth ancestor frowned. However, before the ninth ancestor could figure it out, his expression changed again. The ninth ancestor suddenly raised his head and looked in a certain direction. In his perception, a terrifying aura cut through the void, traversing hundreds of miles in an instant, and rushing toward the Shaolin Temple at a terrifying speed. Chapter 258. That's the Venerable of the Shaolin Temple? Ancestor Nine's expression was solemn. The aura he sensed was of the same origin as the aura exuded by the wooden sword just now. It was obvious that it was the same person. Well, I'd like to see how the peak Arhat of the Land of Great Battle is different from the rest. The depths of Ancestor Nine's eyes fluctuated. As the Ancestor Nine of the Overseas 10,000 Buddha's Hall, even if he had been sleeping, he had once swept through an era overseas and believed that he was not inferior to any peak legend. Why isn't that person moving? The court heads and Abbot Huiwen of the Shaolin Temple were slightly stunned when they saw Ancestor Nine standing there quietly. It was not an exaggeration to say that the aura that the ninth ancestor had just displayed was monstrous. Whether it was the heaven and earth formation of the back mountain or the palm-sized wooden sword that hung around Xian Ku's neck, which was left behind by a venerable, they were all quickly suppressed. Logically speaking, such a peerless expert shouldn't hesitate at all. Why did he suddenly stop? While all the disciples of the Shaolin Temple were puzzled, Xian Ku's heart skipped a beat as he looked in the direction Ancestor Nine was facing. He was only a peak grandmaster, so his divine sense naturally could not cover hundreds of miles like Ancestor Nine's and detect Su Qin's aura in advance. But Xian Ku had a Buddha's heart, and was extremely sensitive to the outside world. He could vaguely guess that Ancestor Nine was waiting for someone. Could it be? Xian Ku's eyes lit up. With Ancestor Nine's strength, the entire Shaolin Temple could not withstand a single blow from him. Only Su Qin could make him wait so cautiously. Sure enough. A few moments later, a divine aura spread from afar. Abbot Huiwen and the court heads looked up in the direction of the aura, and their faces suddenly changed. That is? Abbot Huiwen was overjoyed. Venerable, it's venerable! The heads of the Shaolin Temple also saw this and immediately cheered. Su Qin was the venerable one of the Shaolin Temple. If it weren't for Su Qin, the Shaolin Temple would have been destroyed by the descendants of the Devil Buddha decades ago. At this moment, before the ninth ancestor was about to suppress the entire Shaolin Temple, Su Qin had unexpectedly appeared like a savior. The court heads were ecstatic. The Venerable One is back! My Shaolin Temple is saved! Many disciples of the Shaolin Temple were shocked. Although the ninth ancestor was extremely powerful, in the eyes of these disciples of the Shaolin Temple, Su Qin was truly invincible. In front of Su Qin, even the ninth ancestor was nothing. Vigorous qi and blood. Condensed the domain. Ninth ancestor's gaze was leisurely. As Su Qin got closer and closer, he could perceive more and more information. Of course, this was also because Su Qin was too lazy to hide it, and wantonly revealed his qi and blood fluctuations. Otherwise, if Su Qin wanted to hide it, not to mention the ninth ancestor, even a real Earth immortal would not be able to see it under the cover of the domain. With this level of qi and blood, I think he has at least 100 years of Shouyuan. The ninth ancestor could not determine whether Su Qin was a Shouyuan, but he could tell from Su Qin's vigorous qi and blood that the other party should have sufficient Shouyuan. Although he had reached the peak mythical level and was about to face the end of the Shouyuan, he could still maintain a certain level of strength, and would not be like a mortal who could not even walk. But the decline of qi and blood was inevitable. The closer to the end of the Shouyuan, the more qi and blood declined. And with the qi and blood fluctuations displayed by Su Qin, there were at least 100 years of Shouyuan to squander. The ninth ancestor guessed in his heart, and a trace of envy rose in his heart. Naturally, the ninth ancestor did not know that Su Qin had far more than 100 years of Shouyuan left, but more than 940 years. In fact, if he added the immortality peach, Su Qin's Shouyuan would soar to more than 1,940 years. Buzz! Su Qin stepped in and appeared in front of the forbidden area at the back of the mountain. The Lao Dao of the Dao One sect felt that even a peak mythical level expert would need half an incense stick's worth of time to travel tens of thousands of miles. But Su Qin was not an ordinary peak mythical level expert. It would take less than half an incense stick's worth of time to travel tens of thousands of miles. Ever since he entered the ninth heaven, Su Qin had been stabilizing his realm. He had also swallowed most of the fire elemental divine pills and demonic pills he had obtained in the past few years to cultivate the great sun painting of the 12 divine beasts. Now, although Su Qin's great sun painting had not reached small mastery, it was far beyond the beginner level. With this level of great sun painting, Su Qin could slightly borrow a trace of the three-legged golden crow's insignificant ability. For example, speed? Although the three-legged golden crow was known as the most powerful fire elemental divine beast, and the great sun true fire that could burn the sky and cook the earth, flames were only the three-legged golden crow's strongest means. In addition to the flames, the three-legged golden crow's speed was also extremely fast. As a bird-type divine beast, even if the three-legged golden crow was not as fast as a divine beast like the great roc, it was still far superior to other creatures. Even if Su Qin only borrowed a trace of it, it was enough to increase his speed by several times, almost comparable to an earth immortal. I'm finally back. Su Qin ignored the ninth ancestor, and his eyes kept sweeping across every corner of the Shaolin Temple. The Shaolin Temple was where Su Qin had lived for more than 20 years, and he was very familiar with every corner. Venerable One. Abbot Huiwen walked to Su Qin and bowed respectfully. Venerable One. Greetings, Venerable One. Greetings, Venerable One. Many disciples of the Shaolin Temple looked at Su Qin with fanaticism, and one by one, they knelt on the ground and worshipped Su Qin. In an instant, with Su Qin as the center, tens of thousands of disciples of the Shaolin Temple knelt down, and many of them cried tears of joy. Many of them were old people who had been around when Su Qin was still a sweeping monk, and they had personally experienced Su Qin saving the Shaolin Temple from destruction time and time again. Venerable One. Xian Ku also came over and bowed deeply to Su Qin. Su Qin did not say anything, but slowly retracted his gaze and looked at the ninth ancestor, and asked with interest, "Which ancestor of the 1,000 Buddha Temple are you?" "I'm ranked 9th. The ninth ancestor looked slightly surprised. He did not expect Su Qin to already know his identity. Until now, the ninth ancestor still had no intention of backing down. Although Su Qin's qi and blood were vigorous, and Shouyuan's were abundant, the ninth ancestor was not weak either. As the ninth ancestor of the 1,000 Buddha Temple, not only did he cultivate Buddhist divine skills, but he also carried several Buddhist treasures of the 1,000 Buddha Temple. In a fight between martial artists, qi and blood was a very important factor. The side with vigorous qi and blood would attack without restraint, while the side with weak qi and blood would have to be cautious, for fear of exhausting their qi and blood and dying on the spot. But other than qi and blood, there were many other factors that affected the outcome of a fight, such as the divine skills cultivated and the strength of the magic treasure. Especially the latter. A powerful magic treasure could definitely increase one's combat strength by several levels. Since you did not hurt anyone of the Shaolin Temple, I'll give you a chance to attack. Su Qin's expression was neither happy nor sad as he said calmly. Thank you for letting me win. The ninth ancestor heard this and did not show the slightest modesty. Since Su Qin wanted him to attack first, the ninth ancestor certainly would not hesitate. Rumble! Almost instantly, the ninth ancestor ran his martial skills with all his might. A terrifying aura shrouded the entire Shaolin Temple and quickly spread in all directions. In the face of Su Qin, a peak arhat with vigorous qi and blood, The ninth ancestor did not dare to be careless even if he had several Buddhist treasures from the 1000 Buddha temple. He immediately attacked with all his strength. Behind the ninth ancestor, there was a heavy sound like a millstone, and a Buddha with glaring eyes appeared out of thin air. This Buddha with glaring eyes was far inferior to the Buddha golden body in the depths of Su Qin's primal aperture at mid-brows. But at this moment, with the ninth ancestor attacking with all his strength, he also exerted a power that exceeded that of a peak legend like Qiyuan Laozu. Could it be that this person is really a Buddha? Abbot Huiwen and the others were all aghast when they saw this scene. At this moment, when they felt the true power of the ninth ancestor, they realized that the ninth ancestor had held back. Otherwise, if the ninth ancestor had directly displayed such strength, the Shaolin Temple would have been destroyed long ago. How could it have held on until Su Qin arrived? 1000 Buddha Temple? The 9 ancestors? Abbot Huiwen swallowed hard. They had heard the conversation between Su Qin and the ninth ancestor just now. From those few words, it was not difficult to determine that the ninth ancestor came from a force called the 1000 Buddha Temple, and in this force, the ninth ancestor was only ranked 9th. If the ninth ancestor, who was ranked 9th, had such terrifying strength, then what about the 6th ancestor and the 5th ancestor? Abbot Huiwen did not dare to imagine. However, just when everyone thought that the battle was about to begin, Su Qin, who was standing quietly in place, shook his head slightly and said, "Not enough. Just these alone are not enough." As soon as these words came out, the ninth ancestor's expression suddenly became a little ugly. At this moment, he had already activated his divine arts with all his strength. Except for those few Buddhist treasures, it could almost be said that he had used all his strength, but in Su Qin's words, it was not enough. The ninth ancestor took a deep breath, raised his right hand, and saw a string of Buddhist beads appear. This string of Buddhist beads was dim and extremely shabby, but the moment it appeared, it automatically flew out, exuding a heart-palpitating aura that enveloped the entire place. This string of Buddhist beads was left behind by a senior arhat. It is one of the Buddhist treasures of the 1000 Buddha Temple and is enough to fight against an earth immortal. The ninth ancestor looked at the Buddhist beads with a hint of awe in his voice. He was telling the truth. The Buddhist beads were indeed a Buddhist treasure left behind by Arhat. However, in order to use this string of Buddhist beads to fight against an earth immortal, one must first be strong enough. Although the ninth ancestor was a peak Arhat, he was still a distance away from the realm of Arhat, and was far from being able to unleash the full power of the Buddhist beads. However, even if the ninth ancestor could not use the Buddhist beads to fight against an earth immortal, it would not be a problem for him to suppress an ordinary peak legend. Boom! As the Buddhist beads rose, heaven and earth seemed to have begun to solidify. The Buddhist beads kept rotating and finally expanded, pressing down on Su Qin. The huge Buddhist beads filled the void and slowly pressed down on Su Qin. Even if Qiyuan Laozu was here, he would definitely turn around and leave, not daring to face the Buddhist beads head-on. Even Abbot Huiwen and the others from the Shaolin Temple felt their hands and feet go cold when they saw the Buddhist beads in the sky. Although they had confidence in Su Qin, the Buddhist beads were too terrifying. Even if they were just looking at it from afar, their minds were about to be suppressed by the Buddhist beads, let alone Su Qin, who was facing the full power of the Buddhist beads. Under everyone's horrified gaze, Su Qin slowly took a step forward, casually raised his right hand, clenched his fist, and punched at the Buddhist beads from afar. The next moment, the fist imprinted on the Buddhist beads. Suddenly, the Buddhist beads vibrated, and the suppression that was slowly descending suddenly stopped. This is... The ninth ancestor, who had a hint of confidence on his face, suddenly had a drastic change in expression as he looked at Su Qin in disbelief. Chapter 259. Oh no! The ninth ancestor seemed to have sensed something. His expression changed drastically as he tried to recall the Buddha beads. Unfortunately, it was too late. Su Qin's gentle punch had already landed on the Buddha beads. The Buddha beads were passed down from the previous era of vitality recovery. It was left behind by a grand arhat of the pantheon of Buddhas. Although it had been through tens of thousands of years, it still retained its terrifying power. In the hands of the ninth ancestor, it could easily defeat a peak legend like Qian Laozu. Based on this alone, the ninth ancestor was worthy of being the patriarch of the pantheon of Buddhas. His every move was above an ordinary peak legend. This was the true heritage of the overseas great sections. But at this moment, Su Qin's punch landed. Boom! The Buddha beads seemed to be made of some kind of wood, but in fact they were like metal. When Su Qin's fist landed on it, it produced a sound like a bronze bell that spread in all directions. In the Shaolin Temple, countless Shaolin Temple disciples felt as if thunder had exploded in their ears. Even a top great grandmaster like Xian Ku felt his mind go blank. As for the other disciples of the Shaolin Temple, the lighter ones were like Xian Ku, while the heavier ones fell to the ground and fainted. A moment later, the Buddha's heart in Xian Ku's body kept beating as he gradually regained his senses. He looked up and saw that Su Qin was still standing in the same place. His eyes were calm as if he had not moved at all. But the ninth ancestor still retreated thousands of meters and was almost out of the forbidden area. The Buddha beads were obviously dimmer as they floated in front of the ninth ancestor. The Venerable One won? The disciples of the Shaolin Temple who had woken up breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this scene. The ninth ancestor's attack with the Buddha beads was too terrifying. It was as if heaven and earth had been turned upside down. However, looking at the situation, the ninth ancestor's attack was obviously blocked by Su Qin. The ninth ancestor should have suffered a loss. Otherwise, he would not have retreated thousands of meters. The Venerable One is too strong. Countless Shaolin Temple disciples looked at Su Qin with fanaticism in their hearts. Even the elders of the Shaolin Temple had not seen Su Qin fight more than a few times, let alone the disciples of the Shaolin Temple. Ancestor Jiao stood several thousand meters away, his eyes solemn as he stared at Su Qin. In particular, when he saw the string of Buddha beads in front of him from the corner of his eye and noticed that there was a faint fist mark on one of the Buddha beads, a look of horror flashed across his eyes. This was a Buddhist treasure left by the great Arhat. After tens of thousands of years, its power might have declined and was no longer comparable to its heyday, but its material was still at the level of the great Arhat. For Su Qin to be able to leave a mark on such a Buddhist treasure and damage its body, even if his strength was not that of an earth immortal, he should be extremely close to it. Perhaps he had already transformed into a primordial spirit and was preparing to become a real earth immortal. Ancestor Jiao was frightened and uneasy. Although he still had some trump cards, they were at most similar to the Buddha beads. If Su Qin could repel the Buddha beads with a punch, he should be able to disperse other means with a raise of his hand. More importantly, Ancestor Jiao did not dare to drag this out any longer. After all, he was close to the limit of the Shouyuan. Even if he had been in a deep sleep by using a self-sealing secret technique, it was a fact that his qi and blood were declining. In a short time, he was confident that he could maintain his state, but as time went on, the hidden danger of his qi and blood declining would inevitably appear. At that time, he might not even have the qi and blood to activate the Buddhist treasure. What could he use to fight Su Qin, who was at the peak of the Shouyuan, who was full of qi and blood, and who could attack without restraint? Thinking of this, Ancestor Jiao suddenly had the intention to retreat. As the Ancestor Jiao of the 10,000 Buddha's temple, he was not stupid and naturally would not fight to the death. I've lost. Ancestor Jiao took back the Buddha beads and put his palms together towards Su Qin. He whispered, "The Venerable One's strength is rare in the world." Ancestor Jiao admitted frankly. If it was a few hundred years ago, before he fell into a deep sleep, his qi and blood would be vigorous and he could attack without restraint. He might be able to use the Buddhist treasures he had to fight Su Qin a few times. But now, Su Qin did not even need to attack. As long as he delayed him, Ancestor Jiao's qi and blood would be exhausted in half an hour, and his strength would plummet. "That Buddha beads of yours are quite hard." Su Qin shook his head and commented. His body had undergone almost 6 metamorphoses, and he had fused thousands of divine skill manuals to sublimate that punch. Yet, it did not penetrate the Buddha beads and only left a fist mark. It was indeed hard enough. Hard! Ancestor Jio's mouth twitched. As the Buddhist treasure of the 10,000 Buddha's temple that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years, the 10,000 Buddha's temple had suppressed countless powerful enemies. Yet, in Suqin's words, it was only hard? However, although Ancestor Jio was upset, he knew that Suqin was fully qualified to say that. To be able to damage the Buddha beads with one punch, this kind of strength, in the past, was enough to suppress several generations. Except for the real Earth immortals, who else could suppress him? In that case, I'll take my leave first. Ancestor Jio gave Suqin one last deep look, and then his body began to fade and disappeared. What? Abbot Huiwen and the other temple heads of the Shaolin Temple were dumbfounded. Ancestor Jio was still standing there talking to Suqin a moment ago, but the next moment, he disappeared silently as if he had never been there. Interesting escape technique. Only Suqin had a smile on his face. In the eyes of Abbot Huiwen and the others, Ancestor Jio had disappeared into thin air. But in Suqin's eyes, it was just a manifestation of Ancestor Jio's extreme speed. In that split second, Ancestor Nine had used some sort of escape technique to head west at an unimaginable speed. Even the fading figure left behind by Ancestor Jio was just an illusion left behind because of his extreme speed. Suqin looked thoughtfully in the direction of Ancestor Jio's escape and shook his head. But you can't escape. Whether it was the Eye of Truth, or the Celestial Gaze, he could grasp all kinds of chi in the world. As long as Suqin saw Ancestor Jio, even if the other party fled to the ends of the earth, he could still lock on to his specific location across an endless distance. This was also the reason why Suqin still did not chase after him. Unless Ancestor Jio could completely leave this world and hide in a spatial treasure like the War God Temple that was independent of this world, Ancestor Jio's whereabouts would be as easy as flipping his palm in Suqin's eyes. Venerable One! At this moment, Abbot Huiwen and the other temple heads gathered around and bowed slightly to Suqin. Get up! Suqin waved his hand and looked at the other disciples of the Shaolin Temple. Although Suqin and Ancestor Jio had only exchanged a single blow, and had tried to restrain their power, for some of the disciples of the Shaolin Temple who had just entered the 9th grade, it was no less than a disaster. Especially when Suqin's right fist collided with Ancestor Jio's string of Buddhist beads, the aftermath of the collision caused even a great grandmaster like Xian Ku, who had a Buddha-like heart, to be dazed for a moment, let alone the other ordinary disciples. The Shaolin Temple disciples in the middle realm and upper realm were fine, but their faces were pale and their spirits were low. They would be fine after a period of rest, but those in the lower realm directly fainted on the spot. If they did not take care of it after the incident, for these disciples in the lower realm, it would definitely form an inner demon that would make it difficult for them to progress in their lives. Following Suqin's gaze, the court heads suddenly reacted and hurriedly stepped forward to check on the disciples who had fainted. The Bodhi court head was proficient in alchemy and medicine. At this moment, after looking at dozens of Shaolin Temple disciples who had fainted on the ground, his brows wrinkled slightly. Abbot! The Bodhi court head quickly walked in front of Abbot Huiwen and said in a deep voice, "The state of these disciples is very strange. Many of them seem to have entered cultivation deviation." As soon as these words came out, Abbot Huiwen's expression changed. What cultivation deviation meant, Abbot Huiwen knew very well. Decades ago, because of his eagerness for quick success, he almost entered cultivation deviation. If it were not for Suqin's timely intervention, there would be no Abbot Huiwen now. This is troublesome. Abbot Huiwen's expression was heavy. The hidden dangers of cultivation deviation were great. Even if they were lucky enough to survive in the end, they would become a cripple. Just when Abbot Huiwen and the court heads were pessimistic and didn't know what to do, Suqin took a step forward unhurriedly. These disciples of the Shaolin Temple were also Suqin's juniors. Suqin naturally wouldn't leave them in the lurch. Suqin's thoughts moved, and a drop of Ewood's spirit liquid appeared in front of Suqin. This Yiwood spirit liquid was obtained by Su Qin in the past few decades. There were still several kilograms of it left, and it contained a strong vitality. Disperse! Su Qin blew gently. Suddenly, the drop of Yiwood spirit liquid in front of him turned into countless fine mist and merged into the clouds. Walala! Countless clouds began to gather, and a hazy spring rain began to fall. Wherever the spring rain passed, everything was revived and full of vitality. The many disciples of the Shaolin Temple who had fainted on the ground, when the spring rain fell, they felt a warm current suddenly appear in their bodies and spread to their limbs and bones. I'm fine? A disciple of the Shaolin Temple, who had just entered the Shaolin Temple and was not even a martial artist, opened his eyes with a dazed look. He looked at his hands and felt that he was in a better state than ever before. He even felt subtle signs of internal force being born in his body. Not only this disciple of the Shaolin Temple, but all the disciples of the Shaolin Temple who were shrouded in the spring rain woke up from their coma. Not only did they get rid of cultivation deviation, but they also made progress in their cultivation. Abbot Huiwen and the other court heads looked at all of this with a dumbfounded expression, almost as if they had seen a miracle. One must know that cultivation deviation is extremely complicated. Everyone has a different way of cultivation deviation. In order to save a martial artist who is suffering from cultivation deviation, one must analyze the reasons layer by layer. In the end, whether or not they can be cured depends on luck. But now, it was just a spring rain, and all the disciples of the Shaolin Temple who were suffering from cultivation deviation stood up. It was just like a legend. Thank you, Venerable One. Abbot Huiwen once again bowed deeply to Su Qin. By now, how could he not know that this was Su Qin's doing? Thank you, Venerable One. The disciples of the Shaolin Temple who had woken up from their coma also bowed to Su Qin in unison and were extremely grateful. Su Qin did not speak. A drop of Yiwood true essence contained enough vitality to make a myth warrior envious. Saving these disciples of the Shaolin Temple was as simple as eating and drinking. At the same time, thousands of miles away from the Shaolin Temple, Ancestor Nine's figure appeared silently. His feet were faintly glowing, and the distance of dozens of miles was compressed into a single step. As he stepped forward, he stopped thousands of miles away from the Shaolin Temple. Has the Venerable One of the Shaolin Temple already transformed his primordial spirit? Otherwise, how could he be so terrifying? It was only now that Ancestor 9 had time to think about the details of his fight with Su Qin. But I didn't feel the aura of the primordial spirit. Ancestor 9 shook his head, full of doubts. Once a peak myth transformed his divine sense into a primordial spirit, his primordial spirit aura would be revealed and suppress everything. But Ancestor 9 did not feel the slightest primordial spirit aura from beginning to end. Did he not transform into a primordial spirit? Ancestor 9 frowned and thought hard. In the end, he could only come to this conclusion. Without the power of the primordial spirit, he was able to leave a fist mark on the Buddhist treasure. How terrifying is the body of this Venerable One! Ancestor 9 looked amazed. The 10,000 Buddha's temple had produced many great arhat in the past. Especially during the last vitality tide recovery era, they were extremely powerful. But since ancient times, Ancestor 9 had never heard of any great arhat who could leave a mark on a great venerable level Buddhist treasure with the power of his body. And this was under the premise that the 10,000 Buddha's temple focused on the cultivation of the body. Otherwise, the body of the other greater sects would be even weaker. But the 10,000 Buddha's temple's divine feat release art is the best in an era. Even during the last vitality tide recovery era, it was still very famous. A smile appeared on Ancestor 9's face. The divine feat release art was the release art that Ancestor 9 had used when he left the Shaolin Temple. In a short moment, he had crossed thousands of miles at extreme speed. It was said that the Buddha's celerity escape skill was derived from the Buddha's celerity by a grand arhat of the Pantheon Temple. Although it was far inferior to the Buddha's celerity escape skill, it was still a rare escape skill. It's a pity that the divine feat release art consumes too much energy. Ancestor 9 sighed softly. In just a short moment, more than half of the vital essence in his body had been consumed. The reason why Ancestor 9 stopped here was firstly to see if Su Qin had caught up, and secondly to take the opportunity to recover and replenish the vital essence that he had consumed. It seems that the Venerable from the Shaolin Temple won't be chasing after me. Ancestor 9 waited for a while, and when he did not find Su Qin's aura, he was slightly relieved. If Su Qin really did not give up and chased after him, Ancestor 9 really did not dare to return to the 10,000 Buddha's temple. Without knowing if the 6th and 7th ancestors had arrived, once Su Qin discovered the location of the 10,000 Buddha's temple, it would definitely bode ill rather than well. Next, Ancestor 9 did not dare to continue to stay in the Empire of Tang. Instead, he rushed toward the 10,000 Buddha's temple in the depths of the Western Desert. During this journey, Ancestor 9 naturally did not have the luxury of using the Divine Feet Release art. After confirming that Su Qin had not chased after him, Ancestor 9 was much more relaxed and slowly returned to the 10,000 Buddha's temple. Half a day later, Ancestor 9 arrived at the Western Desert. He looked at the 10,000 Buddha's temple in the depths of the Western Desert, and a trace of joy flashed across his face. Have the 6th and 7th ancestors arrived? Ancestor 9 whispered to himself, then took a step forward and headed toward the 10,000 Buddha's temple. Chapter 260. Shaolin Temple. Su Qin broke up a drop of Yiwood true essence into millions of parts, melted them into the clouds, and seeped into the bodies of the disciples of the Shaolin Temple in the form of spring rain. Although the vitality in the Yiwood true essence was of no use to Su Qin, in the eyes of the disciples of the Shaolin Temple, it was no different from a real elixir. All the disciples who had bathed in the spring rain were full of spirit and energy, and felt as if they had endless strength. Next, Su Qin ignored the worship of the disciples and looked at the heaven and earth great array that shrouded the forbidden area of the back mountain. This heaven and earth great array was arranged by Su Qin when he was at the 3rd heavenly layer, and now it was almost broken by the 9th ancestor. Even if it still had the effect of gathering the world's essence qi, it was not as good as before. Let's rearrange it. Su Qin touched his chin and began to think. Since leaving the Shaolin Temple, he had obtained hundreds of thousands of heaven and earth great arrays from signing in. Coupled with Su Qin's own understanding of the Tao of arrays, he could completely evolve these hundreds of thousands of heaven and earth great arrays, and then achieve the effect of 1 to 2, and 2 to 3. The next moment, Su Qin raised his right hand, and countless light spots appeared. Almost instantly, the entire forbidden area of the back mountain of the Shaolin Temple was once again shrouded in the misty clouds. I've rearranged the 9 great arrays, Su Qin thought. Although these 9 heaven and earth great arrays were still casually arranged by Su Qin, with his current strength, it would not be so easy for the 9th ancestor to break them again. Although he could not completely block the 9th ancestor, he could at least delay him for half a day. And with Su Qin's speed, half a day would be enough to circle the entire continent several times. Time slowly passed. Almost half a day later, Su Qin looked up in the direction of the Western Desert, and thought to himself, "It's not moving anymore, is it the 10,000 Buddha Hall?" For most of the day, Su Qin was not only treating the Shaolin Temple disciples and rearranging the array, but he was also paying attention to the whereabouts of the 9th ancestor. With the Eye of Truth's grasp of Qi, Su Qin was able to track the whereabouts of the 9th ancestor after he left the Shaolin Temple. But now, Su Qin discovered that Ancestor 9 had already stayed in one place for more than 2 hours. Clearly, the only thing that could make the 9th ancestor stay for such a long time was the pantheon of Buddhas. I can go to the Western Desert now. Su Qin had made up his mind. He turned to look at Abbot Huiwen and the heads of the academies who were bowing beside him, and said lightly, "I'm going to the Western Desert." Western Desert? Abbot Huiwen and the court heads looked at each other, and finally asked cautiously, "Venerable One, why are you going to the Western Desert?" "To the 10,000 Buddha's Hall." Su Qin took a step forward and disappeared from the Shaolin Temple. Abbot Huiwen and the court heads recalled Su Qin's next sentence. "I want an explanation." Deep in the Western Desert, In the 10,000 Buddhas hall, 3 figures sat cross-legged in the 3 corners of the hall. Their auras were profound and extremely powerful. And in the leftmost corner of the hall, the 9th ancestor sat upright and still, looking at the other 2 figures, and said in a deep voice, "6th ancestor, 7th ancestor, I have finished telling you what happened. This place of great strife is indeed extremely dangerous. Not only can the legend of Chang'an City suppress a peak legend like Qiyuan Laozu, but the Venerable One of the Shaolin Temple is not much weaker." Ever since the 9th ancestor returned and saw the 6th ancestor and 7th ancestor of the 10,000 Buddhas hall, who had hurried over from overseas, he told them all about his experience in the Shaolin Temple. This place of great strife is interesting. The tide of vitality has not recovered for many years, and yet it has given birth to such a powerhouse. It is somewhat illogical. The 6th ancestor was a kind-looking old monk. At this moment, he spoke slowly, with a hint of curiosity in his tone. "I think so too." The 9th ancestor smiled bitterly. At first, he did not believe that the Venerable One of the Shaolin Temple was a peak venerable, but the result shocked him. Su Qin was not only a peak venerable, but also a powerhouse among the peak venerables. "How strong do you think the Venerable One of the Shaolin Temple is?" At this time, the 7th ancestor, who had been silent all this time, asked. The 9th ancestor just mentioned that after he fought with Su Qin, he immediately used the divine feat escape art to escape. As for the details of the fight, he did not mention much. "How strong?" The 9th ancestor was silent. He raised his right hand and revealed the string of Buddha beads on his wrist. "I activated this Buddha treasure and fought with the Venerable One of the Shaolin Temple. In the end, the other party repelled this Buddha treasure with his bare hands." As soon as these words came out, both the 6th ancestor and the 7th ancestor's pupils shrank. Su Qin repelling the 9th ancestor and repelling the 9th ancestor who used a Buddha treasure were 2 completely different concepts. Although the 9th ancestor was a peak venerable one, he had not transformed into a primordial spirit. In addition, his qi and blood had declined, and his strength was no longer at its peak. It was understandable that he did not want to fight with another powerhouse of the same level who was full of qi and blood. This did not mean that the 9th ancestor was inferior to Su Qin. But the 9th ancestor, who used the Buddha treasure, could raise his strength by several levels with the help of the Buddha treasure. Under such circumstances, he was still repelled by Su Qin, which was simply shocking. Not only that. The 9th ancestor shook his head slightly and injected his true essence into the Buddha beads. Suddenly, the ancient string of Buddha beads rapidly grew. At this time, the 6th ancestor and the 7th ancestor finally noticed a faint fist mark on one of the Buddha beads. "This is..." The 6th ancestor and the 7th ancestor's expressions changed drastically. Their eyesight was better than the 9th ancestor's, and of course, they immediately realized what it meant to be able to leave a fist mark on the Buddha beads. Could it be that the peak venerable of the Shaolin Temple has already transformed into a primordial spirit? The 7th ancestor said solemnly. The 1000 Buddha Hall did not care about ordinary peak venerable legends, but a peak venerable legend who had transformed into a primordial spirit was enough to easily sweep the current overseas martial arts world. In the era where Earth immortals did not appear, once a peak venerable legend transformed into a primordial spirit, it meant that he was invincible. The power of the primordial spirit was mysterious and far superior to the divine will. Once a martial artist transformed into a primordial spirit, not only would he have transcended the shackles of the physical body, but he could also rely on the primordial spirit to live forever. Ordinary martial artists, even peak venerable legends, once their physical body fell, their divine will would not survive for long unless they used some kind of divine will secret technique. Without the nourishment of the physical body, the divine will would only decline at a speed visible to the naked eye. But the primordial spirit was different. Although the primordial spirit still needed to be attached to the physical body, in a sense, it was already free from the limitations of the physical body. For a peak venerable legend who had transformed into a primordial spirit, even if they lost their physical body, they could still rely on the power of the primordial spirit to maintain most of their combat strength, Unlike the ninth ancestor, the sixth ancestor, and the seventh ancestor, who was worried about the decline of their chi and blood and did not dare to fight with all their strength. I didn't feel the slightest bit of the power of the primordial spirit. The ninth ancestor thought for a while and said with certainty. Besides, if the venerable of the Shaolin Temple had really transformed into a primordial spirit, I wouldn't have been able to get rid of him so easily. The seventh ancestor's expression relaxed a little when he heard this. He carefully looked at the faint fist mark on the Buddha beads and frowned. If the primordial spirit had not transformed, this fist mark was probably made entirely by the power of the physical body. Such a terrifying physical body should be close to that of Venerable Arhat's Dharmakaya. The seventh ancestor looked amazed. Compared to the strange and unpredictable power of the primordial spirit, unless Su Qin's physical body had truly reached the level of an earth immortal and could break the technique with brute force, he would at most be difficult to deal with. The Buddha beads are psychic. It was just a fist mark, and did not hurt the foundation of the Buddha treasure. It will recover after a few hundred years, the sixth ancestor said slowly. As a Buddha treasure left behind by Venerable Arhat, it was extremely compatible with the cultivation methods of the 10,000 Buddhas Hall. It could be nurtured and restored with the help of the many venerables of the 10,000 Buddhas Hall. I'm not concerned about the Buddha beads. The ninth ancestor put away the Buddha beads and shook his head. I'm worried that the venerable of the Shaolin Temple will use this as a reason to come to the 10,000 Buddhas Hall. Come to the 10,000 Buddhas Hall? The sixth ancestor chuckled when he heard this. You worry too much. What kind of existence is the 10,000 Buddhas Hall? If it could be easily found, how could it have been passed down for tens of thousands of years? That's right. The seventh ancestor nodded slightly and said with an extremely relaxed expression. This time, before the sixth ancestor and I came, we brought the 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp. 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp? The ninth ancestor was slightly shocked. The origin of the 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp was extremely mysterious. It was said that it was refined with the blood and sweat of a certain existence at the pinnacle of Arhat. The 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp only had one function: defense. When the Buddha lamp burned, it would release layers of barriers to block all attacks. Thousands of years ago, the 10,000 Buddhas Hall relied on this 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp to block a blow from an earth immortal. Of course, after that blow, the wick of the Buddha lamp was completely burned out, and it had not fully recovered to this day. But no matter what, the name of the 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp had since thoroughly shocked the overseas martial arts world. Look! The seventh ancestor raised his right hand, and a Buddha lamp appeared before him. The Buddha lamp lit up, and the wick burned slowly, releasing a warm aura. With this Buddha lamp, it's fine if the venerable of the Shaolin Temple doesn't come. If he really dares to come, we'll make him suffer. A smile appeared on the sixth ancestor's face as he said lightly. With the 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp guarding this place, in addition to the 3 pinnacle of Arhat, he really could not think of any accidents. The 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp. In that case, I'm relieved. The ninth ancestor nodded. Even though he had personally witnessed Su Qin's strength, he did not think that he could break through the 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp. You're overthinking it. The sixth ancestor looked at the ninth ancestor and said slowly, The 10,000 Buddhas Hall has stood tall overseas for thousands of years. What have we not experienced? The great enemies of the past have now been exhausted by Shouyuan, and their bodies and Tao have disappeared. But only the 10,000 Buddhas Hall still exists, and has prospered for generations. No matter how powerful the venerable of the Shaolin Temple is, how can he compare to the glory of the 10,000 Buddhas Hall? Although the sixth ancestor's voice was soft, it kept ringing in the ears of the ninth ancestor and the seventh ancestor. If there's a chance, I'd like to let the venerable of the Shaolin Temple personally experience the power of the 10,000 Buddhas Hall. Before the sixth ancestor finished speaking, the seventh ancestor, the ninth ancestor, and the other disciples of the 10,000 Buddhas Hall who were stationed here all felt uneasy. That's... The sixth ancestor disappeared and reappeared outside the 10,000 Buddhas Hall. The seventh ancestor, and the ninth ancestor followed closely behind, and they all looked forward. Dom! 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 Like a meteor crashing down, the earth rumbled, and like an ancient giant sprinting, a terrifying force pressed down, almost shattering the ground. The sixth ancestor's expression was solemn as he stared ahead. The western desert, which used to be filled with yellow sand, suddenly became clear. Endless yellow sand rippled under the sky, spreading out in circles as if it had substance, forming a passage to the outside world. 100 miles of yellow sand covered the sky and the sun. That's... The sixth ancestor's expression was solemn as he looked into the distance. At the end of the passage made entirely of yellow sand, a slender man with a profound aura strolled over. With every step he took, he crossed 100 miles. In just a moment, he stopped in front of the 10,000 Buddhas Hall. With a deep gaze, he looked at the people of the 10,000 Buddhas Hall and said lightly, "I'm Jingguan, here to pay respects to the temple." Chapter 261. He had come to pay respects to the temple. They looked at Su Qin, who had stopped a few miles away from the 10,000 Buddha Hall, and felt the tremors of the vast western desert sand, as well as the echoes in their ears. The sixth, seventh, and ninth ancestors fell silent. This was especially so for the ninth ancestor. He had just witnessed Su Qin's strength in the Shaolin Temple. With a single punch, he had damaged the 10,000 Buddha Hall's Buddhist treasure that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. It was extremely terrifying. If the ninth ancestor had not fled the Shaolin Temple in time with the Divine Limbs Release Art, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Su Qin's body was too strong. Even if the ninth ancestor had several Buddhist treasures, what use would they be if they could not break Su Qin's invincible body? They would only allow the other party to wear him down, and then his qi and blood would deteriorate, leaving him at his mercy. "So you didn't chase after me at first because you wanted me to lead the way." The ninth ancestor's thoughts raced as he stared at Su Qin. In the end, a bitter expression appeared on his face. At this moment, how could the ninth ancestor not have guessed how Su Qin had been able to locate the 10,000 Buddha Hall so easily? Although the western desert was not as prosperous as the central plains, its territory was vast, spanning millions of miles. Even an earth immortal would need at least half a day to find something in such a vast place. Moreover, the 10,000 Buddha Hall was shrouded in a Buddhist formation that concealed its aura. Even an earth immortal might overlook it if he was not careful. But what about Su Qin? The ninth ancestor had only returned to the 10,000 Buddha Hall for less than 4 hours when Su Qin came to pay respects to the temple. If the ninth ancestor did not lead the way, no one would believe him. However, before I returned to the 10,000 Buddha Hall, I checked myself many times. I didn't have any tracking secret art imprints on me. I even confirmed that the Buddhist treasures and Buddhist beads were fine before I dared to return to the 10,000 Buddha Hall. How did the Venerable One of the Shaolin Temple confirm my whereabouts? Doubts arose in the ninth ancestor's heart. Although he had been asleep for hundreds of years, he was no fool. As a peak arhat who had once roamed the seas, what methods had the ninth ancestor not seen? How could a mere tracking technique hide from him? There were many tracking secret techniques overseas, which were nothing more than leaving a trace of a mark on the target, and then using this trace of a mark to lock onto the target's specific location. But he, the ninth ancestor, did not find any trace of a tracking mark at all? If Su Qin knew what Ancestor 9 was thinking, he would definitely smile. What he relied on to lock onto ninth ancestor's whereabouts was not a tracking secret art, but the Eye of Truth. As a divine ability, the biggest difference between the Eye of Truth and ordinary tracking secret arts was that it used qi to lock onto living beings. Everything in the world, as long as it was alive, had qi activity. Every living being had a different qi activity. As long as Su Qin had seen Ancestor 9 and recognized his aura, he would be able to find him even if he had to go to the ends of the earth. This was the terrifying aspect of the Eye of Truth. Now that things have come to this, there is no need to blame yourself. At this time, the voice of the sixth ancestor slowly sounded in the ears of the ninth ancestor. He looked at Su Qin, his eyes slightly focused, and said lightly, benefactor has come to visit the temple, and the 10,000 Buddha's hall should welcome you, but it is not convenient today. Please go back. Su Qin had walked deep into the western desert and came to the front of the 10,000 Buddha hall. An invisible and terrifying aura shrouded everything like a sky curtain. But what kind of place was the 10,000 Buddha hall? It was a great sect that had been passed down since the Vitality Tide recovery era. For tens of thousands of years, overseas experts had come out in large numbers, and more than one Earth immortal had even attacked the 10,000 Buddha hall. Yet, the 10,000 Buddha hall still existed unscathed to this day. With the foundation of the 10,000 Buddha hall, how could it be easy for others to visit the temple? Even the 10,000 Buddha hall in the western desert had just been built not long ago, and was far inferior to the overseas 10,000 Buddha hall. But Su Qin was not an Earth immortal and did not have the unparalleled power to suppress everything. In addition, the sixth ancestor, the seventh ancestor, and the ninth ancestor were at the peak of Arhat, as well as many Buddhist treasures. The sixth ancestor did not believe that Su Qin would really dare to attack the 10,000 Buddha hall. Inconvenient? Su Qin smiled. In that case, I'll enter the temple myself. At this point, Su Qin took a step forward and closed the distance of several miles in an instant, directly arriving in front of the 10,000 Buddha hall. Oh no! The sixth ancestor's pupils shrank. He had learned from the ninth ancestor that Su Qin's physical body was unparalleled and could withstand Buddhist treasures. Naturally, he would not let Su Qin enter the 10,000 Buddha hall. Otherwise, if Su Qin went berserk and burst out with his blood and chi at close range, the three Arhat would not be afraid, but the other disciples of the 10,000 Buddha hall, as well as the 10,000 Buddha hall itself, would probably be overturned by Su Qin. 10,000 Spirit Buddha Lamp. The seventh ancestor raised his right hand and a Buddha lamp floated up and quietly floated in front of the 10,000 Buddha hall. The Buddha lamp swayed. It emitted a faint Buddhist light that enveloped the entire 10,000 Buddha hall. For a moment, outside the 10,000 Buddha hall, Su Qin's aura was raging. But inside the 10,000 Buddha hall, where the Buddhist light enveloped, a quiet and peaceful aura spread. Immediately, the many disciples of the 10,000 Buddha hall heaved a sigh of relief. Most of them were disciples from the 10,000 Buddha main hall overseas, and the strongest was only at the third heaven Arhat realm. How could they withstand Su Qin's aura? If the 10,000 Spirit Buddha lamp had not lit up in time, these disciples would have knelt on the ground under the suppression of Su Qin's aura. It's too scary. How could a mere remote continent give birth to such an expert? That's right. Even if this continent is the legendary land of great strife and the core of the recovery of the Vitality Tide, such an expert should not have appeared in such a short time. Many disciples of the 10,000 Buddha hall discussed in low voices. Through the Buddhist light that enveloped the 10,000 Buddha hall, they looked at Su Qin with deep fear and uneasiness. Don't worry. What kind of place is the 10,000 Buddha hall? Even the Earth Immortals have to return with broken swords, let alone others. A disciple of the 10,000 Buddha hall spoke, his tone filled with strong confidence. That's true. With the 6th, 7th, and 9th ancestors around, what do we have to worry about? Many disciples of the 10,000 Buddha hall nodded and comforted the other disciples. At this moment, Su Qin stopped and looked with interest at the 10,000 Spirit Buddha lamp that was slowly igniting and emitting a faint Buddhist light that protected the entire 10,000 Buddha hall. Interesting. Su Qin smiled slightly. This 10,000 Spirit Buddha lamp had a similar aura to the ninth ancestor's Buddhist beads, but in terms of energy fluctuations, it was dozens of times stronger. Whoosh! Su Qin flicked his finger, and a wisp of true essence instantly flew out and landed on the Buddhist light that enveloped the 10,000 Buddha hall. But the result was that this wisp of true essence was quickly swallowed by the misty Buddhist light as if nothing had happened. Since you want to barge into the 10,000 Buddha hall, it's not impossible. As long as you can break this 10,000 Spirit Buddha lamp, so what if you come in? The 6th ancestor looked at Su Qin and said lightly. This 10,000 Spirit Buddha lamp had once blocked a casual attack from an Earth Immortal. Even after that attack, the 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp was extinguished on the spot and had not recovered until now. But in terms of defense alone, the 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp was definitely unparalleled overseas. If not for the fact that this 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp could only defend and not attack, it would probably be ranked as the most precious treasure of the 10,000 Buddha Hall. As you wish. Suchin chuckled. His attack just now was just a rough estimate of what level of attack this 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp could block. The next moment, Suchin stretched out his right hand and clenched it slightly toward the void. Suchin pulled out a strange sickle-shaped saber that was curved like a full moon. Slash. Suchin held the demon god blade and slashed at the 10,000 Buddha Hall. Rip! The world seemed to have turned into a dark ocean, and the saber light slashed out by the demon god blade was like a dark space crack, flashing toward the 10,000 Buddha Hall. That is, when the sixth ancestor saw the long saber in Suchin's hand that was as dark as an abyss, his expression changed slightly. This aura, could it be from the cave world? The sixth ancestor's expression was solemn. At the end of the last Vitality Tide era, the cave world invaded and launched a war against the human world. Although the cave world was defeated in the end, the human world was hit hard, and many of its strongest experts fell. All kinds of information about the cave world were classified as top secrets, and placed in the depths of the overseas major sections. Ordinary elders could not see them. But at this time, the demonic blade in Suchin's hand reminded the sixth ancestor of the cave world. If it weren't for the fact that Suchin didn't have the slightest aura of the cave world, the sixth ancestor would have suspected that Suchin was a demon from the cave world. Just as the sixth ancestor's thoughts were racing, the saber light slashed out by Suchin fiercely slashed at the Buddha light emitted by the 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp. Kacha! The Buddha light boiled. At the intersection of the saber light and the Buddha light, there was a tearing sound, and a large amount of Buddha light and saber light melted each other. Finally, the 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp suspended above the 10,000 Buddha temple suddenly shone brightly, forcibly obliterating the saber light slashed out by Suchin. Too terrifying. The seventh ancestor and ninth ancestor looked at each other, cold sweat dripping down their backs. Just a moment ago, especially when the dark saber light slashed down, they all had an illusion that they were there. However, before anyone could react, Suchin retracted the demon god's blade, clenched his fist, and slowly punched towards the 10,000 Buddha temple. This punch was simple and heavy, as if the vast earth had been integrated into it. It was as if an ancient god had beaten a drum. Vigorous power gathered in this punch, and it abruptly slammed into the Buddha light emitted by the 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp. Dong dong! A sound like a great bell reverberated, and the minds of the 10,000 Buddha temple disciples went blank. Under everyone's horrified gazes, Suchin's punch landed on the Buddha light, and the entire Buddha light was dented. Suchin's right fist was pressed against the bottom of the dented light, and the terrifying fist intent seemed to penetrate the Buddha light and permeate the 10,000 Buddha temple. Although after Suchin withdrew his punch, the Buddha light that had been dented quickly recovered to its original state, the punch that Suchin had just thrown out was deeply imprinted in everyone's mind. This punch is too terrifying. It almost shook the 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp. The seventh ancestor's heart was in turmoil. However, Suchin then rubbed his wrist, and said something that horrified the sixth ancestor, seventh ancestor, and ninth ancestor. All right. I'm going to get serious now. Suchin moved his body, and his fighting spirit rose faintly. Chapter 262. In the 10,000 Buddha Hall. Under the shroud of the misty Buddha light. Sixth ancestor, and the others had keen senses, so they naturally heard Suchin's whisper. What? That saber and punch just now, he didn't use his full strength. The seventh ancestor looked aghast. Suchin's saber and punch were about to shake the 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp. Especially the last punch, the terrifying fist intent almost penetrated the Buddha light and spread into the 10,000 Buddha hall. Suchin said that such an earth-shattering attack was not considered serious? The ninth ancestor and the seventh ancestor looked at each other in disbelief. They had overestimated Su Qin and directly used the 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp. But now, the combat power that Su Qin displayed was simply appalling. Just as the ninth ancestor and the seventh ancestor were looking at each other, Su Qin had already made his move again. This time, Su Qin did not rely on any divine weapons or magical treasures at all. He was purely bare-handed. Be it fists, palms, legs, or fingers, he blasted them all on the Buddha light emitted by the million spirits Buddha lamp. Bang! Bang! In an instant, Su Qin had already made dozens of moves. Suddenly, the Buddha's light that shrouded the 10,000 Buddhas hall trembled. The Buddha's light exploded and distorted under Su Qin's attacks. Even if the 10,000 spirits Buddha lamp continued to release Buddha's light, there was still a terrifying force seeping in. If it were not for the sixth ancestor, the seventh ancestor, and the ninth ancestor's continuous efforts to stop the spread of the force alone would be enough to kill all the disciples of the 10,000 Buddha hall below the seventh heaven. But even with the protection of the three ancestors, many disciples of the 10,000 Buddha hall hid in the corner and trembled, as if they were experiencing the end of the world. They were full of fear as they looked at the gradually distorted Buddha light. Su Qin was too powerful. The power that burst out from his every move was earth-shattering. Even the wick of the 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp was burning rapidly at this moment, as if it was the final radiance of the setting sun. Although the 10,000 spirits Buddha lamp was powerful and could withstand a casual blow from an earth immortal at its peak, it was not at its peak after all. In addition, Su Qin had launched hundreds of moves in an instant. Even if each move couldn't compare to the earth immortal's attack, with so many moves stacked together, the quantitative change would cause a qualitative change. It was enough to destroy everything. How is this possible? The sixth forefather looked at the trembling Buddhist light in disbelief. If one were to say that Su Qin's initial saber strike and fist strike were only on the verge of shaking the 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp, the truth was that he was still some distance away from truly shaking the Buddha lamp. But at this moment, Su Qin's every strike was truly shaking the myriad spirit Buddha lamp. In just a short moment, the myriad spirit Buddha lamp, which had been nourished by the myriad Buddha's hall for thousands of years, had already consumed 60% of its oil wick. We can't continue like this. Otherwise, the myriad spirit Buddha lamp will really be destroyed. The sixth forefather's expression was ugly as he looked at the seventh forefather and ninth forefather and said in a deep voice, "The myriad spirit Buddha lamp was not comparable to a Buddhist treasure like the Buddhist beads. It was the true foundation of the myriad Buddha's hall. With the protection of the myriad spirit Buddha lamp, even if the myriad Buddha's hall was besieged by a group of pinnacle myths, it could still hold on for a while. It must not be destroyed today. You and I will attack together." The sixth forefather's expression was solemn as he said solemnly, "Sixth forefather, even if we join forces, can we stop him?" The ninth forefather had no confidence at all. With the power that Su Qin had displayed, who could stop him except for the pinnacle Arhat who had condensed his domain and transformed his primordial spirit? If it's a close combat, of course not. The sixth forefather's eyes narrowed slightly as he shook his head and said, Su Qin's physical body was too terrifying. His qi and blood were like the ocean. Even if the three of them joined forces and desperately used the forbidden technique to recover their strength, it was still uncertain whether they could win. If they could not win and allowed Su Qin to delay until the forbidden technique's duration expired, the three of them might really die here. But this person has only used his physical body from the beginning to the end. As for other means, he doesn't have many. We can open up the distance, suppress him with our domain, and slowly exhaust him to death. A glimmer of light flashed across the sixth forefather's face. At their level, martial arts had long since become extraordinary. They were no longer limited to ordinary fights, but more of a clash of domains. Su Qin's physical body was indeed powerful, far beyond the imagination of the sixth forefather and the others, but the sixth forefather and the others could choose not to fight Su Qin with their physical bodies. Once he lost his physical body, Su Qin's combat strength would be greatly reduced. As for the domain, Although the sixth forefather and the others were close to Shou Yuan, and their qi and blood were declining, it had no effect on the domain. On the contrary, because of their long experience, their attainments in the domain had surpassed those of pinnacle myths. If it was just the sixth forefather alone, he might not be able to fight with the domain. After all, Su Qin was not stupid. How could he give up his advantage and fight with a disadvantage? But the sixth forefather and the others had a total of 3 people. The 3 pinnacle Arhat who had formed their domains had the same cultivation method. They could merge the power of their domains into one and suppress Su Qin in an instant. At that time, Su Qin's domain would be imprisoned in place. No matter how powerful his physical body was, what could he do? Unless he had a Dharma body comparable to an earth immortal and could tear apart a miniature domain with his monstrous qi and blood, he could only be trapped. As for a Dharma body comparable to an earth immortal, if Su Qin's physical body had reached such a level, he would have shattered the 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp with a punch. That's right. The 7th forefather's eyes lit up. He obviously agreed with the 6th forefather's suggestion. Whether it was the myth realm or the Arhat realm, the domains they formed were all miniature domains. Even if there were differences in strength, it would not be a qualitative change. With the 3 of them working together, they would definitely be able to suppress Su. The 6th forefather, 7th forefather, and 9th forefather instantly made a decision. And at this moment, clang, clang, clang! Su Qin stretched his body and continuously blasted the Buddhist light emitted by the 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp. The barrier formed by the Buddhist light was indestructible, but in Su Qin's eyes, it was just a target for him to flatten. Break! Su Qin's fighting spirit was boiling. His qi and blood were rolling like waves. His powerful physical strength, true essence, and divine thought combined to form a force that could obliterate all things. In an instant, he hit the Buddhist light barrier. Crack! When the punch landed, there was a sudden cracking sound. A crack suddenly appeared on the body of the 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp that hung high above the 10,000 Buddha hall. Su Qin's punch had completely damaged the origin of the 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp. To repair this crack, it would take at least hundreds of years for countless disciples of the 10,000 Buddha hall to nurture it. Ha 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 ha! Awesome! This is awesome! Su Qin laughed loudly. Ever since his physical body had transformed 5 times, he had not used his physical strength so recklessly. Even when he killed the demonic dragon of the war god temple, his qi and blood were not as soaring as now. Not good. We can't drag this out any longer. The 6th forefather saw this scene and his scalp almost exploded. They originally wanted to use the 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp to exhaust some of Su Qin's energy. This way, it would be easier for them to suppress him with their domains later. But the 6th forefather and the others did not expect that Su Qin's last punch seemed to have undergone some kind of sublimation and directly hit the origin of the 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp. Even the 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp's body was hit, and a crack appeared. If this continued, the entire 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp would probably shatter under Su Qin's punch. Rise! The 6th ancestor, 7th ancestor, and 9th ancestor soared into the sky, circulating their blood and qi to maintain themselves at their peak state. At the same time, 3,000 feet domains appeared in the blink of an eye, shrouding Su Qin from all directions. Su Qin raised an eyebrow and released his domain as well. However, no matter how strong Su Qin was, he was only one person. His domain was also a miniature domain. Under the suppression of the 6th forefather and the other two's domains, although he was not losing ground, it was obvious that he could not gain any advantage. Benefactor, why don't we each take a step back and retreat to one another? The 6th forefather stood high in the sky and looked down at Su Qin as he spoke. Even though he suppressed Su Qin with his domain power, he was still worried that Su Qin would perish together with him. So, he burned his qi and blood recklessly. In that case, the 6th forefather and the other 2 might still be able to suppress him, but they would probably have to wait until the few Shou Yuan left were exhausted. Su Qin and Shou Yuan had enough and could afford to exhaust them, but they could not. Retreat to one another? Suchin smiled slightly and did not comment. That's right. The seventh forefather also spoke. Your physical body is strong, but we're only suppressing him with our domains. You can't use your physical body at all. Furthermore, at this point, the seventh forefather paused for a moment and glanced at Suchin. He said lightly, in order to break the 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp, you must have consumed a lot of energy. If you fight 1 against 3 now, what advantage can you gain? The seventh forefather seemed to be considering the problem from Suchin's perspective. Is that so? A smile appeared on Suchin's face. He shook his head and said, I was going to play a little longer. After all, such a useful sandbag is rare. Suchin glanced at the 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp and said lightly, Are you going to refuse? The seventh forefather heard this, and his expression changed slightly. Although he did not know what Suchin meant by sandbag, it was obvious that the other party did not intend to give up. I'm not refusing. Suchin sighed softly and said seriously, I want to end all of this. Oh? Do you think you can resist the suppression of the 3 of us? The seventh forefather's eyes flashed, and he frowned. Below the earth immortal, even the strongest peak myth or peak arhat only had a micro-domain. Under the same micro-domain, the seventh forefather did not believe that Suchin could resist the suppression of the 3 of them. Domain? Suchin chuckled. Is the domain very strong? The next moment, under the shocked gazes of the seventh forefather and the others, Suchin slowly stretched out his right hand and clenched his 5 fingers into a palm. He slowly pressed it down. Rumble! The whole world suddenly roared. With Suchin as the center, the world was enveloped by a dark golden glazed Buddha palm. Golden udumbra flowers bloomed in all directions. One flower, one world, one leaf, one universe, evolved into layers of endless pure land. And at the core of the pure land, a golden Buddha sat upright like a real Buddha overlooking all living beings. Its eyes were indifferent, without favoritism, hatred, love, or pity. The most powerful and vast aura shot straight to the 9 heavens. In heaven and earth, only I am supreme. Whoosh! Before the dark golden glazed Buddha palm fell, the domain power that the sixth forefather and the others had gathered suddenly collapsed layer by layer, as if they had met their natural enemy. The million-spirit Buddha lamp that was still burning slowly and releasing Buddha light fell to the ground with a plop. It was as if it had completely turned into an ordinary Buddha lamp. The sixth patriarch and the others, who were standing high in the sky and looking down at Suchin, felt as if they had been struck by lightning. They stared blankly at the golden Buddha, who was pointing at the sky and touching the earth, and whispered in an indescribably complicated tone, This is Buddha! This is the real Buddha! Chapter 263. Just as Suchin was attacking the 10,000 Buddhas hall, several figures appeared silently at the edge of the western desert. The auras of these figures were empty, like an abyss, but there was also a hint of decay. They were the patriarchs of the powerful sects outside the sea who had sealed themselves in a secret technique, and had been in hibernation until now. When Suchin stepped into the western desert, he stirred up yellow sand, and a terrifying aura enveloped everything. Naturally, the 10,000 Buddhas hall was not the only one alarmed. There were also other great sects that had migrated from overseas to the western desert. Many of the overseas great sects, in order to fight for the right to speak in the land of great battle, had awakened one of their great ancestors to guard the land of great battle. The 10,000 Buddhas hall was the same. The other great sects were the same. This person's strength has definitely condensed a domain, and his vitality is exuberant. He should be a peak legend that has just been born in this era. Strange, when did such a powerhouse appear overseas? The great ancestors of the various great sects talked to each other, their tone puzzled. Could it be that this person isn't a peak legend from overseas? That's right. I heard that the legend guarding the Empire of Tang in the land of great battle has also condensed a domain. Could it be that he's here? It shouldn't be. The 10,000 Buddhas hall has nothing to do with the Empire of Tang. How could it attract a peak legend here? I think it might be the Venerable One from the Shaolin Temple. After all, both belong to Buddhism. It makes sense that the Venerable One came to visit the 10,000 Buddhas Hall. That's impossible, right? The Venerable One from the Shaolin Temple is also a peak Venerable One? The great ancestors chatted quickly, commenting on Su Qin in an extremely casual tone. Although Su Qin's strength was terrifying to the extreme, which of them was not a peak legend? After living for almost 500 years, how good was their eyesight? Although Su Qin had long sensed the peeping eyes from the western desert's edge, he was too lazy to pay attention to them. This time, he had personally attacked the 10,000 Buddhas Hall. First, he wanted to demand an explanation from the 10,000 Buddhas Hall. Second, he wanted to intimidate these overseas great sections. Otherwise, if the 9th ancestor came to the Shaolin Temple today and another ancestor from another great sect tomorrow, would Su Qin still be in closed-door training? Was he still going to cultivate or not? Something's not right. This person is so aggressive. Is he here to cause trouble for the 10,000 Buddhas Hall? One of the ancestors in a blood-red robe frowned slightly. Su Qin's words, "I am Jingguan, and I have come to pay my respects to the temple," were full of provocation. I don't know if he will cause trouble for the pantheon of Buddhas, but I'm afraid that this person is really the Venerable from the Shaolin Temple. Another patriarch sighed with emotion. Whether it was in the overseas martial arts world or in this land of great strife, only Buddhists could call themselves poor monks. However, even if this person is really at the peak of Arhat, if he wants to challenge the entire 10,000 Buddhas Hall, he's overestimating himself. The third ancestor, who looked like a beautiful woman, shook her head. Whether it was the 10,000 Buddhas Hall or the other great sects overseas, they had been standing for at least thousands of years. What kind of calamity had they not experienced during this period? If a mere peak of Arhat wanted to shake a great sect, it was no different from a fool's dream. A peak legend was indeed powerful enough to dominate the overseas world. However, dominating the overseas world did not mean that they could kill everything. Other than the real immortals on land, many of the great sects were truly supreme existences, overlooking the vicissitudes of the overseas world for thousands of years. Although this 10,000 Buddhas Hall isn't the 10,000 Buddhas main hall, there's at least one of the 9 ancestors here. With a few Buddhist treasures, this Venerable from the Shaolin Temple won't be able to gain any advantage. He'll be at a great disadvantage. The blood-red patriarch who had spoken earlier spoke faintly as if he could see Su Qin's end. The other patriarchs nodded slightly in agreement. The bald donkeys from the 10,000 Buddhas Hall were notorious for being difficult to deal with. Su Qin did not know their background and rashly attacked them. It was foolish of him. Hee. Let's take this opportunity to see the background of the 10,000 Buddhas Hall and which of the 9 ancestors is here. Another patriarch sneered. With a hot head like Su Qin at the front, he could help them probe the depths of the 10,000 Buddhas Hall. It should be known that before the vitality tide completely recovered, many of the great sects overseas would definitely not move all of their foundations here. At this time, it was very important to understand each other's methods. Although they could not predict the enemy's moves, at least they would not be so passive when they attacked each other in the future. Later, let's join forces. When that Shaolin Temple's Venerable retreats, we can take him down. This person can cultivate to such a level in the land of great battle. He must be in possession of a great secret. We can take the opportunity to interrogate him. The last patriarch suddenly said, a trace of greed flashing in his eyes. As soon as he said this, the patriarchs were shocked. They were very tempted. Look! The 2 sides are fighting. The eyes of the beautiful patriarch lit up. When the other patriarchs heard this, they immediately stared at the 10,000 Buddhas Hall. Although the 10,000 Buddhas Hall was extremely far away from them, as peak legends, these patriarchs had many means. They naturally had the ability to figure out what happened in front of the 10,000 Buddhas Hall. That is? The 10,000 Spirit Buddha lamp? The 10,000 Buddhas Hall brought the 10,000 Spirit Buddha lamp here. The patriarchs were slightly stunned. They looked at each other in disbelief. Even in the 10,000 Buddhas Hall, the 10,000 Spirit Buddha lamp was considered a treasure, surpassing ordinary Buddhist treasures. Logically speaking, it should be guarding the 10,000 Buddhas' main hall. It seems that the 10,000 Buddhas' hall is determined to win this battle, the patriarch in the blood-red robe said. With the protection of the 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp, that venerable from Shaolin Temple may not even be able to touch the door of the 10,000 Buddhas' hall. He will be blocked outside. Another patriarch's face was full of emotion, and his tone was full of regret. They originally thought that they could see two peak Arhat fighting, but now that the 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp was out, what was there to fight? Even if the venerable from Shaolin Temple did not know when to retreat, he would definitely retreat when he sensed the terrifying power emitted by the 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp. However, it's not like we didn't gain anything. Although we are not sure which of the 9 patriarchs came from the 10,000 Buddhas' hall, at least we know that the 10,000 Buddhas' hall brought the 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp to the battlefield. The second patriarch who spoke said slowly, "That's right. This is the 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp." The beautiful patriarch muttered to herself. Thousands of years ago, an earth immortal attacked the 10,000 Buddhas' main hall, and the 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp blocked his attack. Although it only blocked the earth immortal's casual attack, and the 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp completely dimmed, but that was an earth immortal. Even in the heyday of the recovery of the last vitality tide, an earth immortal was definitely a powerhouse who could suppress a region, let alone now in this era where vitality was silent and everything was withered. Just as the patriarchs were about to turn around and return to their respective sects. That is, the patriarch in the blood-red robe casually glanced, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Seeing this, the other patriarchs followed the gaze of the patriarch in the blood-red robe and looked toward the 10,000 Buddhas' hall. Suddenly, the patriarch's expressions changed, because they were shocked to find that the venerable from the Shaolin Temple was striding toward the 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp. And what happened next made the patriarchs even more aghast, as if they had seen a ghost. This person is too strong, isn't he? He actually shook the 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp? Shook? It's more than just shaking. I feel that the 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp can't bear it anymore. The Buddhist light is already collapsing. Terrifying, too terrifying. The patriarchs swallowed their saliva and looked at each other, unable to hide the shock on their faces. Su Qin's terror was beyond the limit of their imagination. Monstrous qi and blood burst out with every move, like an ancient god shaking the world. It was simply appalling. Such a terrifying physical body, I'm afraid it's close to the Dharma body of an earth immortal. The patriarch, who looked like a beautiful woman, said word by word with a solemn expression. The other patriarchs' gazes were heavy, but they did not refute this sentence. Because in their view, Su Qin's physical body was close to the Dharma body of an earth immortal. No wonder the 10,000 Buddha temple used the 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp immediately. One of the patriarchs' face was thoughtful. At first, he was a little puzzled as to why the 10,000 Buddha temple allowed Su Qin to come knocking on their door and did not even dare to resist, directly using the 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp to protect themselves. Now, it seems that the 10,000 Buddha's hall was aware of Su Qin's terror. Oh no, if this person's physical body is really close to the Dharma body of an earth immortal, I'm afraid the 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp won't be able to withstand it. The patriarch in the blood-red robe's expression changed slightly. At this moment, Su Qin's qi and blood boiled as he threw out the last punch, directly causing a crack to appear on the 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp. At the same time, in the 10,000 Buddha temple, the 6th patriarch, 7th patriarch, and 9th patriarch's aura soared into the sky as 3 huge domains shrouded down, firmly imprisoning Su Qin in place. 6th patriarch, 7th patriarch, and 9th patriarch. The 10,000 Buddha temple has paid a huge price this time. They've sent out 3 of the 9 patriarchs. The patriarchs quickly recognized the 6th patriarch, 7th patriarch, and 9th patriarch. The venerable one from the Shaolin Temple was able to shake the 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp because of his physical body that's close to the Dharma body of an earth immortal. But now, the 10,000 Buddha Temple's 6th patriarch, 7th patriarch, and ninth patriarch have joined forces to suppress him with their domains, forcing the Shaolin Temple's Venerable One to give up his physical body. When the patriarchs saw this, they sighed in relief. It had to be said that the 10,000 Buddha Temple's 3 patriarchs reacted quickly and chose the most suitable method to deal with Su Qin. Perhaps we can keep this person here. The patriarch who spoke last had not finished speaking. Su Qin slowly extended his right hand and pressed down with his 5 fingers. The world was enveloped by a dark golden Buddha's palm. A terrifying chi activity spread. A Buddha's golden body that filled the myriad worlds condensed behind Su Qin and looked down on the 10,000 Buddha temple. In an instant, the 10,000 Buddha temple's 6th patriarch, 7th patriarch, and 9th patriarch's domain power dissipated. The 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp fell to the ground with a thump. The next moment, at the edge of the western desert, the patriarchs who were watching the battle from afar could not sense anything. This was because when the Buddha's golden body appeared, everything in the world seemed to have turned into chaos. Their chi was in a mess. The area that belonged to the 10,000 Buddha temple seemed to have disappeared from their senses. There was dead silence. The patriarchs were silent. They could not help but feel fear in their eyes. The Buddha's golden body that suddenly appeared at the last moment was terrifying to the extreme. Even though the patriarchs were far away from it, their divine senses were roiling as if they were about to explode when they glanced at it. This was even more so for the 10,000 Buddha temple, which was facing the full might of the Buddha's golden body. After a long while, one of the patriarchs said in a shaky voice, "Should we join forces and take down the Venerable One from the Shaolin Temple and interrogate him for his secrets?" None of the patriarchs answered this question. Even the patriarch who suggested this kept his mouth shut. There was silence. The remaining patriarchs exchanged glances. They did not dare to bring up this topic again. "I suggest that you guys go to bed early and read it tomorrow morning. Lastly, I'm begging for your monthly votes. There's no charge for the word count after PS." Chapter 264. In front of the 10,000 Buddha's hall. A dark golden Buddha's palm covered heaven and earth, and Buddha's light spread in all directions, illuminating everything. The moment Su Qin struck out with the first move of the Buddha's palm, his mind was raised infinitely, as if it had merged with the golden Buddha that pointed at the sky and touched the earth. This feeling? Su Qin only heard the Buddha's golden body that symbolized the inheritance of the 9 moves of the Buddha's palm, and the Buddha's true will in the depths of his eyebrows suddenly trembled, and countless insights poured into his heart. At this moment, Su Qin seemed to have transformed into the real Supreme Buddha, and with a strike of his palm, everything was destroyed. Is this the Buddha's palm? Su Qin's mind was a little intoxicated. When he used the Buddha's palm, he only felt that everything in the world was under his control, as if he could shatter space. Of course, Su Qin also knew that this was just his illusion. How stable was space everywhere? Even an earth immortal couldn't shatter space, let alone him. Although the Buddha's palm was powerful, it was also based on Su Qin's strength. The stronger Su Qin was, the stronger the Buddha's palm would be. On the contrary, if Su Qin was weaker, even if he mastered a peerless divine art like the Buddha's palm, he wouldn't be able to exert much power. If this palm is really struck out, I'm afraid even an earth immortal would have to retreat 1,000 miles, right? A smile appeared on Su Qin's face. Although he had never faced a real earth immortal, he had seen the body of Lord Donghai on Immortal Abode Island. Lord Donghai was a peak earth immortal during the previous Vitality Tide recovery era. Even after tens of thousands of years, the body he left behind still had some of the aura of an earth immortal. Su Qin could see through the remnant aura. Although he couldn't determine the existence of an earth immortal and how strong he was, at this moment, his Buddha's palm had obviously reached the level of an earth immortal in terms of power. But this consumption is too much. Su Qin's heart sank. In just a moment, Su Qin had only operated the Buddha's palm. He hadn't really struck it yet, but the true essence and divine sense in his body were already being consumed at a crazy rate. According to this rate of consumption, once Su Qin really struck this palm, wouldn't he directly lose 20% of his true essence and divine sense? However, It can also be considered a trump card. Even if I really encounter an Earth immortal in the future, I can still resist a few times. Su Qin thought silently. Just as Su Qin was thinking quickly. This is Buddha. The real Buddha. The sixth forefather's hands trembled as tears streamed down his face. At his level, he had long given up on the hope of stepping into the realm of great Arhat. The only thing he pursued was the Buddha that had been worshipped in the 1000 Buddha Hall for thousands of years. In fact, this was also the pursuit of all the peak Arhat of the 10,000 Buddhas Hall. However, it was a pity that the 10,000 Buddha Hall did not manage to find a real Buddha even during the previous Vitality Tide recovery era, let alone now. However, at this moment, the aura that Su Qin exuded, especially that vast golden body of Buddha, was exactly the same as the Buddha that the 10,000 Buddhas Hall had been pursuing for thousands of years. Thud! Thud! The disciples of the 10,000 Buddha Hall knelt down and lowered their heads, not daring to look at him again. Could this person be the reincarnation of some Buddha? The seventh forefather's eyes were glazed over as his heart trembled deeply. In the seventh forefather's eyes, if it was a real Buddha, he would have swept through this world long ago. Although Su Qin was strong, he was clearly still a distance away from the realm of a real Buddha. However, at this moment, Su Qin seemed to have transformed into the golden body of Buddha and looked down on all living beings. Apart from a real Buddha, who else could do this? That was why the seventh forefather believed that Su Qin was the reincarnation of a Buddha. Buzz, buzz, buzz! Su Qin's mind was integrated into the golden body of Buddha. The first move of the Buddha's palm could be used at any time. With the power of I, the unique and righteous. Once it was used, the entire 10,000 Buddha Hall would definitely be reduced to ashes. The sixth forefather, seventh forefather, ninth forefather, and the disciples of the 10,000 Buddha Hall would also be reduced to nothingness along with the 10,000 Buddha Hall. However, Su Qin frowned slightly and did not immediately make a move. Although the ninth forefather had broken into the Shaolin Temple, he had not harmed the lives of any of the disciples of the Shaolin Temple. Even the warrior monastery head, who had attacked the ninth forefather, was only imprisoned for a moment before he recovered. In a way, although the ninth forefather was at fault, he did not deserve to die. Even if Su Qin was decisive and did not fear killing, he would not kill indiscriminately. Thinking of this, Su Qin slowly retracted the Buddha's palm. The Buddha's light that filled the sky flowed into his body. The dark golden Buddha's palm and the golden body of Buddha that had covered the sky slowly dissipated. From the outside, Su Qin was still standing in the same place, not moving at all. However, the disciples of the 10,000 Buddha Hall, from the ordinary disciples to the sixth forefather, seventh forefather, and ninth forefather, were all kneeling on the ground, trembling as if they were facing the faith in their hearts. Just the first move of the Buddha's palm has such terrifying power. What about the second move, the third move, and the final move, the ninth move? A look of anticipation appeared on Su Qin's face. The Buddha's palm had a total of 9 moves. There was no distinction between the 9 moves, but they represented different aspects. For example, the first move of the Buddha's palm, I, the unique and righteous, represented the ultimate attack. The third move, Pure Land in the Palm, represented the ultimate suppression. The 9 moves of the Buddha's palm were all different and had their own unique uses. Su Qin slowly walked into the front of the 10,000 Buddha Hall and swept his gaze across the disciples. Wherever Su Qin's gaze landed, the disciples of the 10,000 Buddha Hall trembled and lowered their heads, not daring to look him in the eye. The aura that Su Qin had displayed earlier was almost that of the Buddha worshipped by the 10,000 Buddha Hall. Although the minds of these disciples were still in a mess, they had an innate reverence for Su Qin. It was as if they were looking at the golden body of the Buddha worshipped in the 10,000 Buddha main hall. A moment later, Su Qin's gaze swept across the entire 10,000 Buddha hall. No one dared to meet Su Qin's gaze. When the sixth forefather saw this, he could only bow and suppress the fanaticism in his heart. He bowed to Su Qin and said, "Greetings, revered one of the world. The 10,000 Buddha Hall has committed grave sins. To think that we would dare to obstruct Revered One of the World. Revered One of the World was the honorific title of the Buddha. It meant that he was the most honorable person in the world. At this moment, the sixth forefather had already taken Su Qin as a true Buddha. Otherwise, he would not have addressed Su Qin as such. Revered One of the World. The seventh forefather and the ninth forefather's hearts trembled. They had only seen the title of Revered One of the World in Buddhist scriptures. Even during the previous Vitality Tide Recovery era, the Buddhist sect's mighty figure who led the 10,000 Buddha Hall to prosperity was not qualified to be called Revered One of the World. But now, a living Revered One of the World had appeared in front of them. It was like a dream. Revered One of the World was not only determined by one's strength. Even if one's ability was monstrous and could destroy heaven and earth, one could not be called Revered One of the World. It was more like an identity, extremely honorable in the vast world. Revered One of the World? Su Qin shook his head slightly. He had been in the Shaolin Temple for more than 20 years. How could he not understand the meaning of Revered One of the World? However, Su Qin did not bother to waste his breath to deny it. The Buddha's palm was known as the Buddha's personal teaching. Su Qin had mastered the 9 forms of the Buddha's palm, which was equivalent to half a disciple of the Buddha. In addition, the Buddha's golden body in the depths of his ancestral aperture contained the Buddha's true will. Even if Su Qin said that he was the reincarnation of Buddha, there would probably be people who would believe him. Su Qin sized up the 10,000 Buddha Hall and asked casually, "Only the 3-peak Arhat of the 10,000 Buddha Hall are here?" This 10,000 Buddha Hall had obviously been built not long ago and did not have much Tao connotation, so Su Qin was not interested. Revered One of the World. The sixth patriarch said respectfully, "Yes, the vital chi tide has just begun to recover. The 10,000 Buddha Hall is only here to occupy a place to welcome the future Great Era." Great Era? Su Qin's eyes were calm as he repeated it in a low voice. He had heard these 2 words more than once. The Lao Dao of the Dao One sect had mentioned it before, and the jade stone left behind by the Eastern Sea Lord on Immortal Abode Island had also mentioned it. It was as if in the eyes of all martial artists, the Great Era would be an era of incomparable brilliance. However, this was not the case for Su Qin. Su Qin had been comprehending heaven and earth for decades. Ever since this continent began to recover, the vital chi had skyrocketed, and spiritual vigor was everywhere. He had seen it all. The Great Era was not an eternal existence. Even the vital chi tide would decline one day, let alone the Great Era that was built on the vital chi tide. Revered One of the World, can I inform the first patriarch and the others to come and pay their respects to you? The sixth patriarch suppressed the excitement in his heart, and asked in a trembling voice. In front of the Revered One of the World, let alone a peak Arhat like him, even a great Arhat, the Buddhist powerhouse of the last Vitality Recovery era, would not perform any better than him. First Patriarch? Su Qin narrowed his eyes slightly. Before leaving Chang'an City, the Lao Dao of the Dao One sect had roughly explained to Su Qin about the 10,000 Buddha Hall. There were 9 ancestors in the 10,000 Buddha Hall who were in hibernation, known as the 9 ancestors. Among them, the first patriarch to the third patriarch were the strongest, especially the first patriarch, who had attempted to break through to the Great Arhat realm and had 1 foot in the Great Arhat realm. Although he failed in the end and fell from the Great Arhat realm, his grasp of the essence of power was definitely far beyond that of an ordinary peak Arhat. There's no need. Su Qin shook his head slightly and slowly walked to a spot not far away where the 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp had fallen. Revered One of the World, this 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp should be completely damaged. The sixth patriarch carefully looked at the 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp and said with incomparable heartache. The 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp was the treasure of the 10,000 Buddha Hall, and had protected the 10,000 Buddha Hall for an unknown period of time. To some extent, the importance of the 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp was above that of the ancestors. After all, whether it was the 9 ancestors, the 8 clans, or the first patriarch and the second patriarch, even if they had sealed themselves into hibernation, there would still be a day when they would pass away. It was just that this day was delayed by hundreds or thousands of years. But the 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp was different. As a Buddhist treasure, as long as it was properly nurtured, it could exist for thousands or tens of thousands of years and protect the 10,000 Buddha Hall. Therefore, for the 10,000 Buddha Hall, which had been passed down for tens of thousands of years, this 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp was absolutely more important than any of the ancestors. Is that so? Su Qin smiled slightly. Under the observation of the Eye of Truth, he could see far more clearly than the sixth patriarch. On the surface, the 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp's aura had dissipated, and its spirituality had been extinguished. However, in reality, the spirituality of the 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp was only hidden in the deepest part of the lamp. Even a peak arhat like the sixth patriarch would not be able to sense this kind of deepest part. Strictly speaking, the 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp had ended up like this entirely because of Su Qin. Just now, when Su Qin had used the Buddha's palm, the aura of panic had suppressed everything. This 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp was frightened, and its spirituality escaped into the depths of the lamp, not daring to come out. Su Qin's expression was calm as he picked up the 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp and gently knocked on the lamp a few times with his right hand. In an instant, under the dumbfounded gazes of the sixth patriarch, seventh patriarch, ninth patriarch, and the others, the 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp that had been completely extinguished suddenly lit up again. The lamp flame swayed and emitted a faint Buddhist light, supporting Su Qin like a real living Buddha. Chapter 265. The spirituality of the 10,000 spirits Buddha lamp was frightened by the Buddha's palm and shrank into the deepest part of the lamp. Logically speaking, it would be impossible to recover without hundreds or thousands of years. In the eyes of the sixth, seventh, and ninth ancestors, the spirituality of the 10,000 spirits Buddha lamp was completely destroyed. However, for Su Qin, he only needed to use a trace of the aura of the Buddha's palm to pacify the spirituality of the 10,000 spirits Buddha lamp from the depths of the lamp. If he fully activated the Buddha's palm, it would consume a lot of energy. Even if Su Qin's true essence was as vast as the sea, he had to use it carefully. But just drawing out a trace of its aura was just a matter of thought. Not only that, but the 10,000 spirits Buddha lamp that was stained with the aura of the Buddha's palm seemed to have undergone some kind of transformation. The entire lamp burst out with bright Buddhist light, instantly illuminating the entire 10,000 Buddha's hall. This was the Buddha's palm. It could be destroyed or reborn. For thousands of years, there were many venerable arhat of the Shaolin Temple who had mastered a certain style of the Buddha's palm. But no matter which venerable arhat it was, the Buddha's palm they mastered was just an empty shell. Only Su Qin, who had signed in outside the Great Strength Hall and obtained the complete 9 styles of the Buddha's palm, which contained the true Buddha's true intent, could be considered the real Buddha's palm, the personal teachings of the Buddha. Only with the blessing of the Buddha's true intent would the Buddha's palm burst out with its true power. Otherwise, it would just be a slightly more powerful Buddhist divine art. For example, more than 900 years ago, Arhat Tua used the Buddha's palm to seal the devil Buddha. If Arhat Tua had also mastered the Buddha's true intent at that time and exerted the full power of the Buddha's palm, even if the devil Buddha's strength skyrocketed dozens of times, it would still be impossible for him to break free from the seal, let alone release a trace of demonic will to continue wreaking havoc in the Shaolin Temple. Here you go. Su Qin casually looked at the 10,000 spirits Buddha lamp and threw it in front of the sixth ancestor. Although the 10,000 spirits Buddha lamp was an important treasure of the Pantheon Temple, in Su Qin's eyes, it was just SOSO. Although Su Qin had spent some time to shatter the Buddhist light emitted by the 10,000 spirits Buddha lamp, that was just Su Qin playing around with his physical strength. If Su Qin went all out and used all his trump cards, the 10,000 spirits Buddha lamp wouldn't be able to hold on for long. It was true that the 10,000 spirits Buddha lamp had blocked a casual attack from a certain land immortal thousands of years ago, but it had yet to recover. Coupled with Su Qin's strongest moves, in terms of pure power, it had probably reached the threshold of a land immortal. It had exceeded the 10,000 spirits Buddha lamp's defensive limit, therefore, The myriad spirit Buddha lamp was definitely a precious treasure to the pantheon of Buddhas, but it was nothing in Su Qin's eyes. Revered One of the World. This Buddhist lamp has been enlightened by the Revered One of the World and has gained sentience. It is fated to be with the Revered One of the World. How can the 10,000 Buddhas Hall accept it? The sixth forefather turned pale with fright, his hands trembling as he held the 10,000 spirits Buddha lamp that emitted a faint Buddhist light. At this time, after passing through Su Qin's hands, the Buddhist light emitted by the 10,000 spirits Buddha lamp became even more profound. The sixth forefather had a feeling that this 10,000 spirits Buddha lamp might be able to completely recover to its peak. Please take back the Buddhist lamp, Revered One of the World. The seventh forefather and the ninth forefather also whispered. Even if they had the guts, they wouldn't dare to snatch something from Revered One of the World. Now that the 10,000 spirits Buddha lamp's aura was unstable, and all the brands in the lamp had dissipated, how could the pantheon of Buddhas dare to accept it? You don't want it? Su Qin hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he still took back the 10,000 spirits Buddha lamp. Although this 10,000 spirits Buddha lamp was of no use to him, it could at least be used to protect his cave abode and dojo. For example, the underground black majestic hall where Su Qin was in seclusion all year round lacked a protective item, and this 10,000 spirits Buddha lamp just happened to meet the requirement. All right. In that case, I'll take my leave first. Su Qin glanced at the sixth forefather, the seventh forefather, and the ninth forefather, and said lightly. He had come this time only to deter the pantheon of Buddhas, so that they wouldn't mess around in the empire of Tang in the future, and also to deter the other upper sects of the Western Desert. When Su Qin stepped into the Western Desert just now, he deliberately didn't conceal his aura, especially after he had stimulated all the qi and blood in his body to break through the 10,000 spirits Buddha lamp. His aura was even more imposing, and probably had already alerted the other upper sects of the Western Desert. Even though when he had struck out the Buddha's palm at the end, it had directly disrupted the qi and blocked the vision of other places. But just what he had done before was enough to make these upper sects restrain themselves. Revered One of the World is going back? The sixth forefather was slightly shocked. They had finally met the real Revered One of the World and accomplished something that the pantheon of Buddhas had failed to do for thousands of years. How could they bear to part with Su Qin so soon? Revered One of the World, there's a big secret here. The sixth forefather seemed to have thought of something and immediately said quickly. A big secret? Su Qin looked at the sixth forefather and raised his eyebrows. Although the sixth forefather didn't even resist under Su Qin's Buddha's palm and had knelt down, in fact, the sixth forefather's strength was abnormally strong. Even if his qi and blood were exhausted, with other means, he was far more powerful than a peak legend like Qiyuan Laozu. Without the Buddha's palm, Su Qin would need to use a few moves to defeat the sixth forefather. As for suppressing and killing him, if the sixth forefather wanted to escape, Su Qin would probably have to put in more effort to suppress and kill him. No matter the time, defeating and killing were two completely different concepts. As long as one's strength was slightly stronger, one could defeat him, but to completely kill him, one would need to completely crush him. Given the sixth forefather's level and insight, there were definitely not many things in the world that he could call a big secret. Tell me about it. Su Qin's interest was piqued. The pantheon of Buddhas chose to build here because we found an earth elemental source, the sixth forefather said in a deep voice. Earth elemental source? Su Qin's expression froze slightly. The qi of heaven and earth was vast and boundless, but overall, it was divided into metal, wood, water, fire, earth, yin, yang, thunder, and other attributes. Of course, for martial artists, it was impossible to comprehend the attributes of the qi of heaven and earth. Even a peak legend had no need for the attributes of the qi of heaven and earth. But once one reached the level of earth immortal arhat, one would need to choose a certain attribute to build the foundation. According to ancient records, when a peak legend broke through the shackles and became an earth immortal, he would fall into a mysterious state where his mind would merge with the true sea of qi of heaven and earth, and then choose an attribute that suited him. The reason why earth immortals were so strong, apart from being able to cover 100 miles with a thought, was that they had already completely merged with the power of heaven and earth of a certain attribute. For example, Immortal Abode Island's Lord Donghai was an earth immortal of the flame path. And the earth elemental source was the place where the power of the earth elemental gathered. For a peak legend who wanted to walk the path of the earth elemental source was definitely a great opportunity. It was enough to make the process of breaking through the shackles easier and comprehend the sea of chi of heaven and earth easier. Even in the previous Vitality Tide recovery era, the earth elemental source was extremely rare and could only be found by chance. In terms of rarity, it was even more precious than the spirit fountain on Immortal Abode Island. "Take me there to have a look," Su Qin thought for a while and said. In the jade records left behind by Lord Donghai, he was extremely respectful of the 5 elemental sources. He even lamented that if he could find a fire elemental source, he might have already taken half a step forward. "Honored Supreme of the World Order." The 6th ancestor bowed. Then, the 6th ancestor, 7th ancestor, and the 9th ancestor dismissed the disciples of the Pantheon of Buddhas and brought Su Qin to the back of the Pantheon of Buddhas. Behind the Pantheon of Buddhas was a vast and silent desert, and next to it was an extremely inconspicuous small valley. The small valley was very ordinary and made up of yellow sand. Even Su Qin did not notice anything special about this valley at first glance. There seemed to be an inexplicable vortex slowly rotating in the depths of Su Qin's eyes as he stared at the small valley, a hint of bewilderment appearing on his face. "Supreme of the world, that small valley is the earth elemental source." The 6th ancestor saw that Su Qin's gaze was fixed on the small valley and his expression became even more respectful. Whether it was the earth elemental source or the other 5 elemental sources, their auras were extremely restrained, as if they had completely merged with the void. Unless one really entered the valley, it was impossible to discover anything strange. The Pantheon of Buddhas had discovered this earth elemental source purely by coincidence. After the 9th ancestor arrived at the battlefield, he happened to land here and was about to enter the valley to rest for a while when he discovered the uniqueness of this small valley. But even so, the 9th ancestor was extremely cautious and finally confirmed that this small valley was the rumored earth elemental source. It was precisely because of this that the 9th ancestor specially sent the 6th ancestor and 7th ancestor over, as well as the Pantheon of Buddha's treasure, the Pantheon of Buddha's 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp. Otherwise, the Pantheon of Buddhas would not have sent the 3 ancestors to oversee the battlefield when the Vitality Tide had just recovered not long ago. "I understand." Su Qin operated the Eye of Truth with all his might and at the same time activated the Celestial Seer technique. In an instant, the small valley in front of him changed. The small valley, which was originally less than 1 li in size, suddenly began to expand, as if it had turned into a sun composed entirely of earth elemental power, illuminating the entire western desert. A moment later, Su Qin slowly closed his eyes and opened them again a moment later. The small valley in front of him had returned to its original state. The scene that Su Qin saw just now had not actually happened, but he had glimpsed the essence of the small valley. "This earth elemental source has probably existed for over 1,000 years?" Su Qin looked thoughtfully at the small valley and asked. "Revered one of the world, every 5 elemental source needs a lot of time to be nurtured, ranging from thousands of years to tens of thousands of years before it can be completely nurtured. This earth elemental source, I think it has been nurtured for at least thousands of years," the 6th ancestor said carefully. "Thousands of years." A smile appeared on Su Qin's face. After such a long time, it should have accumulated a lot of Tao accumulation. Su Qin's eyes lit up. Ordinary places, even if they had existed for tens of thousands of years, would not have much Tao accumulation because these places could not retain Tao accumulation at all. But a 5 elemental source like the earth elemental source was definitely not an ordinary place. Even an ancient capital of 10 dynasties like Chang'an City could allow Su Qin to sign in for so long. There was no reason why the earth elemental source could not accumulate Tao accumulation. "It just so happens that today's sign-in opportunity hasn't been used yet," Su Qin glanced at the sixth ancestor, seventh ancestor, and then slowly walked to the small valley. This is the earth elemental source. Su Qin raised his head and looked at the small valley. In the eyes of ordinary people, the small valley was simply an ordinary small valley, but Su Qin felt a heavy pressure, as if the vast earth was pressing down on him. Su Qin ignored this pressure, and instead silently said in his heart, "System, sign in for me." Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. You have obtained the Divine Art Earth Walking Technique. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.